There are crucial points within a team's path to championships and navigating championship windows. There are forks in the road. There are big decisions to be made on when to hit the eject button, when to keep things pushing forward. For as long as Nikola Jokic exists on this team, your window is going to be open, and you will be making crucial decisions as to what the legacy of this era of Nuggets basketball is going to be. Championship windows! It's going to be that. And the Nuggets were presented with, I don't know if it was a dire situation, but it was certainly a path. One was, things are too restrictive. Don't want to make a big move when you pushed the world champs to 7 games with 2 injured players. You could have convinced yourself that, you know what, this team is close, and if they're healthy next year with maybe a couple of more guys stepping up and maybe bringing one more guy into the fold, that'll be enough. And what the Nuggets have done since announcing the hirings of the 2 EVPs in Ben Tenzer and John Wallace, or as we are dubbing them, Ben Wallace, is, I think, the greatest offseason that the Nuggets have had ever, considering the stakes that are in play. I don't think it could have been better. And some people are saying maybe they aren't done yet, which I don't know what other path they can take. I mean, I floated the idea of finding a Chris Paul type to try and take a vet minimum to really make a run for it. But everything that they have done has been, if it was just one of these moves alone in a vacuum, I think you would have been like, all right, I'm pretty happy with that.
So a lot of balls on the table.
If I told you that the only move the Nuggets made this offseason of significance was getting Jonas Valanciunas, I think we'd be like, dude, that's pretty good. I think if they went out and got Bruce Brown, we'd be like, yeah, it's pretty good. But they have kept, I think, a lot of what the team has built and thrived on together while adding some very huge and very key pieces that can push you over the top. You know, I'm not a huge fan of winning off seasons because I don't think that things are built through free agency, but here's the thing. The Nuggets are already built. They didn't put together a brand new team in free agency. You guys remember when way back in the day, it was like the late Andy Reid Eagles years? Remember when they had the Dream Team? And it was like Michael Vick, Vince Young, Nnamdi Asomugha. Like they just had this offseason of a spending spree. And everybody's like, you know what? That's the new team. You can't build one through free agency that way and expect success. It's part of the reason why I'm not as bullish as a lot of people are about the Pittsburgh Steelers this offseason. They're trying to recreate some sort of championship window with guys who are in their mid-30s to 40 years old. And I just don't think that that's something that's sustainable for winning.
I don't look at windows.
But what the Nuggets have done is taken a championship core, and I think the reliance on guys for people you expect to play well every night shifted from some combo of Jokic, Murray, Gordon, and Porter to Jokic, Murray, Gordon, and Christian Brown last year. But if you're going to make a change to a starting 5 that's already good, you need to have somebody who fits, and Cam Johnson fits. He fixes, I think, 2 problems that Michael Porter Jr. presented, which was didn't play all that much defense, but also a more consistent game when he's on the floor. I have my reservations and concerns about his injury history. I don't think that if you're a player that's oft injured, that you just magically get better. I guess to Porter's credit, he kind of turned himself into that. But Cam Johnson's going to miss games. I think it's just something you got to accept. But bottom line is this. Core is built, and now it's time to fill things in. And the way they've gone about this, which is a team that had almost no depth. You were willing to play Russell Westbrook in the middle of those very low lows because you didn't trust anybody else. And I think that Cam Johnson makes you better. And I think that Bruce Brown makes you better. And I think that Valanciunas makes you better. And I think Tim Hardaway, to me, Tim Hardaway's a very interesting player. He's got a real ability to shoot. But I almost feel like he's Julian Strawther insurance. He's one of those guys that's kind of on or off. Teams that have had Tim Hardaway in the past have been frustrated with him at times. But if you're expecting Julian Strawther to be a sharpshooter to come off the bench for you, and maybe he just doesn't take the leap that you're hoping for, I think he's sort of an insurance policy for it. Like, did I say insurance? Insurance policy for it. I really do. But the bottom line is these are guys that are trustworthy in minutes in actual basketball games.
Are you winning a championship?
You were trying to find different players that if you trot them out there for 15 or 20 minutes, that you aren't biting your nails for every second that they're on the floor. And let me tell you something about all of these different players that you picked up. Whether it's Bruce Brown, Cam Johnson, Valanciunas, or Tim Hardaway Jr. Listen to this for a second. Cam Johnson averaged 19 points a game last year. Bruce Brown averaged 8.5. That number with the Nuggets was 11.5 a couple years ago. Jonas Valanciunas, at age 32, averaged 11. Tim Hardaway averaged 11. Like, all guys, if you're just looking at the bench players between Bruce Brown, Valanciunas, Tim Hardaway Jr., to a man, they averaged about 30 points combined off the bench last year. Could you imagine if you could get that every night, along with relying on the people that you have already, which is Peyton Watsons and Julian Strawthers and whatever Jaron Holmes is going to be? I think there is a massive and huge credit to be given to this brand new front office to make these types of changes that quickly. And I think the most underrated of all of these, like the Cam Johnson one, is going to be an interesting one-for-one of, is he better than Porter? The Bruce Brown one is a fan favorite from the standpoint of everybody loves Bruce and we've seen what he can do here. Jonas Valanciunas is the one that I think set it over the top for me. Because here's what Jonas Valanciunas means to this team. It is the biggest thing you could have done for Nikola Jokic. In a season in which it looked like you were kind of riding your superstar into the ground. This was 2 years ago. You get to Game 7 against the Minnesota Timberwolves. And in moments that you needed your players, your superstars, to be at their best and most fresh, they were worn out. Now, Jokic, because he's Jokic, you could barely tell. He still put up 34 points in that game against Minnesota in that Game 7. But You entered the offseason saying, we need to not have him carrying that much of a load. And instead, what happened the following year is he played the most minutes of his career. And you can't wear guys down like that. Jokic very obviously was dealing with multiple different issues injury-wise, and I think a lot of that just has to do with wear and tear. Jonas Valanciunas is somebody that will take Jokic from playing 36.7 minutes a game last year to probably like 32 or 33, which should be the sweet spot for somebody who's in his 30s now. When there are big games on the line, when you get to the playoffs, of course he plays more minutes. But you can't ask him to do that every night in December. You can't ask him to do that every night in January. Nobody is happier about the Valanciunas signing than Jokic. And here's the ironic thing. You know what's really funny about this, Nelly? The reason you got Valanciunas is because Dario Saric had an extra year on his contract. Which on the surface seems dumb, right? For a guy who didn't play in year one and he was given a player option in year two, and we're like, what are we doing here? But you just do a straight up 1-for-1? Dario Saric, who doesn't play, for Jonas Valanciunas, who very much will play?
Right. That was my biggest question yesterday is what do the Kings see in Saric that we don't see?
An opportunity to dump Valanciunas' contract off their books?
Yeah, maybe that's it. That they're just trading the scraps, but
they save a few $1 million this year, and then they can buy out Saric's contract. Like Saric, I don't think is going to play for him
unless Saric was another victim of the Malone Booth unrest, where they couldn't figure out what players were supposed to be playing in what position. You remember Booth said into an open microphone, more or less, Malone's playing Zeke at the wrong position, so he's not working. Maybe Saric was a victim of that. Maybe in this new destination, he'll actually play in the correct role. I don't know, but I was shocked that it was just a straight up swap these dudes 1-for-1.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't know what Sacramento is doing right now, which is, are they in rebuild mode? Are they in, we're still trying to be competitive mode? They finished 9th last year. They were a sub-500 team, but they traded for Zach LaVine. Like, I don't know. I don't know where they are. But this feels very much like they had to save a few $1 million, so they did this move. And if you remember, Nelly, I was pounding the table last year at the trade deadline to go get Valanciunas. I wanted him at the trade deadline.
Oh, one of our texters pointed out that the Kings signed Dennis Schroeder, and so they needed to free up a little more cap space to get him. So like you said, dumping Valanciunas' contract off the books would make a little bit more room for that.
Yeah, I suppose. God, how many teams has Schroeder played for? He's played for 1 million. I don't know what's in it for Sacramento, and really, I don't care. I'll just send a giant thank you card to him, though. Because they allowed the Nuggets to go from a guy who didn't play to a guy who's going to play a lot. I just think it's in a really high-stakes situation. This offseason was huge. I said it at the very beginning. I don't know how they make the moves that they make, but what I don't want to hear from this new front office is we didn't have the ability to do anything. And God, did they prove that.
Do you remember, I think it was about a week
ago.
That
wrong anyway, yeah.
When you were having that same discussion, you asked all the texters and you asked me, what does the new Nuggets brain trust need to do in the immediate future to win you over? This. You have an answer.
Like, you know how hard it is to make moves during an offseason that everybody goes, oh my God, this is great? Like, not even the most pessimistic of people could be like, yeah, but. There's no yeah, but. It's like the move for Valanciunas was essential to preserve your superstar and keep him fresh and ready to play his game at the highest level when it's necessary. You go through now the backup lineup. and you have a second unit that we'll get to it in a second. I'm so excited this morning. I cannot believe it could not have been a better 48 hours in an entryway to free agency. You got better and you shed salary at the same time. So we'll get back to this in just a second. Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. was waiting for my coffee to get done. I got Creed coming back. I got Creed here, Nelly.
Oh, I've been jamming without you, man. Go ahead if you want 2 lattes in the morning.
Yeah.
Scott Stapp will keep me company.
So here's the situation. The backups to Nikola Jokic, even during the championship run, it wasn't as if you had this loaded group that would come in and play. If you remember, the players off the bench were Bruce Brown, a little bit of Jeff Green, and sometimes Christian Brown. Those are bench. And having that was enough to win a championship. The year afterwards, it was Christian Brown and kind of, who was it in the year that they played Minnesota? It was Christian still coming off the bench because KCP was still here. And then I'm trying to look, just the Game 7 box score. Who were the people that played? Oh, Justin Holiday and Reggie Jackson. This last year, it was Russell Westbrook and kind of Peyton Watson. Here's what your second unit looks like heading into this year. So you're starting 5, Murray, Christian, Johnson, AG, Jokic. Second unit, Bruce, Hardaway, Peyton Watson, Deron Holmes, Jonas Valanciunas. You also have Julian Strother that you could throw in the mix somewhere. You also have maybe an improved Jalen Pickett you could throw in the mix somewhere. But as far as like assured players, it's good. You have at least 4. In Valanciunas, Bruce Brown, Tim Hardaway, and Peyton Watson. 4 of like guys that I can play minutes that I know are capable. And it's just something they've never had before. As far as all-around complete team, I think this might be the fullest that they've had in the Jokic tenure. Which is what people have been begging for forever. It's like, you know what? Let's get Jokic some help. Well, finally, we got some. So, I'm blown away by this. And I want to address a couple other things because there's going to be comparing and contrasting from this to what was previously going down with Calvin Booth. I'm going to be honest here, and I've done this on multiple occasions. I think the easy thing for people to do is to look at Calvin Booth and just start throwing double middle fingers at him, being like, what were you doing? His philosophy was different. And I don't feel like you got a true opportunity to see if that was going to work or not because his philosophy was very simple. I want young players on cheap contracts that can contribute, and he had a head coach that didn't like playing young players. There's exceptions. I'd say 3 or 4 of the Zeke Najis that exist on the Nuggets roster. There was a Christian Brown that would play right away. But remember, it took Porter a long time to be a mainstay within that lineup, to be in that Michael Malone trust tree. I don't think that Calvin Booth's philosophy got a true chance to kind of flourish because he didn't have a coach that saw things the same way as him. So part of me has some empathy that they weren't able or refused to see his process through. But there's no question, whatever took place over the last 48 hours is better. It's just better because you're dealing with proven commodities. I was always kind of uncomfortable with the idea that when you're a championship level team, your improvements are reliant upon who you get in the draft. And it's like in basketball, it just doesn't work that way. if we're talking about football, it's the way to keep your team competitive is to draft well. It's what the Chiefs have done. The Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes, they have not found answers to their problems in free agency. They found answers to their problems through the draft. They go out and they get guys like Karlaftis, and they draft guys like, I know he's not on the roster anymore, but he was, L'Jarius Sneed. They get a Xavier Worthy to help them as far as their speed on offense. They draft well with a guy like Creed Humphrey at center. Football, you do it that way. Basketball, it's too hard. Every year, there's like 3 or 4 guys in the first round that end up being real, bona fide players. And the odds of that coming in the 28th pick of the draft, which is where you would be drafting if you're a championship contender, just isn't, it's not realistic. But I do think his philosophy didn't really have a chance to grow and see if it was going to work or not, because the guys that he was relying on didn't play. Another texter says, I listened to you guys before free agency started saying that you didn't think the Nuggets were going to be big players. Boy, were you wrong. Totally. I was basing all of that off of everything that was said heading into free agency. From all of these new pieces or existing pieces, your brand new head coach, David Adelman, your new EVPs or co-GMs, whatever you want to call them, and Ben Tenzer and John Wallace, and the owner of the bleeping team, Josh Kroenke, all sat at a press conference with microphones in front of them and said something along the lines of, if we're going to improve, it's going to come from within. They all said it. They prepped us for an offseason of hoping Jalen Pickett makes a jump. And instead, what it turned into was this. And maybe that was just throwing off the scent of other GMs across the league. Maybe that was to make them feel as if, hey, we aren't going to be real players this offseason. Don't worry about the Nuggets. And then all of a sudden, the Nuggets became one.
Or maybe they just took the Nico Harrison approach and said, bleep it. Any deal's possible. No, the only stupid question is the one you don't ask. So they picked up the phone and they said, hey, you want to give us a competent backup center for the weekend at Bernie's corpse of Dario Saric? Great. Go. Let's do it.
Well, how many times did I say this? After the Nico Harrison trade and some other trades that were made across the NBA, I'm like, there's always a sucker out there. There's always a guy that's willing to do the deal that you don't think he's willing to do. It's just a matter of getting the right moment. Finding them in the right moment. Like, in what world does Dario Saric for Jonas Valanciunas make sense? Well, it makes sense in a world where Sacramento needs to shed salary. You know, everybody was asking the question, who would take Michael Porter Jr. in that contract and that injury history? Well, a Brooklyn Nets team that is obviously trying to rebuild and saying, can I acquire another first-round draft pick by getting rid of a player that's not going to help us this year but is pretty good? Then yeah, the answer is yeah. And again, if you're a quote shooter, and Michael Porter Jr. is that, there's always going to be a team that thinks that they can fix the problems if you just get the shooting. Always going to be. You make the phone call just to see.
They were having an interesting discussion also on the morning sprint yesterday where they said now that you have a backup center and you actually are starting to develop some big man depth, especially if Holmes comes back and everything is Duron Holmes. I had a complete senior moment there. Yes, if he comes back and everything's going according to plan, now can you actually start slotting Zeke in at the 4 and maybe getting some competent play out of him? Because remember, I know I keep coming back to that, but Calvin Booth said into a microphone, our coach is using him in the wrong position. Well, now that you have people to fill that position, can you start trickling him in at the 4 and maybe see if you can get something out of him?
Certainly try it. Can you do me a favor, Nelly? I don't know if your TV is on ESPN2 in there, but if it's not, can you switch it over? They have a headline up there that said, have the Nuggets regressed this offseason, which is the complete opposite of how anybody feels around here. And I think it's a weird way to frame the question. If you have that, I want to hear what they're saying.
Bruce Brown anywhere else. But again, a team that desperately needed depth managed to go out and do that. And Cam Johnson is at least a lateral move for Michael Porter Jr., if not an upgrade. He's more versatile on both ends of the floor. The Nuggets pushed the Thunder to 7 games and definitely got better this offseason.
That's Tim McMahon,
Wendy, what
smart
do you think
man.
about Denver's offseason?
Well, they took to their new front office, Ben Tenzer and John Wallace, who've been on the job just a few days, and they said, here's what you need to do. You got to get Jokic a backup. You got to get David Adelman, the new head coach, a couple more options than you gave Michael Malone. And by the way, we don't really want to pay the luxury tax because you cut a bunch of money. All right, we'll see you in the fall. And they've done that. They have gotten some options. They have reduced their payroll, and they've gotten Jokic a backup. Now, am I waking up as the Oklahoma City Thunder today going, oh, my God, we're in trouble? I am not, but they have addressed some needs while reducing payroll. That is not simple, and I think Jokic will be happy to have any new set of eyes, a new set of bodies to help him out this season.
All right, one more Western Conference team to hit here. Bobby.
All right, yeah, good. It was just a weird way to frame the question. So it sounded like from me, the two that we did here, that was Tim McMahon and Brian Windhorst. They don't think that the Nuggets regressed. Again, it's a weird way to frame it. But, is Oklahoma City waking up fearing the Nuggets? They probably aren't. I mean, that's probably accurate. They just came off a title and they're bringing the same team back, like the exact same. If the roles were reversed, the Nuggets won the championship and returned all of their players from that previous team the following year, and Oklahoma City made a few moves, I don't think that we'd be like shaking in our boots about the Thunder. But I will say this about the Thunder. They were taken to 7 by a team that didn't have any depth, and now that team has depth. Like in this scenario, if Michael Porter Jr., or I guess in this case, Cam Johnson, and AG suffer injuries that are debilitating, as they were last year, you're going to have options for other guys to step in and play. That's the difference. So should they be scared? I don't know, but I think they got a keen eye on them. I would. It would be smart to. You look around the league and you see some of these teams improving and all this different stuff. Like the Nuggets have improved as much, if not more, than I think anybody in the offseason. Houston's got a real argument for that because they got a KD. But there is a matter when you bring somebody over to be a star. It usually takes a second for that team to iron out the kinks of who's playing what role at what time. The Nuggets don't have that problem. The main things are the main things. But I've just never seen the Nuggets go out and put together a roster like 10 deep that before they even step foot on the floor, you're like, I'm pretty confident that all these guys can play. The Nuggets have been in a perpetual state of hope when it comes to depth players on this team. I hope Peyton Watson can take a jump. I hope Julian Strawther can get there. I hope Zeke Naji becomes something. I hope. There's been a lot of hope. There's no hoping. Jonas Valanciunas can be a legitimate backup big. Bruce Brown is going to bring things to this team as he did 2 years ago, in which he's going to do the dirty stuff. He's going to put together a couple of buckets, play tough defense. He's going to do all that. You know what Cam Johnson is because he's been in the league for a long time. He's going to shoot threes, be lanky, and be, hopefully, a little bit better version of what Michael Porter Jr. was. And you know that Tim Hardaway is going to go out there and shoot. Going from the I hope to the I knows is a really good place to be when you're in a championship window. Like, and I still wonder, is there something else they're trying to cook up? I would love to have a legitimate backup point guard. And maybe they think that Jalen Pickett, if they need somebody to really handle the basketball, can do that. In this current iteration, it feels as if Bruce Brown's going to be your pseudo point. And he did that at times a couple of years ago where he'd be the guy bringing the ball up the floor and all that stuff. But I'd love to have somebody that you trust handling the basketball. They can play a little bit of defense. Again, it's why I know that people don't like this, but it's why I've floated out Chris Paul. I'm like, get him here on a minimum contract and just let him run the point for the second unit, play some tough defense, and set the table for that group. But Vic was saying one thing yesterday. It's funny. It was like the second we turned the mics off, Nelly, yesterday, the Valanciunas trade went through. And we were talking about getting a backup big of some sort and then finding a shooter. They did both yesterday. I kind of thought after Valanciunas they were done. And then they make another move. So now I don't know if they're done or not.
And by the way, when that news broke, so I didn't see it. All I saw is you were in the studio and Raj was coming in to do the morning sprint. Dempsey was here to record a scramble. Moser was on his way out. And so you were there.
Yeah.
All of you guys were in the studio. And you started celebrating like you won the Daytona 500. I just looked through the glass and I see you, woo! Yeah! Let's bleep and go!
Well, it's because they've never had a backup big for Jokic.
Well, so I was sitting here and I'm like, what happened? And so I didn't know, but your reaction was priceless. I wish I could have captured the moment.
It's literally, I'm telling you, I think it's the most underrated thing about this offseason is you got somebody that is going to be able to allow Jokic to chill for a little bit. Like, he's not going to be asked 38 minutes a night to go out and be the best player in the world every second he's on the floor. And that is going to come in handy in May when it really matters. So we'll get back to this in a little bit. Reminder to you guys, are we giving away the Traeger today, correct, Nelly?
Kreckman and Lindahl will have a winner of the Traeger, and then it's waiting for you at Ace Hardware, so you can pick it up tomorrow and be grilling by the 4th, baby.
So you can still get your submissions in. Again, you become our big voice guy. You hit the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app and send a rejoiner from break to Nelly. They have to be during show hours and show specific. If not, they are disqualified. So go ahead and get those to Nelly while there is still time, as they will draw a winner on Kreckman and Lindahl today towards the end of their show. Back after this. So, obviously, I just told Nelly, I was like, the Avs feel like the broke ones now. And they kind of are. They don't got a lot of cash to spend. They got to be very picky and choosy with who gets money. And the bigger stories have more been about who has left the Avs roster as opposed to who has been signed. So the guys who have left, Jonathan Drouin leaves. Obviously, Charlie Coyle, Miles Wood leave in the trade. Drouin goes to the Isle. Ryan Lindgren left for a 4-year, $18 million contract with the Kraken. And the Avs have signed, they brought back Parker Kelly on a 4-year, $6.8 million extension, so $1.7 million per year. They have brought back guys like Sam Malinsky on a 1-year, $1.4 million deal. And then re-signed a whole bunch of guys that played for the Eagles last year on two-way deals. So for them, they're kind of biding their time. And to be honest, the NHL, the free agency market in the NHL there's not a whole bunch of huge names that are out there and available. A lot of these things are coming via trade. And maybe that's what the Avs are waiting for, or maybe they're just waiting for the right time to get somebody for the right price. We all know in free agency, the longer that you wait, the lower that number goes. And so for some guys that maybe you have an eye on, you know they aren't going to get picked up early. The longer that you wait, you can get them for a cheaper deal. And maybe that's why the Avs are biding their time. But it's a weird side-by-side in juxtaposition when you look at what we thought was a hamstrung Nuggets team making big-time moves over and over and over again. So the Avs have, as of right now, when you look at kind of what they have as a team so far, they have like the top stuff is ready and set for both the blue line and the forward group. So your forwards are Lehkonen, McKinnon, Marty Nachos. It'll be Landeskog, Brock, and Val. And then some combo on the third of Colton with maybe it's Colton, Parker, Kelly, Drury. I mean, I don't know. My guess is you're going to have some guys from the Eagles step up and play big roles. Maybe Ivan makes a jump this year. Maybe it's Prishapov. Maybe it's, I don't know, Steinberg, someone. But I think there's still room to make some different moves. And your blue line, you have Taves McCarr, you have Sammy G and Josh Manson, and then you have, I would assume it's probably at this point, Malinsky and Middleton is kind of your groups, but I think they're just waiting, biding their time to see if a team-friendly contract becomes available. I still am bullish on the Avs. I think they're going to find the right pieces here as this offseason moves forward, and I think that they could be in for a trade. It just feels like there's something bigger with the Avs coming down the line that we just maybe can't see right now. 303-504-0925. Nelly sent me a tweet. This dude said, it's kind of crazy KD joined a team that finished with a better record than the Nuggets last year, but people are more scared of the Nuggets after signing a couple of competent bench players. It really tells you the story of what the Nuggets bench has been, even when they won a championship. The fact that a couple of minor detailed moves of guys that'll give you 12 to 15 to 20 minutes a night have pushed them into a stratosphere that not just NBA fans around the league, but Nuggets fans in particular haven't seen them in. And all of these happen just very, very quickly. When you go out and secure some of these deals that are done in a manner of truly win now, It's just not a place that we've seen when the Nuggets previously won since then. It's always been, yeah, this is going to help us a little bit right now, but it's also going to help us 4 years from now. And I think maybe that mindset for the most part is over. You always have to have your eyes in the future. Who's going to be under contract in 2 years? Who's going to be due for a pay raise? Whose game is going to drop off? Who's going to become available? Who's going to, like, all of that is still going to be part of your plan. But the focus is, I can't have another year where we're forced into playing a guy with a grade 2 hamstring strain in Game 7. Just can't happen. And I think a lot of people around the league are taking note that the Nuggets are, they're just not in that group. You know what's funny? I just saw a clip here. Ben Tenzer and John Wallace a few days ago, before free agency started, where they were speaking with PhD. And they asked John Wallace a question. Will you keep the core together?
Look, at this point, we really like those guys. We know what they can do, and they've won a championship before. So to answer your question, yes, we want to run that right now with those guys. Now, I can't speak to the future. I don't know what that holds, but, we have a great core group, and we have trust in those individuals.
They had that Porter deal pretty much in hand by then, didn't they? That's what it sounded like. I want to listen to this one more time. It's that dreaded, who did this before, Nelly? Oh, McDavid. The "with that being said" line.
Look, at this point, we really like those guys. We know what they can do, and they've won a championship before. So to answer your question, yes, we want to run that right now with those guys. Now, I can't speak to the future. I don't know what that holds, but, we have a great core group, and we have trust in those individuals.
I think here's what happened. They see the core as Jokic, Murray, AG, and Christian Brown. That's what they saw. And then it's fitting pieces around them. Make no mistake. Remember, was it Bobby Marks, the NBA cap guy that's on with ESPN, said that he thinks that Christian Brown could be due for a $30 million a year raise when his contract is up? Well, that's something you have to keep in mind if you're going to be, again, looking for the now and for the future. But a core that I think involved those four guys and maybe not Michael Porter Jr. anymore. Texture says, has Porter said anything since the trade? I haven't seen anything. Have you, Nelly? Like an Instagram post or anything like that? I don't think so.
I haven't heard a peep, no.
My guess is this. Porter will send out some sort of statement and be entirely gracious for his time here. I don't think he's going to hold a grudge. Is he maybe a little bit upset that he had traded to a team that's not competitive? Yeah, probably. But he's always been a guy that looks on the brighter side of things, and I'm sure he'll get to Brooklyn and see it as an opportunity to take a bigger role within a team. So again, a lot to discuss this morning with that. Reminder to you guys, the return of Family Feud comes at 9 o'clock today. At 9 a.m. I told Nelly that. 9 o'clock this morning, we'll bring back the feud. So be sure to tune in then. See if the boys can get to 200. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download the Safeway Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway fresh food, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio and subscribe to the channel today and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
All right, I do a great Brett Kane at 6 in the morning voice, so here goes.
Hey, I'm Brett Kane. It's 92.5 Altitude Sports Radio, 6 a.m. with Brett Kane.
Buenos dias. This is Casey Judish, born and raised in Denver, Colorado. I wanted to say, mi corazón está en fuego para ti, which translates to my heart is on fire for you, and you are listening to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Boom.
Boys, we got a problem on this Wednesday morning. Happy 4th of July almost.
I wish you were in here to hear what Moser said before the show even started. Our boy's on. He's got one of those days going.
I got soap in my eyes in the shower, and my eyes are burning. Walk out of the shower, and my eyes are like the mountain.
What he just said to somebody on TV on a commercial was,
"It ain't wrong."
Would I be offended?
No, you would be crying, laughing like I am right now.
Hey, Vic, did you see what happened last night between the Lynx and the Fever? Did you see what happened at halftime?
This is where you want to start after all these moves yesterday? What are you doing?
No, everybody will know.
I know that Red Panda.
Red Panda, yeah.
Yeah, Red Panda fell.
Red Panda got hurt, dude.
Yeah.
That's serious crap.
No, this is the big. Let me tell you, Moser's not wrong. In terms of sports news, outside of what the Nuggets did, this is the biggest piece of news out there.
I mean, she's universally beloved. She's internationally and universally beloved.
She doesn't mess up, dude.
Dude, she doesn't crash. She must be getting old, dude. And no
doing it
offense
a long time.
No offense to Red Panda. I think she's probably, Vic, she's got to be in her 60s, right?
Let me tell you something.
When an old lady falls from a 10-foot unicycle, bro, that's not good, man.
I know she started doing like these bigger shows and NBA halftimes like 5-6 years ago. Red Panda's
she's
been doing
around
this
for a long time.
She was doing Creighton basketball games like 20 years ago.
Well, no, she'll go anywhere if you hire her.
No, what I'm saying is she's been doing this forever. But she got really big lately, yes. So, you know what?
Sorry about that.
Prayers up to Red Panda.
I've interviewed Red Panda. In fact, I've got to find that interview now that this might be it for her. You have certain signs when you're an athlete when it's time to go, right? Certain things happen.
She could have just made a mistake.
She doesn't make mistakes, bro. That's Red Panda's
it might be
deal.
time to call it, man.
I mean, I've watched Scotty Scheffler hit a hosel rocket out of the bunker before. Like, he's still good.
You know, you've never seen him fall on the green and break his freaking wrist, have you?
Moser, she's in her mid-50s, by the way. Not quite at 60
Okay,
yet.
well, it doesn't...
Okay, you know what? Can you do me a favor, Moshe? Can we table Red Panda for a little bit later?
Yeah, 100%. No, I'm just saying that when I saw the news, it was quite shocking, and I feel awful because she's a treasure. Speaking of treasure, holy crap. The Nuggets opened up the treasure chest, man, and they got all these dudes popping out.
Can I just tell you something? So, obviously, like, we got a lot of breaking news during the show the last couple of days, actually. But obviously, what needs to happen is we need to hit the microphone off button for the last time of our show, and then literally 10 seconds later, the Valanciunas trade comes through.
I was on the can when Moser called me and said, you want to join the morning sprint. Why didn't you do it, Moj?
I had to get a haircut.
Oh.
Besides, you're our Nuggets guy.
So listen. This is. I don't think this is hyperbolic. And look, I am newer here. I'm not really new anymore. I've been here for a while, but I am newer here than obviously you two. I think I'd have to say though, given the stakes of where this team is and what they've faced moving forward, to make sure you maximize this championship window with this generational all-time player still in his prime. God, was this a huge offseason. And it was one that we kind of convinced ourselves, I certainly did, that, you know what, maybe it's just not going to involve some big moves. I think given the circumstance surrounding what they faced and how big this offseason was for the future of this team, it's the greatest offseason the Nuggets have ever had. 48 hours?
It depends on how you define a great offseason. I mean, when you draft Nikola Jokic, it was unknowingly the greatest offseason. They didn't know at the time.
Sure.
Right.
But in terms of getting work done, that is known quantity work, like known commodities. These players, you know what they are, you know what they can do. It was the greatest 24-hour period I can recall from the Denver Nuggets because they put in work. You know what? It reminds me a lot of the offseason of 2022 before the championship season, when it was around this time, around 4th of July week, they went to work. They got Bruce Brown. They got KCP. They made a couple trades. They were wheeling and dealing. They got rid of Will Barton. Monte Morris had to go, unfortunately. They brought in some players that you said to yourself at the time, oh, these guys are going to help right away. Well, I'm saying the same thing here, guys. They have transformed this roster. If you put this roster, currently constituted, right now, currently constructed, you put this roster on the floor to take on OKC a month ago, the Nuggets are in the NBA Finals.
Very well could be, Vic. When you look at the public reaction, it's not just us glossing on the Denver Nuggets and, they did this and they did that. Have we heard, by the way, have we heard from Michael Porter Jr. yet?
Not yet.
Because you know what? He's going to be missed big time. I mean, he really is.
Well, I closed the 6 o'clock hour. Somebody asked about that. Have we heard anything from him? And I go, not that I've seen. I'm sure when we will hear from him, it will be a gracious thing he says about Denver.
I certainly hope so. He'll forever have a spot in my heart. I mean, hell, we wrote a hit song about him, for crying out loud, and performed it.
Yeah.
Not live, no live performance. But, Vic, this is just, it's, when you look at the public reaction, everybody is all over it. They should be. I mean, I haven't heard anything from anybody where it's like, whoa, what are they doing type of thing. I think people realize that.
Or they are saying that in a positive way.
Yeah.
Like, whoa.
Whoa, what are they doing? But if things had gotten stale and a little, they're like, okay, they're serious and they're back. That's what it is.
You know how I know? I got people who claim they're not NBA fans and they don't follow the NBA. They're closet NBA fans or whatnot. I've got people telling me, hey, whoa, what are the Nuggets up to? You know, this is catching people's attention here. People are talking about this. The Nuggets, I mean, if you look at what the NBA's done over the last week, the Rockets have probably been the most active. I mean, I'm looking at the Rockets roster, by the way, and everybody's head over heels in love with the Rockets right now. They've got 3 guards on their team. Everybody else is a big, it seems, or forward. 3 guards. I don't know how the hell they're going to dribble the ball, but whatever. The news that happened in Milwaukee, that's big. But after all that, guys, what the Nuggets have done quietly, and I say quietly because it's a little more under the radar. These aren't superstars. Cam Johnson's a role player. Valanciunas is obviously a backup. Tim Hardaway Jr. is a backup. Bruce Brown, same deal. These aren't major players in the NBA. But this team didn't need major players. It needed major depth.
That's exactly right.
Can I say something about that? I am always a little bit skeptical of teams that, quote, win the offseason. You know, I go back to, it's why I'm a little bit skeptical about Pittsburgh right now in the NFL. Got a whole bunch of good players. Throwing a whole bunch of star contracts together and hoping it works is really difficult. Like, it's just hard. You can go back. Do you guys remember the year? It was the tail end of Andy Reid's tenure in Philly, where they put together that super team that one off season where they signed like Nnamdi Asomugha and Vince Young and Mike Vick and a whole bunch of these different guys.
Do you remember that?
And the team stunk because it's not how you build a team. You build a team by drafting and developing players, and then you build around it. That's my favorite part of this. The core of this team, I'll give you a clip, by the way. This was, I think, was it last week, Nelly? Was it Friday? John Wallace was on with PhD and Ben Tenzer. John Wallace was asked, are you going to keep the core together?
Look, at this point, we really like those guys. We know what they can do, and they've won a championship before. So to answer your question, yes, we want to run that right now with those guys. Now, you know, I can't speak to the future. I don't know what that holds, but, you know, we have a great core group, and we have trust in those individuals.
I think that following season, saying, I hope Peyton Watson can make a jump. I hope Julian Strawther can get better. I hope that Zeke Naji is an actual player next year. I hope that Russell Westbrook fits.
We were hoping that De'Ron Holmes gets healthy and can actually play.
This is the offseason of I know. I know what Jonas Valanciunas is as a backup big. Mm-hmm. I know what Tim Hardaway Jr. has been his entire career. I know what Bruce Brown brought to the table 2 years ago. Like, that's what's different. There is no, like, I wonder what's going to... No, these guys all averaged, by the way, over 10 points a game last year. All of them. All of them did. I think Bruce Brown was the only exception. He was, like, at 9, but he averaged, I think, 11.5 when he was here 2 years ago.
Guys, the moves that have been made in the last 24 hours, I was thinking, I'm looking at the roster, and there's one more spot available, by the way. One more roster spot left. And I don't know if the Nuggets are going to actively pursue it now or wait. I have a lot of things I want to get to about what they did yesterday, but first I want to say this, because waiting for this last roster spot might be in their best interest, and I'll explain why. But what happened in the last 24 hours is it took a lot of players on this roster, several depth players, who expected to play, and now they're going to have to work their butts off to get even a minute of play time. Do you understand? Do you know what this does now to a Julian Strawther and a Peyton Watson? When these guys, a month ago, these guys were expected to play. Now, where are they going to play? You tell me. Where are they going to play unless they play out of their minds and steal minutes from some of these other guys who are proven players?
I put this side by side. So your depth group, when you won a championship, was Bruce Brown, Christian Brown, and a little bit of Jeff Green. That was your bench players. The following year, Bruce Brown leaves, and that becomes, I just had this, Christian Brown. Can you guys name the other bench players that postseason that played in the playoffs?
Yeah, Christian Brown. You mean talking about the championship year?
Nope. The year afterwards, where they lost to Minnesota.
The year after, Peyton Watson played a little bit.
A little bit.
Not a ton, a little bit.
But he played a little bit. Christian Brown certainly played a lot.
The people off the bench that played in Game 7 against the T-Wolves?
Not many.
It was Christian Brown. It was Justin Holiday.
Oh, yeah.
And it was Reggie Jackson.
Yeah, Reg. Yep.
This last season, we know what the bench looked like. It was Russell Westbrook and kind of Peyton Watson, and that was kind of it. Now, here's what it looks like. It's Bruce Brown. It's Tim Hardaway Jr. It's Peyton Watson. It's hopefully Deron Holmes. It's Jonas Valanciunas. It's Strawther if he can find a way to carve out some minutes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, your Zekes and Pickett's, if they really work in the offseason, maybe they, the guys that we thought were key parts that we were hoping could make a jump this year, now all of a sudden, as you said, Vic, have to fight and claw for every minute on the floor.
And you know, that's the way it should be. It's a referendum. It's an announcement to these younger players. Hey, you better step up your game if you want to play. If Julian Strawther wants to play next year, he's going to have to outplay Tim Hardaway Jr. to get on the court. That is his direct competition.
That's only a positive, a net positive.
I agree. I'm not looking at it as it is a challenge. It's a challenge. Because, listen, Tim Hardaway Jr. signed a vet minimum deal. If at some point they believe Julian Strawther gives them a better option, they'll go to Julian Strawther. It's up to him.
Sure. I think that's their hope. We can do this in more detail later, but I think their hope is Strawther makes the jump and he takes the spot, and Hardaway's insurance to Strawther if he doesn't.
Well, you know, the best way to make a jump, and that's why I believe in the art of competition. This goes back to my field day rant. I mean, it's amazing how everything comes back to field day. And I apologize to all you people who've heard this time and time again. When we eliminate competition from life, when we take competition out of it, you get a lot of guys who subconsciously become, I'm not going to say lazy, but entitled. When you reintroduce competition to life, this is what you get. You better work or you ain't going to play. And I love it.
What's interesting about the guys that are supposedly going to be backups now, and they will be. I'm sure they'll get spot starts and whatnot. It's a long season. But, I mean, Tim Hardaway Jr. played 28 minutes a game.
Yeah. Hardaway he's an interesting case.
Bruce Brown played, in the mid-20s per game. Valanciunas was almost a 20-minute game per game kind of guy at times. All these guys have played, and they're going to be itching to come off the bench, and it's going to be very interesting, man. These are all players.
This much I know about the guys they acquired yesterday. Jonas Valanciunas is going to give you 10 and 7 off the bench, which is already, if you said give me 10 and 7 off the bench, that will be the most capable center backup to Nikola Jokic in his career. And I'm not going to count the Boogie Cousins 90-day experiment. He will be, and also Jonas Valanciunas has missed he's missed 2 games in 2 seasons. He's durable, and he's big, and he's bad. So you cross that off your list. There's your backup center. It's done. Cam Johnson allowed them the flexibility to sign Valanciunas. Because here's one thing we need to understand. If they didn't get under that apron, they were not able to take back more money in a trade.
Yeah.
Well, in that trade, to unload Dario Saric, and how that happened is beyond me. How they found a team, ladies and gentlemen. Do you understand the biggest miracle in the world? The birth of Christ is one. The second is, how did you find a team to take Dario Saric's contract who played 16 games? How?
So hang on one second, because I want to get back to that in just a minute. because there's another piece of that. The way that trade came about is, yes, they had to clear cap space, but there was also one other detail that looked like the worst thing in the world that was the biggest benefit ever that we'll get to in just a second. Stick around. All right, so here's the other detail. Vic, you laid it out. To get Valanciunas, you had to clear cap space, and that's what the Cam Johnson MPJ trade allowed you to do. You know what else was a major part that we all thought was like the worst thing in the world?
Mm-hmm.
God, man, what are we going to do with the second year of Dario Saric's contract?
I know.
This trade doesn't happen without it. It doesn't. You aren't making that trade happen if the Kings don't, because what they wanted to do was shed some salary by making this trade, save a few $1 million, buy out Dario, and that allows them to sign Dennis Schroeder. Without that extra year that we're like, this is insane. What do you do with this?
So can we just say
we flip it into a legitimate backup big is what we do.
It worked out for everybody. Everybody gets what they want.
Well, the key to unlock it all was trading one of your max players, which is, listen, I'm going to give the Nuggets front office all the kudos in the world. But what they've done here is also something that we've sort of pushed them to do here for quite some time. At least you got to trade a max player to play ball. And they were reluctant to do that. They didn't want to trade one of their max players until this week.
Right.
They could have done that last June. They could have done it at the trade deadline.
But you also have to find a taker, Vic. You've got to find somebody. Where the hell did you go? You've got to find somebody that wants to take that contract on and is willing to take that contract on.
Didn't we say this, though? There's always a sucker out there.
Yeah.
There always is.
But it's a timing of finding that sucker.
Sure.
Remember, this deal probably...
Finding that what?
Sucker.
Finding that sucker. The deal doesn't happen at the trade deadline because it necessitated that kicker, that draft pick. Well, why couldn't they add that draft pick at the deadline? It wasn't accessible to them at that point until the league year ends, right?
If you're going to say that word, I'm going to need you to enunciate the S.
What? Say what word?
It's all right. We'll just move on.
You just say I had sex?
So listen. Here is, to me, like, the Valanciunas thing is, I think it's my favorite move of the offseason. I love getting Bruce back. I love making the trade for Cam Johnson. Here's what Valanciunas means to this team. First of all, I think the best backup that Jokic has ever had. I had a lot of love for Mace. I liked Plumlee when he was here.
Well, this guy can shoot. You liked his haircut.
But Jonas
you
can
liked,
shoot.
you liked his haircut.
No, I thought Mason was a perfectly capable backup big.
You and Plumlee were rocking the flat top at the same time.
Okay, whatever. But Valanciunas does everything. He rebounds, he shoots, he's a good offensive player. He's not like some great defensive rim protector, but
he's available.
He's big.
He doesn't miss games.
That's the other thing. But what does he provide more than anything else? What's the biggest benefit to this?
Rebounding. On a second unit, which was a problem.
I was going to say, you aren't asking Jokic to be the best player in the world for 38 minutes a night in December. He is going to allow Jokic, which is what we've begged for forever. Hey, man, how about 32, 33 minutes per game season? How about that? As opposed to doing everything all the time, and when things get, like, you aren't contemplating the beginning of the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Oh, God, do we have to put Jokic in for the entire fourth? We're going to lose this game. Like, I think he provides that, which, to my knowledge, hasn't happened in like 5 or 6 years.
And, Vic, I'm not necessarily worried about that on December 2nd against Memphis or something like that. I'm more worried about that where his body is, where his physicality is.
In May!
Yeah, correct. Yeah. When you get to the postseason, and is his motor fully running, right? I mean, is the tank full? Not that it wasn't this year, not that it's not, but golly, to think about the opportunity of an incredibly fresh Joker, then you can ride that horse all the way to the finish line. That's what I want.
Texture said this. It's one of the first things I thought when the Valanciunas trade went down. It's like exactly what I thought. Next year, if things go right, will be Jokic's worst statistical season since he won his first MVP.
Yeah.
And it's going to be the best thing for Nikola Jokic.
I'm reading some stuff right now on the Twitch feed, and I've had these comments asked of me. They still have a roster spot. They could still use a backup point guard, veteran backup point if they want one. Should they bring back Russell Westbrook? I don't know what they're going to do there. I'm telling you right now, And I probably should not go on the record saying this because if I'm wrong, then egg on my face, that'd be a big mistake.
I tend to agree.
I just don't think it would vibe.
I think that Westbrook, given the lack of help off the bench, had to do a lot, and that's kind of what his game is.
Sort
And
of
I
what
kind
he
of do
wanted.
it all. Yes. And with this backup roster, this second unit, I think that wouldn't fit.
No. And for those wondering, how can you run your backups unit without a point guard? I mean, listen, OKC just won an NBA title. Who was their backup point guard? They didn't have one.
Yeah.
Well, it's because Shea did everything.
But they didn't have a backup point guard. They have, Jalen Williams handles the ball. Caruso handled the ball. You don't necessarily need a backup point guard in the modern NBA. You don't. I mean, it's a luxury.
Vic, if you think about who the free agent guards are out there now, I mean, you've got Russ and you've got Chris Paul. If you could think of guys out there.
Malcolm Brogdon, I don't think he's signed anywhere yet.
Okay. So, no, he has not signed. He has not signed anywhere yet.
If Monte wants to come back and just handle the ball, then fine, do that. I don't care.
I mean, are you interested in Monte's not even old either.
What about this idea? What about keeping that roster spot around? Just in case.
Just hang on to it?
Just in case, somebody goes down, God forbid. Just keeping that roster spot open. You don't necessarily, you can throw a two-way guy in there for a little bit. Nothing says you got to fill it right now. Just keep it out there just in case. And let me ask you one more. And this is a far cry. Do you make a run at Damian Lillard? He's cheap.
Well, you don't know.
I just said it to you yesterday. I was like, why not sign Russell? Why not sign him to a Russell Wilson contract in Pittsburgh? He's getting paid.
Well, that's going to be entirely up to him. This is where one of those a Damian Lillard deal, because he's getting paid. He's going to look at the landscape and say, all right, how fast can I get back from this Achilles? Will I be able to contribute in the playoffs next year, or is it a year away? If it's a year away, I say pass.
Right.
If for some reason he's able to play in February, March, great.
I watched Mark Spears last night, and he said that at least 20 teams have contacted Damian Lillard's people. Well, here's of course. I mean, he can set his own market. I mean, he can sign for whatever he wants to sign for, but does he want to get that ring? Does he want to put himself in the best possible position once he's able to come back?
I just hope he doesn't do...
Hopefully before the end of next season.
I hope, and if he does that, I hope he doesn't do the usual, well, I'm going to get to the Lakers. I hope he doesn't do one of those.
But Vic,
because if that's the old narrative, screw that.
Vic, I think, though, there are going to be many teams monitoring his recovery. In fact, they're probably going to try to put spies in the rehab center, right? Bribing doctors. Where is he? How is he? There are going to be a lot of teams that are going to be just watching his every move so that when he is healthy, and he's probably going to start dribbling and whatnot. Oh, God, I'm trying to think. I don't want to put him on my timetable because he's a star athlete, okay?
If he's on your timetable, he won't be ready until he's 64
shut your
years
hole.
old.
Dear hole. Shut it. Love Moj. He'll be dribbling and whatnot, doing stuff after the first of the year, maybe even a little bit before, and then we'll see where he is. But that would be amazing. Brett, would you do me a favor, please, and look at the odds right now overall? And I've got a bone to pick again with the 4-letter that sort of drove me crazy.
What am I looking for?
The odds to win the NBA title. OKC is number one for sure. But where are our guys now? Because they were tied with the New York Knicks, were they not?
They've dropped a little bit since yesterday.
The Nuggets have?
Yeah.
Why would they drop?
I don't know.
That's stupid.
They're fifth right now, so they're behind. OKC is the overwhelming one, and then it's Knicks, Cavs tied for second, and then Houston is at plus 850. The Nuggets are at plus 900.
Plus 900.
Let me get back to that Valanciunas. I think it's the most important part of this 24-hour foray into free agency, and here's why. When you give the Nuggets a capable backup center who can handle the 5 spot, and you don't need to worry about rebounding help, you just put him in there. Do you know how it unlocks the door for so many other players? It allows guys like Deron Holmes to play in his rightful spot, and that's the 4. It allows Zeke Naji, if he gets time, to play in the 4. It takes pressure off Aaron Gordon, always having to fill in as that small 5. It really allows players to play their positions.
Yeah.
You just mentioned Zeke Naji. Man,
what do they do there?
I don't know what David Adelman's thoughts are on him. He obviously didn't play in the postseason at all. But I've got to feel that with these moves, this guy is going to be a milk carton dude.
Well, no, not necessarily, Moser. I go back to the competition thing. This promotes competition.
Okay, well, then he better compete like a mother then.
Well, let me tell you exactly what he's going to do. You tell Zeke, hey, it's you and Deron Holmes. Deron Holmes is unproven. We haven't seen a damn thing out of Deron Holmes.
Right.
We hope. We haven't seen we don't know if Deron Holmes could play. We hope he can play. We have no idea what he can do. Well, now you tell Zeke, you want to play? You want minutes? That's your guy. You got to beat him out. Go get him.
I would like to get David Adelman on some truth serum because, again, it was Michael Malone's call not to play Zeke or not to play him that much. What does Adelman really think about him? Is there a role that he could envision and carve out for him? All these things I just don't know, but
remember,
I'm very
he told
curious.
you that before the deadline in a very blunt press conference. He said he's been playing out of position his entire career. He should be playing the 4.
Yeah. You know, you said, Vic, to keep the spot open, that extra roster spot. I'm assuming you're saying in case you want to make a trade somewhere midway through the season.
Yeah, I mean,
but the trade would still have to be like a player for player because they don't have picks.
All I'm saying is there's no use filling that spot just to fill it if that person's not going to play for sure. If it's just in case, well, you can hold on to your just in case.
Yeah.
Hold on to it. Like the guys they have right now, of the guys they acquired, all of them except Tim Hardaway Jr., because Tim Hardaway Jr., as much as I like his game, he's 33 years old, 12 years, shoots 37% from 3. What if Julian Strawther outplays him?
Great.
There's something about Hardaway.
He shoots a lot.
Well, you ask most teams that he has played on, Hardaway has driven a good portion of those fan bases nuts.
Well, he'll shoot you into a game and out of a game. He shoots a lot. So of all the players they acquired, that's the only one that I could sit here and say he may not play if he's beaten out by somebody else.
Yeah.
It's a vet minimum.
I think he is an insurance policy for if Strawther doesn't make the jump that people hope for. I think that they are probably looking. And look, we've seen it, man. Strawther has the ability to be this microwave that can get you a whole bunch of buckets in a short amount of time. But they're kind of the same dude because that's what Hardaway is.
But don't you think that somebody's got to improve? Somebody's got to be on the up.
But that's the thing. I think that's what Vic is talking about.
Whether it's Strawther or whether it's Deron or whether, God forbid, it's Zeke. I mean, somebody's got to be on the up. You can't just have a bunch of dudes laying around on the couch.
But that's what this does.
Agreed.
That's what this does.
Agreed. But I'm saying somebody with ability, Vic, has got to be a better player. That's all.
So 3 things happened since Monday morning that I didn't realize the Nuggets could pull off. I didn't know they could. I did not realize that you could find a taker for Michael Porter Jr.'s contract. I did not realize that. They did. And they got a similar player back. They got a taker. Now, the only reason they found that taker is they had to kick in that first-round pick unprotected. But they found a taker.
Yeah.
I did not realize you could trade Dario Saric and somebody would take him. With all due respect, I did not realize.
You should have seen us in the room yesterday. Raj comes bursting in. Dempsey's making his way in, and Brett and I are kind of just packing up our stuff, getting ready to go. Raj comes in, and dude, everybody's high-fiving, and
I was the first one to see it. I was yelling because I don't know if you guys remember at the trade deadline last year. I said Valanciunas' name like 50 times.
Mm-hmm.
I really wanted him, and they didn't get him. And so all I saw initially was Nuggets traded for Valanciunas, and I didn't care what they traded him for. I was like, all right, great.
It was when Raj said,
and then he goes, and it's for Dario. I go, straight up, Dario for Valanciunas.
And that's where all the high fives were coming around, and
finally,
everybody was jumping.
The last thing I did not realize you can get 2 veteran minimums that play at that level. It's one thing for Bruce Brown. First of all, I thought Bruce Brown was going to sign for a little more than the vet minimum.
Yeah.
He signed the vet minimum 1 year. And then to get Hardaway Jr. at the same rate, I didn't realize. Those 3 things, I had no idea they could pull off. And they just did 3 things that, to be totally honest with you, we've been asking for the last, 12 months?
Yes.
And they did it in 24 hours. Now, when I say 24 hours, I guarantee you, guys like Ben Tenzer and Josh Kroenke, even before John Wallace came on board, these deals have been in the works for quite some time.
I'm sure there's some skids
the
that have been
Cam Johnson
greased.
deal has been, it wasn't, they woke up one day, let's do this. It's been in the works.
Yeah. I'm watching last night, so SportsCenter's on. And my lovely wife, is bouncing around the kitchen doing some stuff and blah, blah, blah. I'm in the family room and TV's on. And like, hey, man. She's like, well, how good are these deals and all that? I'm trying to explain it to her. I said, well, let's just get to NBA today. Let's get to the top of the hour here at 5 o'clock, and then you'll see it'll back up what I'm telling you about this. So they spend the first, I want to say, 15 minutes of the show talking about the Bucks and Lillard.
Sure.
When we come back, the Denver Nuggets, blah, 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 blah. They come back and they spend maybe 2 minutes. And then they're gone. I'm like,
What'd you expect?
Well, because the Nuggets kicked so much butt, Vic, I thought they would spend a little bit more time. They didn't mention Joker. They didn't mention anything. Then they come back. How does this affect the Lakers? What do the Lakers now have to do? And I'm like, for God's sake.
No, but
Get nailed by the
Vic
game.
is so right about
it's
this,
just,
though.
but it was just frustrating because you're like, hey, man, our team is winning the offseason, and you're just goofing around with these.
Moj.
But it's frustrating.
The Houston Rockets finished ahead of the Nuggets in the standings and added Kevin Durant. Like, that's going to be a bigger headline.
Well, no, they already did that a couple days earlier.
But hang on. Vic is right about this. This feels a lot like 2 years ago when they traded for KCP and they added Bruce Brown. To the rest of the NBA world, it's like, yeah, pretty good moves. But I think we all kind of recognized what that would bring to the table because we follow it way more intimately than they do.
But, Brett, if they don't understand what it does to what these moves, even though they're not super fancy and eye-popping, if they can't understand what it does to fortify the Denver Nuggets and just what the doctor ordered, then that's on them. They should.
Well, if you go to that show
if they don't, then they should recognize what this has done for our guys.
Well, if you haven't learned your lesson by now, this is why local television and local radio exists and local podcasts. If you're going to go to a national show like the ESPN Today, whatever the hell that is, if you're going to go there thinking you're going to get a bunch of Nuggets news, that's on you.
I was hoping they would at least give me a little, at least have my stinger buzz a little bit.
You just want to be stroked a little bit.
Yeah, but what's wrong with that? Oh, yeah. I was so excited, Vic, and I put it this way. I can't wait until we get to next season and all these moves stuff it right in their four-letter stuff hole.
Let me tell you what ESPN is and what it's become. And I hate to say this because I have a lot of friends that work there, good friends. Let me tell you what it is. What got more play on ESPN? The comments that we understood were completely taken out of context by Josh Kroenke, the ones about trading Nikola Jokic. What got more airtime? The comments about Jokic or the moves they made in the last 24 hours?
I mean, the comments, they're a little bit more salacious.
Okay. Which one were action? Which one actually netted results versus
the
perception?
Signings in the trades?
Well, that's all you need to know about who they are and what they do. Moj, why do you seem surprised by this?
I'm not surprised. I'm just disappointed.
We'll get back to this in a bit. I want to remind people of something.
It's not the people on the air. I want people to understand that. There are people behind the scenes who set the table for what is said on the air.
Vic, when we're in an alternate shot format and I pipe one down the gut, 3 bills, and you've got 120 in an approach, and you hit it square into the face of the front right bunker.
And it jumps over the green.
Vic, I'm not surprised. I'm just disappointed, okay?
I want to tell people something. I usually just spring this on you guys, but it's a big deal. We haven't done this in a while. We're going to play the feud at 9.
Oh, you're kidding.
We're going to play the feud at 9.
Please promote that.
So at 9 o'clock this morning,
I'm not into it.
The return of the feud.
Nah.
When was? Do you have, Nelly? Do you have a register of the last time we played? Because I think it's been at least a year.
I think we need to hear some of our best because I've figured out the game. I've solved Family Feud. It's like solving the Rubik's Cube. We solved it.
Right. We'll see if you guys can do it a second time at 9 o'clock. Stick around.
Yep, it is summertime. Vacations, barbecues, beach days. Long nights with the people you love, right? Gotta feel alive, but if your energy's low, your drive is off, you could be suffering from low testosterone like I was. Do something about it, because getting treated is just the first step to feeling your best all summer long for all the activities. And you got to go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Here's the telephone number, 720-440-7900. Maybe just not feeling like you used to, decreased energy, some brain fog, unproductive workouts, bad sleep patterns. All these things can be signs of low T, and it may be happening to you. Guys in their early to mid-30s start to lose 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year. Do yourself a favor. Find out what they can do for you. Schedule an appointment. They're going to draw your blood, results within 30 minutes. They're going to give you all the lowdown on what's going on with you. And if you do have low T and you get on the treatment, man, it's going to pick you up. You're going to feel like you haven't felt in an awfully long time. That number again, 720-440-7900, or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Name a profession that starts with T.
Tool. Tool guy.
Occupation that begins with the letter J.
Jaguar. That's the first thing that came to mind.
Name a gauge on your dashboard.
Speedometer.
Another answer.
The blinker.
Yeah, we're bringing that back at 9 o'clock. It's my favorite thing, by the way. The thing I listened for more than anything else during that game is I ask the question, and you get this first sound from Vic.
Is it a blinker, a gauge?
No, it's a thing.
What is it? What do you mean a thing? So you can't even describe it.
It's a blinker. What do you mean?
Yeah, well, it's on your dashboard. It's right there. I blink it.
Was it like 4 years ago that Katie Wingy won?
Yeah.
It was like 4 years ago Katie won with somebody. Not me. I forget who it was. And Vic and I got smoked again. And I mean, out of all the times we've ever played, we've won one time. So I'm looking forward to a second victory at 9 o'clock.
That's at 9 o'clock. Moj, just quickly to take a break from the Nuggets. We'll get back to them in 15 minutes. The Avs offseason has been, I mean, they're the ones that look like they're broke. I was expecting the Nuggets to look broke.
Oh,
I understand.
They could spend their money if they wanted to. They don't want to.
I understand. So the big news, the bigger stuff that's happened with the Avs is kind of who's left as opposed to who's been back. They signed back.
Parker Kelly is a fourth-line guy, is he not?
Yes. But he's a good fourth-line guy.
Yeah. And so at 1.7, people are like, well, you're taking some away, some of the money that you have. And the cap right now is at 95 point whatever. Next year, the cap, Vic, is going to be at 103. The following year, it's projected to be at 113 plus.
That sounds like 1 year in SGA's bank account.
Yeah, well, it does. But my point is that you've got the cap going up significantly in the next couple of years, okay? Which is perfect for the Avs because they're going to have their guys come up. Kale's going to come up. Nate's going to come up, right? I mean, you're going to have these guys come up, and they're going to get paid.
Yeah.
So the Parker Kelly, he's a terrific penalty killer. Do you recall the shift? In fact, somebody posted it just the other day of Parker Kelly where he had like 5 block shots on one shift. Do you remember that?
I do remember that, and you guys were going crazy.
I even
like
said,
this poor guy.
I said during a television broadcast, Parker Kelly's having a hell of a shift. I mean, heck, like it was amazing.
Well, bar my butt and call me a biscuit.
It made he scored that goal right
Yeah.
there. So he's a valuable guy, man. He's a great penalty killer. His motor's always going. He's a terrific teammate. And at 1.7 for the next 4 years, there's ain't nothing wrong with that whatsoever.
I like it. So between that, they brought Malinsky back. They've signed back a whole bunch of Eagles guys on two-way deals.
If they wanted to spend their money, they could spend their money. But they don't want to spend their money right now.
But so far, all I'm getting at here, so far it's kind of been about the exits more than the entrances, and that's where, Jonathan Drouin signs a 2-year, $8 million deal with New York.
Right.
Ryan Lindgren goes off to Seattle on a 4-year, $18 million deal.
Would you give Ryan Lindgren 4 years and $18 million?
It's a lot. It's a lot.
If they wanted,
I thought Lindgren was good.
They could have given Lindgren the same kind of money.
And they wanted Lindgren back. Like, they were talking to him, but they didn't want him back for that.
That's correct. Because, I mean, they're going to be able to utilize that bread on something else. Would you give Jonathan Drouin $4 million per year?
No.
Oh, you notice how he just pronounced his name differently than he has over the last couple seasons? It's refreshing to now hear Mark Moser pronounce his name the way we've pronounced it and not give it that French twang.
Now that he's no longer an
exactly.
Av, it's Drouin.
Now that he's no longer here, it's, hey, yeah.
Jonathan Drouin.
So Drouin's no longer here. Before, it was before. And Moser, shut up, because everybody knows what I'm talking about.
No.
For the last 2 years,
No.
when you mentioned his name, well, you guys, Jonathan Drouin.
Jonathan Drouin.
Yeah, if
That
Jonathan
is absolutely untrue.
If Jonathan Drouin signed a 2-year, $8 million deal with the Avs, he is still Drouin.
Guys, am I being false?
Nope, you're being false. You're totally false.
Absolutely
You're
right.
always false. Erroneous on all counts.
What a great shift from Jonathan Drouin.
When Moj has a croissant in Denver, Colorado, it's a croissant.
Exactly.
But the second he goes over to Normandy, is a croissant.
Yeah, and don't try to roll your R's when you get to Italy. I'll see right through it.
Would you give that guy that money?
No.
I wouldn't either.
Couldn't stay healthy.
Nope. I wouldn't either. So there you go. I mean, they could have done this. They didn't want to, and I don't blame them. When you see the money that some of these guys are getting, the Ducks are going crazy right now. They signed Granlund.
The Kings are signing everybody.
The Kings signed Cody Ceci and Brian Dumoulin. I mean, those guys, they committed, a ton of money to guys that I wouldn't commit that kind of money to. Just because they're out there doesn't mean you have to sign them at that price. Well, the Kings certainly did. Rob Blake ain't running the show down there anymore, so they're going crazy down there. Plus, the Kings signed Corey Perry. If that floats your boat, hey, I tell you what, if that floats your boat, good for you, man. Go put your boat in the water and float it. And don't float my boat.
I don't blame you. It's just, it's been, they're playing the wait and see game. And I think the longer you wait, we know this with pretty much every single sport, the longer somebody is in the free agency pool, the smaller the contract
That being said, they're going to need to get some guys under contract. That being said, they're going to need guys. I heard you going through the top 3 lines on the way in today.
Mm-hmm.
What you laid out as the Avs third line should not be the Avs third line.
Give me the lines real quick.
So here's the thing. The top pieces of both the blue line and the forward group are good. So it's Lehkonen, McKinnon, Lehkonen, McKinnon, Marty Nachos. It is Gabe, Brock Nelson, Val. The third line is where things are like you're looking for people to step up because it's probably at this point Colton in the middle.
Well, or he could, he's also a winger. So, if you want to move Jack Drury up to the middle there.
Okay, so it's Colton, Drury, Parker, Kelly?
Or one of the kids like an Ivan
Well,
or
that's what I'm saying. Prishapov or Steinberg.
I don't know about,
I don't know. Mose, it's the only bodies you got right now.
Understood. Or Oscar Olausen, guys like this. You're hoping that some of these guys can step into the lineup actually and play, right?
Yeah.
You put it this way. If you think that's your lineup, especially with the bottom 6, that's going to be the lineup that goes into the postseason next year, then
just
you're
for now.
out of your mind.
For now.
Right.
And the same thing kind of applies to your blue line. It's Taves and McCarr, and then it's
because right now you can get by with that.
Yes,
but that's not the lineup you're taking into the postseason.
It's Taves, McCarr. It is Sammy G in Manson, and then probably Middleton, Malinsky right now.
And Vic, you still have $7.5 million out there because Kelly doesn't kick in until next year. Okay, so you're in good shape, man. You still have money out there to get a guy or two if you want to. There's nobody out there really that I would want to allocate my funds or significant funds to at this point. So why not just hang on to it and see what shakes out of the tree? But you're going to, listen, with all due respect to Keaton and everything else, you're going to need more defensemen.
Yeah.
I don't know that you roll into the season with Middleton and Malinsky as your third pair, locked in stone.
Yeah, you're just, at this point, you're just biding your time. You're waiting. And I think, look, it's not a super strong free agency class to start with.
It is not.
So I think a lot of moves are made through trades, and we've seen that throughout the NHL so far, but the Avs could be doing the same thing. Could be.
Absolutely.
But for the moment, that's kind of what it looks like.
And there are teams that are going to have to shed before we get there. You know that, right?
Yes. Like Vegas is over the cap right now. They're over. Florida is over the cap right now.
That is correct.
You can find some guys when they're looking to offload some things, you can get something out of it. So again, we'll jump back to the Avs in a bit. I do want to get back to the Nuggets. And one thing that in the effort of being fair, I think there's a discussion that has to be had about what this GM group is doing as opposed to the old regime that we'll get to next.
Good morning, Vietnam. You're listening to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. One's from Nebraska, one's Italian, and I think one's French because he's always waving the white flag.
This is Ed in Firestone, and you're listening to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Hot sports takes from Powder, Papa Smurf, and a guy who took 5 pounds of meat to the face on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
This is Ryan from Franktown. You are listening to a farmer from Nebraska, a small Italian from the north side, and the guy that doesn't heal. Welcome back to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Moser said, why do they always want to get after us? I'm like, we've trained the audience to do this. What do you mean?
All right, here's the thing, everybody out there.
We kill each other on a daily basis.
Yeah, what are you offended
expect
by?
These people to be nice to us?
Hang on a second. By the way, have we had any women chime in yet, Nelly? Have you heard any women on the app?
Yeah, we've had a few.
Okay. Well, I think what's fair is fair. What was that guy's last name from Franktown?
The last one?
Cletus?
Ryan.
Ryan.
Roscoe P. Coltrane.
Ryan. Hey, Farkas, listen to me. I think it's only fair if they're going to pop us on a rejoiner, and everybody's talking about meat to my face. Thanks a lot.
No, that was actually Ed in Firestone who mentioned the meat to your face.
Okay, Ed.
Ryan was the one that said you don't heal.
Well, he ain't wrong. But I figure we get to go to their house and knock on their front door and give them all kinds of crap. Hey, Ryan, nice haircut, you goob.
And the guy that doesn't heal.
I actually think
Ryan, if you think you're healing after that one, you're wrong, buddy.
It's a great promotion. Me and Vic and Moj all pile in the car and Nelly. And you give us your address, we knock on your door, and we rip you apart for 5 minutes, and then we leave.
We're going to insult the hell out of you and take off.
Powder, Papa Smurf, and a guy who took 5 pounds of meat to the face.
It was 10 pounds, bro, so shut it.
All right, can I be fair about something here? Because I've seen a lot of this, and I understand, this is the more fun way to go about an offseason. It is, I think, the more proper way to go about an offseason when you're in a championship sort of window and you have the best player in the world. The way that Tenzer and Wallace have handled this is, I think it's been phenomenal. I literally don't think you could have asked for a better offseason as of now. I want to be fair to Calvin Booth, though, in one sense. And you guys tell me if I'm being too fair. There's part of me that I have some empathy for Cal. And the reason why is the way that he thought building a team, the best way to go about it, was never really implemented. He gave pieces, like his was very, to me, very clear. I am going to build the majority of our depth through drafting players that I think are going to be good, having them on cheap contracts, and then filling in with a veteran here and there. And it just never happened because they never got to play.
But hold on a second. There's a little bit of flaw in your argument there. You said drafting people that I think are going to be good. Think. Are they or are they not? And I mean, when you draft late first round, early second round, those late picks, that's a lottery there, brother.
It is, but okay, how about this? Christian Braun's obviously somebody that worked. He is on a cheap contract that has contributed to winning in a very big way.
Yes.
It feels still to me, by the comments he made last trade deadline when it all came and went, that he still thought that Zeke Naji is one of those guys, but he doesn't get on the floor. And to him, he said, wasn't playing the proper position.
Listen, I still think Zeke can materialize into something. I have no qualms with Zeke, the player. I just wonder, was it necessary to sign him to that deal they did?
That answer, I think, is no. But here's the only reason you do that, Vic. The only reason you do that is you think that he is going to be good. And we never really got to see it. You know, it's the same way I kind of feel like Julian Strother, I know, has been hurt. But even when he's been healthy, he hasn't played all that much.
Yeah.
He really hasn't. And I think in Calvin Booth's mind, if those guys were getting 20 to 25 minutes a night or something like that coming off the bench, then maybe it looks different. I think that there was such a disconnect between the way that he saw success and the way Malone saw success. Like, Can you imagine what Malone's thinking right now? He's probably like, mother,
Yeah.
I've been asking for this for 5 years.
Sure. You know, they basically they sacrificed each other in whatever issues they had, and it's a shame that it had to happen. I'm not going to talk bad about either because they both produced an NBA championship.
Yeah.
They gave this city something it's never had before, and they should be congratulated and celebrated for that. At the same time, they both played an instrumental role in each other's undoing here.
Yes.
That is correct.
No doubt. But Calvin Booth did this offseason his first offseason. He did I go out and make a big trade for what's seen as a core piece in Will Barton.
Yeah.
He trades for KCP. He signs Bruce Brown. And then to his credit, he found a rookie that actually played as a rookie in the NBA Finals.
Absolutely. But the thing is, too, is that when you look at the deals given to the players, obviously Joker, you look at MPJ's deal, the one that he signed, the max deal, Vic. I said it then, and I'm going to say it again right this second. If the Nuggets didn't do it, somebody else would have.
Yeah.
Absolutely. In fact, multiple somebody else's would have, without a doubt. Jamal, I think the same kind of story. He was going to get paid by somebody, and that's your guy. And there was a strong indication that the franchise wanted to keep kind of running it back. You know, keep running it back because you won a title with these guys. And, yeah, you're missing some pieces now off the bench, but can you squeeze a little? I mean, Josh Kroenke even said it when he made the move with 3 games left in the regular season. I think there's more out of this team.
Yeah.
There's more. This team can give more. And he was right about that. They did give more. So, look, I don't want to sit here and pile on Calvin either because he did some very good things. It's just that when you get fresh minds in, a situation like they were in, boy, it can be incredibly helpful. And clearly the last 48 hours it has been.
I'm telling you right now, this approach is the way that I would do it.
Yeah.
The approach that Tendra and Wallace have taken is...
You mean sign all the best players?
I mean...
Fire everyone. Then sign all the best players and build a practice court where I can hang with them.
I'm just saying, like, getting guys that you know their games when you're in a championship window is the way that I think you have to build in the NBA. It's funny because football is different. The Chiefs have maintained 10 years of excellence. How? They don't do big things in free agency. They draft really well. That's how they've kept it together.
They do, and they let guys go as well, and they still continue to produce because they've got that guy at quarterback.
But the NFL's different. If you take the first, 3 rounds or around 100 picks with comp picks, there's probably 50 guys of the 100 that are truly really good players. The NBA has like 4 every first round, and they're usually top 10.
You know, there is a price to pay for using this method, employing this method that you describe. If they're all in, clearly. They're going veterans, capable veteran subs, they're all in. What it's going to do eventually is when the Joker era ends, they're not going to have anything to work with here. It's going to be.
But I mean, that's
because
something
draft
I think
picks will be gone, right?
You sacrifice it.
Yeah,
though.
those draft picks that you're hoping you're going to build another core, they're gone. So it's going to be some rough seasons there, and that's the give and take, I guess, when you're a middle market team, right? That's a give and take.
Yeah.
Are you going to be able to be a contender every damn year? No, it's not in this current climate. You can't do it. I'm just glad it's not during my time here. Screw it. It's your time, not mine.
Of all the people on this program, all the people, who takes the biggest macro view on occasion?
Huh?
I always say if you just take the whole picture, right?
I'd say it's probably me.
At no point did I envision you being a macro economist.
I don't think so at all. Okay, all right. Okay. Yep.
The idea is, though, Vic, I don't want you to bring up this is one avenue I don't want to pursue or think about and put in my head. I don't want to think about the day that Joker's gone. Okay? I don't want to think about that day. All I want to think about is while he's here. That's all I care about at this point. I know what's coming. I know Armageddon is around the corner. I know we're going to have to send Bruce Willis and what's-his-face up to asteroid to try to blow it up. I dig.
Who was up there with him?
Ben
Is it
Affleck.
Hartnett?
Ben Affleck.
Oh, Affleck. That's
Yeah.
right.
Steve Buscemi. Hey, what a great character he was in that movie. It's awesome.
Yeah, an alien sees Steve Buscemi and goes, "Whoa!"
Kind
Let me
of.
tell you something, though.
Alien's like, hey, what's up, cousin? You one of us?
Do you know how good Steve Buscemi is to look the way he looks and also be great?
I know.
Do you know how good he has
He's
to be?
been pretty great. He was great in The Sopranos, for crying out loud.
He's great in Reservoir Dogs.
He was,
Mr. Pink.
He was great. God, he was great in.
Why can't I be Mr. Blue?
Yeah,
You're Mr. Pink.
but even in the Sandler movies, right? When he's the guy who's going to be the serial killer and kill off all the.
It's one of the, you know what?
He's just great, man.
I should have, if I could choose one thing.
Was it Big Daddy where he was the?
Movie roles, just kind of hang out in tropical places with him, make mediocre movies,
Dan
and have a
Patrick
great
does
life.
that. That's what Dan Patrick.
I know.
He's in every flick.
Pretty good idea. Anyway, the point is that I understand that Armageddon is coming, Vic. I just don't want to get there, man. I don't want to envision those days because it's going to be very difficult, and they're going to have to get lucky again to rebuild this franchise.
So Sandler has Dan Patrick as his mascot. I'll ask all of you who listen and watch this show, what the hell's wrong with you? Why can't we be in a show? Oh, actually, Moser and I were in a movie. Thank you for that.
Yeah, Brett, have you ever been in a movie? Have you ever been in a motion picture?
We were in a motion picture with a red carpet and everything. The rest of you guys that are like creators,
Good for you.
why don't you create and put us in something?
There has to be somebody who
Oh,
listens
yeah, I
to
forgot.
the show.
You guys were so good, and the director was so stupid that he left your best stuff on the cutting room floor. I forgot about that.
Answer the question. Answer the man's question. Have you ever been featured in a motion picture?
Next question.
Can't say
That's
that I
what I
have.
thought.
Okay. There has to be somebody that listens to this program that has a big-time television program or is a producer or is a filmmaker of some kind. Could you not utilize us in some fashion, maybe even not in the roles that we are currently employed,
They're not creative enough.
but in
Moj.
other roles?
People just aren't creative enough.
I mean,
anymore.
we've got ourselves on film now. We at least Vic and I, we've got a resume. You got nothing.
You don't have a resume.
Yeah, I got it. It's prominently displayed on my resume. Forgot what the movie was called, but it's on there. Movie.
As any great actor would say. I was in a movie. I can't remember the name of it, but I was in it. Look, I guess you guys got me. You have a movie credit that I cannot say that I have. But I'm glad to know that Moj is such a brilliant cinematic mind that he knows when the good stuff is left out of the movie.
Did you know
instead
that
of
Kyle Keefe was once in a Taco Bell commercial? It was so bad.
Was he the Chihuahua?
No.
Oh.
I think he's eating a chalupa or something.
Just stuff in his
Yeah.
face.
So look,
Kyle Keefe, one other thing. Dude, he was a finalist. I mean, this close to Survivor back in the day when it was
Why
first
didn't he
on.
make it? What?
I don't remember they
Was it his
they
face?
flew him out to LA and everything. I don't, it might have been his face. We'd have to ask him. I don't know if they even told him other than you're not on the show. But he was, dude, he was LA bound. He was the whole 9 yards. He was this close to Survivor.
He didn't survive the cut.
Keefe does not strike me as somebody who would do anything has no survival instincts. And I'm saying that as somebody who also has no survival instincts.
Oh, I'd be the worst on that. First of all, I'd tell those, get the hell away from me, man.
I'm trying to just imagine Kyle Keefe making a fire.
Yeah, no.
He's not doing that.
Oh, good God!
Again, if you're in one of those groups, somebody's got to be the vibe guy. I'll be the vibe guy. You know, we're all having a little rough couple of nights. If it's a little rainy and cold, I'll keep our spirits up. Oh, here we go. Omaha employee here would love to get you guys in a Peyton commercial, but unfortunately, production assistants don't generally have that kind of pull. Well, you know what? Find the pull. I'll be in it.
Here's Ernie near DU. Guys, your listeners can barely use the talkback button on the app, and you think they're going to make a motion picture?
By the way, that Traeger grill will be given away during Kreckman and Lindahl today, so continue those submissions on the Voice of the People.
Get on the Voice of the People right now and get there. Get it taken care of.
And don't roast Moser because he got his feelings hurt last time.
It's just, you don't have to, you don't have to bust our chops.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. All right, we have the Family Feud, the return at 9 o'clock this morning, so stay tuned for that.
You think?
What's that?
Do you think DeAndre Ayton ends up with the Lakers somehow?
Probably. Here's a real question. Like, this is a real thing. Is LeBron getting traded? There's some really weird things that are coming out from his camp that would make me think it's at least possible.
By the way, the remaining guards, if you're a Nuggets fan and you think that last roster spot, they still can do something there. They still have enough money to go get a veteran guard. They do. They can use it now or they can wait and sit on it. But the guys available right now, guys like Malcolm Brogdon, Spencer Dinwiddie, Monty Morris. We saw Monte, and you've mentioned his name several times. DeLon Wright, Patty Mills. Is he still
available? Is he still playing for somebody?
I'm just telling you, he's available. Malik Beasley. Oh, my God, that story is sad. Guys.
Yeah, did you
it gets
read more?
worse.
Did you read more about that?
Oh, my God. He owes his dentist so much money that the dentist was forced to garnish his wages.
How is that even possible?
What a sad situation.
That's obviously not for dental work. It's got to be other stuff. But
who knows what the hell's going on? Unless he's getting some grill work done.
There ain't nothing a dentist can do that's costing millions of dollars. Okay? Nothing.
You see my dental plan?
Millions.
Got a lot of gold in my mouth.
So
that's sad.
In his career, Malik Beasley has reportedly made $60 million.
How does that happen?
I
man?
don't.
Again,
I don't.
He
know.
comes from a very good family, and he's just had some issues.
$60 million, though, dude. Overall in his career.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, he's only 29 years old, for crying out loud. He's not even 29. He's only 28 years old.
I mean, that's just getting wrapped up in some bad stuff.
In what?
You know who else is available on the NBA front? And I've liked this guy maybe more than I should. I really like Gary Payton II, Gary Payton Jr.
Yeah, he's
I
good.
like him. I like his game.
He's
not
available?
I think he's a free agent.
I'd like to have him. I think he's
I
a
like
good player.
him a lot. He's a lockdown defender. Again, he not the best shooter, but he'll knock down shots.
You know, again, this
What?
is
Brett,
yeah.
I thought, real quick, Vic, I thought that the satire that we do, what did Marty used to say? Do you think, didn't you? When I watched it happen last night in real time, how do these moves affect the Lakers? I shouldn't be surprised, but I was like, come on, what are we doing? Everything goes back to how it affects the guys in Los Angeles. And is LeBron getting traded? And what about Luka and all that? I understand, Vic, but it's just, it gets laborious after a while. That's all. It's laborious.
I just, the Nuggets have had, again, I think maybe the greatest 24 to 48 hours of an offseason, considering the circumstances in their franchise's history. They could have, like, if I put any of these acquisitions in a vacuum, if their offseason went the way that we thought it would, that all the indications said, and I still wonder what was going on here, when John Wallace and Ben Tenzer and Josh Kroenke and David Adelman all started talking about the offseason, and they say a lot of it is going to be looking for improvement from within, some version of that. If I told you that the one offseason move they made was getting Valanciunas, I think it would be like, dude, that's pretty good. Pretty good considering the circumstances. Or the one thing was getting Bruce Brown
back, yeah.
Or the one thing, you know what I mean? Like, I think any of those by themselves would be like, you know what? Well, at least they did that. That's pretty nice. But to do all of them.
Well, I think that, and then when you compound them all, right in it. And I'm telling you right now, the Avalanche are going to be right in it. You're right in the mix.
Yeah.
You're there.
It's just when you make a move like that or moves like this in a season where the entirety of it was, what can we do to help out what is already a good roster? A roster that took the world champions to 7 games and took them to the brink in a way that most teams didn't outside of Indiana. To add this brings such a brand new layer. Like this is not similar to really any team that I can think of. You know, it's all on paper right now, but this is, to me, on paper, as good as the championship team was.
Well, the difference is, and we laid it out, I think, at the beginning of this show, and you were right on point. Here's the difference between hope. You hope young players can develop versus, I know what these guys can do. I've seen it.
We've lived in the I hope world every offseason. I hope this guy can be this. Hell, we had it last year. What did we hope last year? God, I hope Deron Holmes is going to be a guy that plays for you this year. Like, you are putting a lot of your faith of bench production in a rookie that hadn't played yet.
I know you can't do it. I know that history's already made a champion out of the OKC Thunder. But if you replayed that series right now, and I gave you the roster the Nuggets currently have versus the one they played that series with, would you expect a different result? I would.
I think so, yeah.
I would.
I said this at the beginning, but I
think the Nuggets beat OKC, and then I think they beat Minnesota with that roster. You know, the one thing about Minnesota that's given the Nuggets so many fits is their size. All right. We got a Jonas we could throw at you now. Got a Valanciunas.
I think Valanciunas is, my favorite thing that they've done this offseason. Like, yes, shedding salary and getting Cam Johnson could be really, really good, and I think he's a perfect fit for this team. But giving Jokic finally the ability to be like, hey, you don't got to do it all the time, every single night for 38 minutes. The amount of pressure you're putting on him, because that's not just a short-term thing. When you tax somebody that much, Vic, you saw it up close and personal when you're doing sidelines during games. Every second Jokic is off the floor, there's heat packs on his back, his knees, his elbows mess. He had so many more issues than I think that they let on. And I think it was obvious that sometimes, especially late in the season, remember when his touch just kind of disappeared randomly? And you're like, what? Why is he not making these little floaters, these little bunnies that he always makes?
Yeah, well, you
don't think that playing 38 minutes a night and taking a beating like that just kind of taxes you over time?
There's no doubt about it. He's a human being. We think of him as a Serbian cyborg, but he's a human being. It looked like a NASCAR pit stop when they put all the stuff on him and all this kind of thing. But at the same time, when he's off the floor, here's what my heart does. I'm holding my breath waiting for the lead to collapse. Or I'm waiting for the deficit to not, and begging for it to not expand, but waiting for it to get down to, or get to double digits before he comes back in and saves the day, Vic. Theoretically, we don't have to do that anymore. Theoretically now, you can put the other big fella in, and he can at least hold the fort for a while.
The verdict is in for Diddy.
So that 2 guilty counts?
Not guilty on 2 counts, guilty on 1 count, I thought.
Well, I see here, not guilty
3,
on 3
count 5,
counts.
both guilty.
He is not guilty of racketeering and sex trafficking.
Those were the worst ones.
Can I ask you a dumb question?
Yeah.
On a sports talk radio show? What exactly is racketeering?
Vic, it's such a RICO law is so complicated that it'd be impossible. I mean, I have a basic understanding of it, but in terms of how it applied in this case, it's very complicated.
Brett, can you give me your best definition of what racketeering is?
It's when you're really bad at tennis. That's what it is.
The shuttlecock.
When I hear racketeering, I'm charged with racketeering. I mean, hey, knock it off with all that racket. What is racketeering?
It's this is how they got mob bosses involved in it. It's all kinds of things. It includes bribery.
So it's a form of organized crime where individuals or groups reportedly engage in illegal activities, often involving extortion, fraud, bribery to profit financially.
See, I knew bribery was in there.
So it's racist against my people.
The mob people?
Yeah. That's what racketeering is.
It's just
a made up crime.
Yeah, basically, it's like just a fraud. It's a broad definition of fraudulent activities. How's that?
We call it life.
Okay.
We call it living.
What's the biggest thing, by the way, that has plagued the Nuggets with Jokic over and over and over again, more than anything else?
The biggest thing that's plagued the Nuggets?
Yeah.
What do you mean? His off minutes when he's not on the non-Joker minutes?
The fact that they're 19 points better on average with him on
That's
the
what
floor
I just
than
said.
off the floor.
When he's off the floor, my heart beats like a baby rabbit, and I hold my breath because I'm scared that things are going to fall apart.
So this was from 8 months ago. So this was, when would that be? December? So early in the season. Jokic's on-off per 100 possessions this season is a mind-boggling 43.1. 43-point difference. And it's like, if you have people like Valanciunas, like Bruce, like Hardaway, that now help out a bench unit enough to be like, hey, when Jokic is off the floor for 10 minutes, can we cut that down to like, I don't know, 4? Like -4? That's all it would take. Like the Nuggets would turn into, theoretically, like a 60-some win team.
Theoretically, yeah.
Do you know who is the pressure on going into this Nuggets season? And listen, we still have an off season to get through. And by the way, I got word that the Nuggets front office is hard at work as they've been for the last week doing all this stuff. Summer League is next. They're going to assemble their Summer League team. They're also planning on visiting Nikola Jokic in Europe at some point.
The new group?
The new group, yeah. And I love that. I love the fact that they're open to making that trip over there. It's going to be hot as hell, by the way. I saw the temperature in Belgrade yesterday. It was +04. It's hot all over Europe. But they're going to make a case to go see Nikola Jokic. Did you guys see Jamal Murray the other night? He was at that UFC fight. I think this applies even more pressure on Jamal Murray.
Vic, I completely agree with you.
How so?
Yes.
Well, I think he is. If the Nuggets want to be a championship team again, all right. How many? They have now 2 max contracts. Did you guys read what Jake Coyne said about Aaron Gordon? If Aaron Gordon hadn't massaged his deal last year, this would not have taken place. They would not have been able to get under the apron.
Because it's an extra $9 million or something like that?
Million, something of that nature. So Aaron Gordon went out of his way to help the team, massage the team. Jamal Murray's getting paid.
Yeah.
Jamal Murray has to start the season with a bang. It can't be a soft start.
I completely agree with you.
You guys agree?
Yes.
Is that asking
no.
This whole notion that, it takes them a while to get going. Screw that.
I completely
no,
agree. Brett,
no. Hey, listen to me. I'm not trying to be an ass saying this. No. You can't be late to the party.
Brett, when the Avs have a bad night or they're not going well or whatever, what does Jared Bednar say about some of the guys?
Passengers.
There you go. Yeah. And no offense to Jamal Murray, but it feels like he's been not more of a passenger than not, but it feels like on some nights he is a passenger. And if they're going to get to where they're going to get to, and I'm not trying to put him down because he's had his own issues to deal with, but he's going to have to be from the get-go, he's going to have to be the man.
I don't know if that was a question.
Yeah, well, it's not a question, it's a statement. Jamal, I mean, you gotta be the guy because they need you. You're getting paid like the guy. You can't get paid like the guy and not be the guy. And you're right, Vic, from the get-go. And you know what? Here's the thing. I've done nothing but support Jamal Murray the entire time because he's my wife's favorite player, by the way. He's so dynamic and when he's on, he's so
he's
effective.
My kid's favorite player too.
Yeah.
But what I cannot hear in December, if there's a struggle, it's going to take a while to get. No.
You got to go from the get-go, man.
I've never understood that. Like people who are consistently late. No.
And I would argue to you, Vic, this coming season, with what OKC just did, with what Houston has done, and these other teams that think they've got a shot, I don't even know how they're going to play once it gets to the postseason. But you got to put yourself in as high a seat as you possibly can. You've got to take in this stacked Western Conference, you've got to give yourself every possible advantage that you can when the postseason rolls around. And that means wins in November are going to be as important as wins in March, period.
You know, the other takeaway I have for what the Nuggets did, not only did they get pieces that are necessary to fulfill that depth piece, but they got them at prices that are cheaper than I ever envisioned. I didn't realize they can get Bruce Brown 1 year minimum.
Yeah.
I never thought that was going to happen at a 1 year minimum. I didn't think Tim Hardaway Jr. would sign a deal for a minimum contract. Are you kidding me? Those are both deals that I had no idea could happen.
Yeah.
So not only did they get the guys, but they got the guys at a team-friendly rate.
They got Cam Johnson, Bruce Brown, Jonas Valanciunas, and Tim Hardaway Jr., and they have room.
Yeah. And it's only for 1 year. I mean, look, you've got Brucey B and Hardaway for 1 year. Okay? But this is the year to put it all in. Push all in. Let's go.
Yeah. Got the feud coming up in 20 minutes.
Hold on. 3178 says Murray is worn down. Well, the depth's going to help him too.
The anti-inflammatories, man.
Yeah, but he's also got to come in. He's got to come in ready to go.
Yeah, here's the deal.
And I think we all know what that means.
All of this helps. The bottom line is the season still feels like it comes down to Murray. Whether they have the depth or not, the depth can help if he's not playing at his peak. But if he does, it doesn't matter if you have the help or not because it feels like that's all you really need. When Murray plays at a high level, this team is almost impossible to beat. And it's been that way for 4 straight years. It's always coming down to him. And when you have an explosion like he did in the postseason 2 years ago, you get to hoist the trophy at the end of the season. And when you get what you've got in the last couple of years, you don't. And it always seems to come down to that one fact. And so hopefully Murray, now that he's not heading into an offseason where he's injured and then playing in the Olympics and doing a whole bunch of other stuff, can just focus on being healthy and in shape when the season starts. We can get back to this in a second.
That's the key.
Again, the feud coming up in 20 minutes. Stick around.
You're listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, where Vic says tomato, Brett says tomato, Nelly says Druin, and Mark says Druin.
Where's that script? Oh, here it is. You're listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the morning show with 3 men, 2 prostate, and all the Denver sports takes you can get with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Welcome back to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on Altitude Sports Network 92.5. I'm smart enough to use the talkback.
Welcome back to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. This is Brett Kane, Vic Lombardi, and the bestest whittle boy, Mark Moser. Don't hurt his feelings.
This is your Core 4 jersey winner, Eli Farkas. With an A, not a U, Mark. And you're listening to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I like that one. The ba 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 ba. I just had it. Ba 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 ba.
Hey Vic, I did something for you, and you need to thank me. Of all the gifts you've ever given me, Nelly, that's good music. Yeah, that's brother music right there. That means we're brothers. I took care of you for something, Vic. Why don't you get on your Twitter machine right now?
Let's see what you got me.
Are you on the Twitter?
Yeah. What?
Why don't you go to Ari Mirov?
Who? Oh, that guy who unfollowed me?
No, he blocked you.
Oh, why did he unblock me? Or why did he block me again? Did you ask? Okay, I'm there.
You are unblocked.
Oh, what'd you say to him?
I said, why are you blocking my boy? We want to communicate with you, Ari. And he says, Mark, I'm sorry. He says, let me see if I can find it. You asked me 3 days ago you said, Moj, can you please have him unblock me?
Oh, I was just trying to, I didn't say unblock me. I was like, why did he block me? I don't care.
He says, I'm not sure what happened. Is there any chance his account was hacked at some point?
Oh, yeah, it was.
Okay. It's happened to a few people I follow this past year. When it does, I usually block right away to get the spam off my timeline.
By the way,
so you are now unblocked by Ari, so you can. He quote tweeted you in the past, like he appreciated your work too.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you doing
You're welcome.
that. That is,
I got you.
What a gift you just given me. Wow. I do want to say.
See, what did I tell you, Brett?
Yep, that's the exact reaction that.
What did I tell you?
You called it. You said that's exactly the way he'd react.
I said I got him unblocked by Ari Mirov. I said now they can communicate and Vic, can be happy about it and all this kind of thing. I said, but you know what? He's not going to thank me.
Okay,
he's going to be absolutely defiant about
all right,
it.
Let's play a game.
Jerk face.
Let's play a game. You want a real challenge? See if you guys could get me unblocked from
Ravel.
Yeah, that guy. Darren Ravel.
You don't want to be unblocked from Darren Ravel.
I mean, not that
no,
hang on.
But if you could pull that off, you will win things.
Can we watch TV for a second? ESPN2 is saying, have the Nuggets
for God's
done enough?
Sake.
Well, hang on. It might be good. Have they done enough to support Jokic? Let's hear
Nuggets the past couple of years is that some okay role players might be enough to lift them over the finish line. That's how poor their bench has been, and that's how inevitable Nikola Jokic is. I mean, this is a team that lost in Game 7 in each of the last 2 Western Conference semifinals after winning the title, blowing a 20-point lead to Minnesota 2 years ago, and then losing, obviously, a blowout in Game 7 to the Thunder. But they were up in Game 4 of that series in the fourth quarter. If they win that game, I think Denver goes on to win the title. I think if they win that Game 7 against Minnesota, they go on to win the title. Instead, they lose those 2 games. They're sitting here having not made it out of the second round each of the past 2 years, and now they've gone out and gotten an okay backup center, a couple of okay wings. We'll see if Bruce Brown can get back to how he was in Denver. Tim Hardaway Jr. is an okay shooter, but there's a reason he's bounced around a bunch. And Jonas Valanciunas at this point is, again, an okay backup center. But this is a team that did not have any depth at all, and now they have some. Now, I do think the upgrade or the alleged upgrade from Cam Johnson over Michael Porter Jr. as part of that trade is also a little muted. I would say those guys are very similar players, and the reason that Denver made that trade and gave up the one asset they have going forward, their 2032 first-round pick, is because it saved the Cronkies $1 gazillion in tax payments as a repeater tax team. It gets them out of the luxury tax this season. But if you look at Denver now, They are marginally better than they were last year, and marginally better might be good enough because they have the best player on the planet.
Whatever his name is, Bontemps, last name Bontemps.
Tim Bontemps.
Tim Bontemps.
You know what the best thing about that is? I don't even know who that is.
All right. Let's be clear about one thing. The trade of Porter was not to get out of the tax so that ownership didn't have to pay it. It was because Cam Johnson's a better fit, and it saves you money and enough money to get Valanciunas.
You could do stuff.
That's why you do it.
It turned a lever to allow them to do everything thereafter. They can't do what they just did without that trade happening. How hard is this to figure out? You get paid to talk about NBA stuff. You get paid to do this. Why do you go back to, well, they just saved a bunch of money? It's not about just saving money. It's not just about that.
It's not anything about that, dude. It's about
in fact,
the leverage
the owners
that
who are spending money are getting their asses kicked. Ask Matt Ishbia if it pays to go into the second apron. Ask him. Ask the Boston Celtics what they're doing right now. I don't understand when people just automatically square off and say, well, they're just saving money. You're stupid.
No, it was all to make the moves of filling out depth because they didn't have depth. Like it's very, very simple.
Let me please walk you through this. And I'm going to try to be as objective as possible. Do you want to just waste money? No. Would I want to be in a repeater tax if I don't contend for a championship? Hell no. No way. Would I want to just spend extra income if it's not necessary? No. But let me tell you what happened. By trading Michael Porter Jr., one of their 3 max contracts, which I campaigned they do a year ago. I wanted them to trade one of their maxes a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
When you trade that, it allows you to go under the apron. When you're under the apron, you could take back more money in trades, which allowed them to trade Dario Saric straight up for Valanciunas. Valanciunas makes double what Saric makes. Under the old arrangement, if they weren't under the apron, they would not have been able to execute that trade. That becomes illegal. It's not allowed. But because they're under the apron, they can now pull that one off. It opens up other things that they can do now. It actually rewards teams when you're under the apron. It rewards you for pulling stuff off. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about.
I get 2 things just real quick. A texter makes a great point. Take yourself back 2 years ago when the KCP trade happened. Same people said that was about saving money. The same people said that. Do you guys remember that?
Yep.
That they said that was an effort to be cheap, essentially.
Which one was this?
The KCP trade.
The KCP moving.
Yeah.
But here's the other thing. And I'm going to ask this honestly because I think I have the answer. I mean, I have a thought, not an answer. Let's say that Michael Porter Jr. and Cam Johnson made the exact same amount of money, which means this money that the Nuggets have played with to sign Valanciunas and Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway would still be available with Porter on the roster. Do you think they still make the move for Cam Johnson? Because I do. Well, I think that they think he fits better.
I think so too. And it took a year too long, to be honest with you. They could have done this a year ago if they really wanted to. But that's fine. That's fine. Okay.
But on that question, do you think if it wasn't like there wasn't an added benefit to saving money to do the other things in free agency that you wanted to do, would they have traded Michael Porter Jr. for Cam Johnson still?
Maybe not added a number 1 draft choice.
But would they still do the deal?
Yes,
is what I'm asking.
Probably would, yeah.
Let me tell you what else this does. Woody Page just tweeted this out, and I'm going to read the numbers that he tweeted because it's perfect. Let me tell you what this trade is. Because Tim Bontemps, and I didn't hear the extent of his conversation. Maybe he went on. We've talked about what the Nuggets need. They need more depth. The only way to get more depth is to unload one of your big deals. That's a very simple philosophy. This is not hard. A 4th grader can figure that out. Let me tell you what this has done. Michael Porter Jr. due to make $38.3 million this season. $38.3 million. $38.3 million. If you add the salaries of the 4 guys they just got, Cam Johnson, Jonas Valanciunas, Bruce Brown, and Tim Hardaway, all 4 make less than $38.3 million combined. They make $37 million.
So would you trade
get
Porter?
4 players.
Would you trade Porter and a first for those 4 players?
Yes.
And the answer is absolutely.
You get, not just 1, you get 4 players. How stupid do you have to be to make that allegation that's just about saving money?
Okay.
Are you stupid?
And again,
Vic,
that's nothing against Porter. It's nothing against Porter.
Nothing at all. Because somebody would have paid him that money anyway, so it's irrelevant. But, Vic, let me get to where Bontemps eventually got to where he needed to get to. Now, he poo-pooed the ability of the players. Like, they're okay shooters. He's an okay backup, this kind of thing. I happen to think they're better than he does. But that being said, he got there eventually when he said, if they win those 2 Game 7s, they win the title. And he's absolutely right about that because I believe the same damn thing.
I don't know because Aaron Gordon is hurt. If they win Game 7 in OKC, they do not beat Minnesota.
Let's go back to Minnesota.
Yeah.
If they beat Minnesota in Game 7, do they win the title? Or close to it?
I don't know. I don't
know.
Maybe they don't beat Boston. Oh, they're in the finals. Okay, but look, he got there. And now you add these pieces. I don't care if you poo-poo what you think their ability is. They're a better basketball team right now.
No, but
Moshe
said
a basketball team.
Hang on. That's what he said at the end, though. That's what makes no sense.
That's what I said. He eventually got there.
No, but he said, "Oh, they make these moves because they don't want to be in the repeater tax. Are they better today than they were yesterday? Yeah, they probably are. So that's it then. It's
silly. It's silly. It's again, if other teams do that, it's brilliant. It's what a brilliant maneuver. But for some reason, this guy's got a thing, and I don't know what that thing is. Screw that, man. I'm so tired of talking about it.
By the way, they might still be in the repeater tax at the end of this offseason. Like, who knows?
How much you want to make a bet that if they see an area, let me tell you something. You should not doubt what they're trying to do. They're trying to win a championship. Is it obvious that they're trying to win a championship? Is it obvious?
Yes.
Or not?
Of course it's obvious. Yes.
So it's pretty obvious. If they're in it and they feel in need, there's a void to be filled at the trade deadline, they're going to fill it. They're going to fill that void. They didn't do it last season, and they probably should have. They failed to act.
Texture says, in Turks and Caicos, listening to Altitude to catch up on the Nuggets trades. Thanks, gentlemen. Moser, what's the capital of Turks and Caicos?
Oh, yeah.
It's a
Coxswain? No, Cockburn.
Cockburn Town. That's right. Cockburn Town. And you can listen to us.
Who's the mayor?
You.
Lance Cockdale.
And with that, he is listening in Turks and Caicos, maybe in Cockburn Town.
Would you look at this pic? Look at this guy.
Why? Because you can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com.
Would you look at the pool and the ocean and the palm trees?
Yeah,
with this?
I'm pretty jealous.
You know what? Hey, dude, thanks for listening.
Now,
you don't need to show off all your fancy patio and gazebos and crap. All it does is make me jealous.
That looks sick, that looks so awesome.
When you go to the beach in Italy, you know how people usually send those pics of their legs on the beach? If you send one of those, I will be very mad.
Legs or hot dogs? Those kind of pictures?
Dude, I'm sending full Speedo pics, and that's it.
All right.
Speedos as far as the eye can see.
Anticipated
have to see too far.
Return of Family Feud comes your way next.
I need air conditioning this summer. It is heating up this week. It's going to be hot again today. If the AC better be working. If it's not working, you better call AAA Service. AAA Service for all of your plumbing, heating, electrical needs. Got a deal going right now, $49 for an AC tune-up. $49 if the AC is not doing right, they'll tune it up for you. If you want to add to that, they'll take a look and flush your heater system. $79 for that. You got electrical problems, they got you handled there. AAA service. It's easy to find them. AAAtoday.com. Just go online right now, AAAtoday.com.
It's time to play the feud.
Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec.
What are you hanging for? What?
Please explain. We have new people, more and more people coming to the program all the time. And it's been so long since we played, I'm guessing there are people who have no idea what this is all about.
People don't know our history on this game.
Okay, well, Nelly, give them some history of why we play this game.
Name an annoying thing other drivers do on the road.
Blinker on. Always the blinker on. Turn the blinker off.
Name an irritating sound that comes from a neighbor's house.
Chainsaw.
Name an appliance in every home.
Knife.
Sorry. You said an appliance.
Sorry. That's why we play the game. Go ahead, Nelly. Do another one.
All you need is 85 points, loser.
85.
Dude, we're going to do it today.
To win for the first time ever.
I'm going to
85.
do it seriously today. Today, seriously. We're going to win.
And here we go. Name an instrument in a symphony orchestra.
Cymbals.
Name its kind of cheese.
Goat.
Name a part of a ship.
Barracks.
Name the most wrinkled part of your body.
Ear.
Got you 115. Your final score is 120.
So that is why we play the game.
Let me go first this time, because I always have the pressure of going second.
All right, here we go.
Step out, Moser. Step out.
Have people been wanting this, by the way?
They have been.
Okay,
There's
let me get out.
Two different rounds.
Nelly, just wave to me when you're ready.
Vic's going to go first this time. Out of the room. See you later. Goodbye. What? Hurry up. Let me get my phone. Hurry up. Got a game to play.
Let me collect myself here.
I suggest that you do.
Okay.
All right. Now Moser is out of the room. The door is closed. So, Vic, 20 seconds on the clock.
I got you.
And here.
Do you need me to keep time, or are you keeping time?
Well, time is.
Yeah, shut up with your time.
I just say it. We don't really go by the buzzer.
Shut up
but
time. Crap.
Here we go. Name something that starts with the word chow.
Chow mein.
Name something that has to be licked.
Your hand.
Name something specific about Mickey Mouse that other mice might make fun of.
Ears.
Name a house you never want to be in.
Haunted.
Name something a bakery a baker might call his wife.
What? The hell does that mean? I don't even know what that means.
Something in a baker might call his wife.
Meatloaf.
All right.
I don't even know what that means.
Okay.
That's a dumb. See, this is stupid. You do stupid questions, stupid topic. That's dumb. Don't be dumb. I hate dumb things.
All right. God, that's great. Okay. See, this is the thing. When Moser goes second, he takes a 15-minute break before he comes back in. Is he outside the window, Nelly? I thought he was going to be outside the window. Come on. Walking down to take a poop? Anyway, so, by the way,
Who
I got
goes to a bakery? I don't do bakeries. I don't know what that is.
Okay. I was making sure he didn't have his no text line, no Twitch, no nothing. Don't look at any of that stuff, okay? All right.
So I took that opportunity to go take a squirt.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Sorry.
So Vic did okay.
All right.
So some pressure on the Moj. All right. 25 seconds on the clock.
Moj, I did pretty well. Moj, this is going to be easy for you.
Okay.
I did most of the heavy lifting.
Let's nail it.
In fact, you get maybe one of these right, and we get over the top.
Nail it.
Name something that starts with the word chow.
Chow?
Chow!
Chow wagon.
Name something that has to be licked.
Lollipop.
Name something specific about Mickey Mouse that other mice might make fun of him for.
His ears.
Another answer.
His shorts.
Name a house you never want to be in.
Haunted.
Another answer.
House of ill repute.
What?
Whorehouse.
Names.
I mean, what do you mean?
Yeah, I got that one.
Name something in a baker might call his wife.
Honey bun.
There's the answer you're looking for, Vic. Okay, so.
Stupid. These are stupid questions.
You said a whorehouse.
Well,
okay.
I didn't mean to. Sorry, that's a bad word.
No, that's fine.
I didn't grow up with your American things.
I said
Like
House of
bakeries.
Ill Repute. That's good.
All right. So we'll go through the answers. Name something that starts with the word chow. Vic, you said chow mein.
Yes, sir.
Oh, man.
Moser said chow wagon.
I was
Nelly?
thinking dog chow.
Buzzer, Nelly, buzzer.
He doesn't have it. I was thinking.
Cool, Carl.
Oh, okay.
I was thinking dog chow, but.
Well, you could have said chowder. You could have said chow chow, chow down.
What's chow chow?
A dog.
Italian.
Chow chow.
You said name a food,
What about chow?
right?
Name something that starts with the word chow.
Okay, my
Stupid
bad.
question. Stupid questions.
It is dumb.
Name something that has to be licked. Vic said hand.
Oh, my God.
Well, you see, this is the problem. Here's what I'm dealing with non-athletes here. Non-athletes.
It's supposed to be on.
No. When you're at the free throw line, or you're a quarterback in a game, what are you licking?
Or if you have to punch somebody in a cafeteria,
What are you licking?
You lick the back of your hand.
When you're getting ready to shoot free throws, what are you licking, everybody? See, I'm dealing with non-athletes. This is what happens in my world. I don't have anything to do with you people because you don't understand that. You need to lick that hand.
Moser, you said lollipop. Very nice, Moser. Number one answer, 33.
Yeah.
Ice cream cone could have been something you said, Vic, but you went with hand.
What a body part. I mean,
you could have said lips.
How about envelope?
Envelope on there. Stamp. Popsicle.
Okay.
Name something specific about Mickey Mouse that other mice might make fun of him for. Vic, you said ears. Again, number one answer, 36.
Come on, dude. Come on.
Where are we at?
What is the total number so far, Nelly?
I have yet to add it up, but let's see. With the two number one
that's
answers.
90. So you guys are at 126 so far.
Sweet.
Moser, you said shorts.
Well, he wears red. Doesn't he wear red shorts? An idiot. Is it on there?
That's not on there, Nelly.
Number two answer, clothes.
Yeah, that's good enough.
It says gloves. I feel like that's a cheat.
It says clothes.
It says
slash
clothes.
gloves.
Gloves, yeah.
Yep, that counts.
That counts, dude. Give it to
All
us.
right.
Give it to me, baby.
I don't even watch cartoons.
Name a house you never want to be in. Vic, you said haunted. Good answer. You got 20. Moj, you said house of the night, we'll say.
House of ill repute, which is a fair answer.
Cat House was on here.
Yes.
For 5.
Yes.
Yeah. Moj, we are kicking
We are
ass.
kicking butt.
What's the total number we're at now, Nelly? What's the total?
I will.
So we're at
calculate
126.
quickly.
You got 20 for haunted house.
146
That's
and 5, 151.
151.
How much do you need to win this game?
200.
200.
Oh, all right, we got this.
Name something in a bakery a baker might call his wife. Vic said meatloaf.
Wait, wife or ex-wife?
So, Moj, you need, 49?
49.
You said...
Wait, he said meatloaf?
He said meatloaf. No, actually what he said is, what? What does that even mean? Meatloaf. That's what he said. Moj, you said honey buns. Number one answer?
Yes!
32.
Oh, man! Moser! Man, meatloaf!
All right, so...
God, if you just...
Come on.
if
There's
you
a lot of women out there that would want to be called meatloaf. Don't deny it.
Vic, hey, turn off your Twitch and turn off
everything.
Anything that gives you answers and leave.
We're playing again?
Yeah,
one more
round.
time. I go
walk
first
around.
this time.
All right, go walk around. All right, now that Vic is
Bakery.
out.
So if you said chef, he's a bakery. It's got to be
So it's like
pastries.
Sweetie, cupcake, muffin,
Right.
sugar, donut.
Yeah. Well, you don't call your wife donut. Hey, donut, come on over here.
I guess you're right.
It'll be a hole in the middle.
Okay. Okay. Round number 2.
boy.
Moj, 25 seconds or 20 seconds of the clock, and here we go. Name something that might be brewing.
Coffee.
Name something that might be full of holes.
Cheese.
Name Marvel's Avengers.
Oh, God. Captain America.
In horror movies, name a place teenagers go where there's always a killer on the loose.
Shed.
Name something snowmen might have nightmares about.
The sun.
That's a good round, Moj. That's a good round. Yeah, that's good, man.
Woo! I can guarantee you he is going to jack this up beyond belief. He is going to
tally this
he
up here.
is going. Did I get it on my own?
No.
Because he is going to ruin us.
All right, don't say anything about anything that we just mentioned. Mm-hmm.
We done?
Yep, he's
right.
done.
How'd you do, Moj?
I kicked major butt.
Hey, I got 2 number 1 answers on my go-around.
I probably got more than that.
All right. Vic, you did good. You just need to keep this thing together. 25 seconds on the clock. And here.
Hold on.
Okay, all right.
Hold on.
I don't think that's allowed. I don't think Steve Harvey just gives you time.
All right, I'm good.
And here we go. Name something that might be brewing.
Coffee.
Another answer.
Tea.
Name something that might be full of holes.
Cheese.
Another answer.
Dirt.
Name one of the Marvel's Avengers. Huh? Marvel's Avengers. Name one.
Blimpy.
Mother!
In horror movies, name a place where teenagers go that there's always a killer on the loose.
Cafeteria.
Name something that snowmen might have nightmares about.
Sun.
Another answer.
Carrots.
All right. Okay, hang on a second.
I'm gonna.
Did you say Blimpy for one of the Avengers?
I don't know what those are.
Okay, hang on a second. Here we go. Tallying up the numbers.
Let me get my. Dude, you are such an idiot.
You took my answers, dude. You took my answers.
I had Mickey Mouse ears too, bro. You took that one.
Hang on one second. I just want to figure something out.
With holes. What does that even mean? Jeans? That's so dumb. Dumb questions.
You said dirt, bro.
I deal with logical. My kind of questions are like SAT questions, not these ridiculous amateur hour questions. What is this?
Name something that might be brewing. Moser, you said coffee.
Number one answer.
Number one answer, 37.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Vic, you said tea. Number 3 answer, 17.
What's number 2? I'm just curious.
Beer.
Wait, excuse me?
Beer.
Brewing beer?
Yeah.
It's, they're called breweries.
I just don't, whatever.
Also, a storm's a brewing.
Okay.
Trouble's a brewing. Name something that might be full of holes.
Hold on. Let me get back here. I'm trying to add this up.
No. We looking good right now?
Okay, 37 plus
That's
54.
17. You're at 54 right now.
Okay, plus, okay.
Name something that might be full of holes. Moser, you said cheese.
That's what I said.
I wanted to get specific, but
The
okay,
Swiss cheese.
Swiss.
Mm-hmm.
Number 1 answer, 40.
Yeah.
Vic said dirt.
You know why I was thinking that? Yesterday I had to release some of my my sprinklers, and I had to dig holes around my sprinklers. So there's a lot of holes in my yard right now. In my dirt.
Name Marvel's Avengers. Moser, you said Captain America. Third straight number 1 answer,
Yeah.
22. Vic said Blimpy.
What the hell are the Avengers?
Iron Man, the Hulk,
I don't
Black
do
Panther,
you
Thor,
guys get categories I don't do. I don't do cartoons, man.
Spider-Man.
I don't know what is a Marvel? What does that even mean?
Marvel Comics. What's your guys' total at right now?
116. Because my teammate's a moron.
In horror movies, name a place teenagers go where there's always a killer on the loose. Moser said the shed. I'm going to give him this. I'm going to say that's a cellar. I'll give him a cellar.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good, yeah. Number 1 answer.
Number 4.
Oh.
That's 6. Vic said the cafeteria. You know, when they all get
right,
they're always like halfway through a turkey sandwich.
Right,
when the killer
right.
comes in all the time.
Freddy Krueger just shows up.
You could have said the woods or a cabin.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay.
You could have said a graveyard.
I was thinking cabin when I said shed, but yeah.
Bathroom or shower. Always
Yeah,
something
okay.
going on in there. And then finally, so what's the number at, Moj?
122.
We're done. We're toast.
Name something snowmen have nightmares about.
Sun. That's number one
said
answer
that.
with a
Mosier said sun.
So did I.
Number one answer.
90.
So did I.
62. What's the number?
184.
So Vic needs 16 with his answer of carrots.
What? The snowmen have carrots for noses. You know, maybe he had a nightmare that all carrots were gone. No more carrots.
So Mosier, just for the record, with 4 number one answers, that tallied up to 161 total points. Vic, no, I'm sorry, 167 total points. Vic came away with, what is the total for Vic? What did you guys finish with? 101?
184.
Blimpy must have got you
17.
He got some points on the first one.
Idiot.
For T.
T was the only points he got.
Name something with holes in it. Dirt. God, what an idiot.
Blimpy's my favorite Avenger.
And
hold on, that last question. First of all, a snowman cannot have nightmares. That was going through my mind at that time. It's not real. It's not real. So there's no nightmares.
Well, I don't know if you know this, Vic. Snowmen actually don't exist. They aren't like sentient beings.
What was
All right,
number
so
2? Space heater?
I answered
Fire?
sun.
Flamethrowers?
Yeah.
What else is that? What?
Snow plows or shovels?
See, this is stupid.
Blow dryers, rain.
Stupid.
Dogs? Ping dogs?
These are dumb. They're dumb questions. You got to cater these to smart.
I spotted you 167, bro. We couldn't get there, man.
You know what this was? This is Jokic going for a 60-point
Right,
triple-double,
exactly
and you
right.
still lose.
The
and everybody
non-Jokic
else is-
minutes did not do well.
Yeah, everybody else is 1 of 23 from the 3-point line.
This is why you need Valanciunas and Bruce Brown and Tim Hardaway. That's why it needs to happen. All right. And so with that, a nice little reintroduction of the feud back after this.
Man.
All right, so a lot of our new listeners have not heard us play that game before. One says, very entertaining, you should do it every week. That's a treat.
It's too easy. When you kill something like that and you're so good at a game.
The feud is like going to a steakhouse. You do that a few times a year. It's a special little occasion, and that's it. That's the end. Can't do that every week. But it was way too long in between this last round.
Can I say this, though, that's typically how it goes? Typically.
Yep. Oh, really? Because when I went first, I racked up points left and right. That's how it works. What people don't understand, whoever gets to go first gets that top answer. I was just ringing up top answers.
Hang on, Mudge. Hang on. I've seen people like the carrot answer, dirt, not great. To say, name something in a bakery a baker might call his wife, and you said meatloaf, is by far my favorite answer of that entire game.
I'll tell you what.
Go call Terry.
Go slap Terry on the behind and go. Great to see you, Meatloaf. See how that goes, dude. Because you have too many teeth in your bottom jaw right now. You're gonna be about half of those are gonna be gone.
The whole question was stupid, by the way. What's number two on that?
Moser nailed it. It was honey buns. Sweetie.
No, I'm talking about the whole
Sweetie.
question. No, about where can you find holes? That's a stupid question.
Oh, what are the other answers to that?
Yeah, because, cheese is the first thing that came to my mind. Well, the other thing that came to my mind, I'm glad I didn't say it. I was going to say.
Clothes? Socks? Fish? A net? One of the Marvel's Avengers.
Huh?
Marvel's Avengers. Name one.
This is where.
Blimpy.
Mother.
I would love to see Blimpy save the day. I'd love it.
See, I don't watch all those Marvel movies. So
I don't know what those are.
Yeah, I guess I watched Iron Man, and did I see Iron Man 2? I don't remember, but I don't watch them when they all get together. I don't do that, but I know who they are because it's in my face all the time.
Is Darth Vader a Marvel Avenger?
Yeah.
Blimpy.
It would be a Star Wars character.
Okay. So, an honest question. What the hell is a Marvel character?
Marvel is a comic book.
It's a comic book series.
Okay.
Marvel Comics.
What makes you think that I'm going to read comic books?
You're not, dude. But they're the biggest movies on the planet. They have 1 billion of them.
I'll tell you what. That response, Vic, is exactly why I looked at Nelly and said, that's going in as one of the questions. I was waiting for an answer like that. Because I knew it would be a, Blimpy. Can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
Sports-wise.
So we're just going to chill out on the Nuggets now until they got one more hole to fill, and maybe they fill it now. Maybe it comes up a little
Nuggets
bit later
roster.
on.
That's the number 3 answer of things that are full of holes.
Not anymore. No, but so we're just going to. I guess there's nothing more to say about the Nuggets until we get to that last spot and or training camp.
I get an overall question here. You guys are the Denver historians. Has there ever been a time where you have felt this good about the upcoming seasons of the Nuggets and the Avs and the Broncos all at the same time?
The answer is no.
No, I can't because typically over the years when the Avs have been good, the Nuggets have not.
Yeah.
And they had some years where they mixed in, both in the postseason. But
recently they've been really good, but the Broncos haven't.
But the Broncos haven't, correct.
Yeah.
And the Broncos, even though they're hated, the Avs and the Broncos were really good. And the Nuggets, not so much. Yeah, this is probably the most optimistic.
The trilogy's upon us.
Yeah, going into September, this is probably the most optimistic people around here have been in a long, long time. If ever. It's a great question. Great question.
And look, I think we can – there's always going to be, I think, an argument right now. Like the Broncos aren't quite in the place where the Avs and Nuggets are, where it's – how about this? Let me ask it this way. For each of these teams, and there's still an entire offseason to go, understood. A lot of different things that have to happen, especially with the Avs. But where is your line of what you deem success for all three of these teams as of right now? From the way that you feel about these teams, if they get to this point, I think we'll be okay.
I think it's fair to say, what do they expect out of themselves? What do the Avs expect when they get to September?
I think for both of them, Moj, for the Nuggets and the Avs, it's Western Conference Finals. I really think that's it. Got to get there.
At least.
They're too good.
Yeah, I mean,
they're too good.
Competing.
At least.
You're competing. The expectation is competing for a championship. Now, whether you win one, that remains to be seen what your expectations might be, how tough a grader you are if you want to grade. Oh, no championship, it's a failure. That's not how I grade.
That's not
You
how I
have to
grade either,
compete
but
for one.
But both teams feel they can compete. So I think our expectations whatever you view as competing for a title, is that getting to the West Final? Is that getting to an NBA Finals or a Stanley Cup Final? I mean, right in there somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the Broncos, I think, is if I set the line at a playoff win.
Boy, that might, depending on how good that defense is, and I think it's going to be really,
Are you saying
really
that
good.
might be too high? Is that
I
what
think
you're
it might
saying?
be too high.
Okay.
I'm different when I think they should compete for the division.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that's pretty
If you're
lofty.
making the playoffs, though, I'd assume you're competing for the division. I would assume.
Well, they made the playoffs last year, and they were not competing for the division. Kansas City still won 15 football games,
what
bro.
What are you going to do when Kansas City goes 16-1?
Not compete for the division if you're the Denver Broncos.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that's kind of out of their control. If a team wins 15 or 16 games, like, how often do you get competitive? Ironically, there was one the last week of the season. The NFC North came down to 2 14-win teams.
Why? Kansas City won, 5-6 games by the hair of their chin last year? They barely got. Why can't the Broncos compete for the division?
No, I agree with you. That's why I don't think the Chiefs are doing that again. I don't think they're going 15-16 wins. Were they 16-1 or 15-2 last year?
15-2.
But they gave up in the last week of the season.
Correct. Vic, but listen to yourself. You're right. Their point differential last year was plus 59. They won some games by the hair of their chinny chin chin. You know what they did, though? They won, and they went to the Super Bowl. So good teams win those tight, close games and go 15-2.
So what? But what's your
and
point?
They're not going to be worse. They are not going to be a worse team.
I'm not
so
saying
maybe they
are
lose
gonna
a
be
couple
worse,
of those.
But I think that Broncos are going to be better, and that's a Broncos team that should have won in Kansas City. They could be 2-0 against Kansas City last year.
What are the Chargers going to do?
Oh, I'm so sick of your Chargers thing. Gosh dang it. We can't
Well,
get
you're
through
being
a football
you're being an
conversation
idiot
without you
because
bringing up the damn Chargers.
No, I'm just saying they won 11 games. They won
but hang on,
more
hang on.
games than you last year.
Stick on the Chiefs for a second.
Sure.
I think the Chiefs are taking a pretty sizable step back as far as the win column, because you can't have that year over year. The way that they won games is not sustainable year over year at the end. Getting a blocked kick, getting a toenail out of bounds in week one, like all that the different things that had to happen the perfect way for them to win, that just doesn't happen twice in a row.
I'm not saying they're going to win 15 games again at all. No, not a chance. But I think 13's on the table. Can the Broncos get to 13 wins?
I don't know. I just think you're going to see a Broncos team.
That's 13-4, Vic. If you want to add it, are the Broncos going to go 13-4? No.
I don't know. But I don't know that the Chiefs will go 12-5. I don't know. You don't know.
I don't know. But I have history and facts on my side. You have hope and whatever else on your side.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't totally
but I'm not saying they can't do it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they can't do it, but I'm just saying, what does logic dictate at this moment?
I wouldn't totally shut the door. Look, I don't think they're going to win 13 games. I don't think it's an impossibility that the Broncos get to 13. If their defense can stay healthy and is that good, they totally could get to 13.
Agreed.
Could. Being doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. It's just, I can't remember, and obviously you guys have backed this up, where all three of these teams are going in with pretty damn high expectations for what the year should be. And I don't know where you rank them as far as who you have the most or the highest hopes for or whatever. I think the Broncos are still third on that list between the Nuggets and the Avs being sort of on top of them. But, God, man, think about if the Broncos get the same play out of that defense or improved with some of the moves that they make, along with an actual running game, how big of a difference that could make for them.
Huge. Absolutely huge. They could. Again, I guess I'm trying to err on the side of caution in the expectation factor. They could absolutely get there. I didn't think they'd get to 10 wins in the postseason last year, but they sure as heck did.
But back to your original topic, I do not recall another summer where I looked at all three teams, and I'd love to include the Rockies in this conversation. Unfortunately, they're not. Where I could say that the Broncos, Avs, and Nuggets, all three of them, should be in the playoffs, and two of them compete for championships.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's never happened, and not on my watch.
Texter said if you wanted to do all four in town, he goes, Melo, Cutler, Sakic, and Tulo. I had faith in all four teams. I don't know what year that would have been. 2000, what? 7, 8?
Yeah, no.
7 or 8?
No, the Avs.
2008.
The Avs were not. They were not built to win at all. They were not. And looking back on it, neither were the Nuggets or the Broncos.
The Broncos weren't really built to win. They were built to be a playoff team, but not win at all in that era.
Nuggets were a playoff team, but they were not built to win at all, having gotten bounced in the first round every year but one.
Texture says the Nuggets have the best player in the world. The expectation should be a championship. I'm telling you, with some of these moves that they've made, I'm kind of there. I'm like, this feels like the ultimate go time. Like, I love these acquisitions so much.
Hey, Vic,
isn't it funny how where simple movement like this is? You hope your franchise recognizes what you see, right? You hope your franchise sees what you see. Like when the Avs went crazy during the trade deadline, and when they went crazy early, like you could tell early last season, this team, the goaltending is just not there. So what do? They wipe out their entire goaltending room. Just wipe it out.
Sure.
And they're doing things. When your team is doing things is when I think you're most proud as a fan, because you're like, let's go.
Yeah,
do something.
Absolutely. There's so many teams out there with that stick trying to poke their GM, say do something, right? Yep. Vic, I mentioned this a couple days ago about the optimism, maybe it was yesterday, the optimism of the team and the coaching staff and everybody coming in for the Nuggets for training camp, right, in October. And the sense of renewed purpose, maybe. Does Nikola Jokic ever need rejuvenation? Does he need that optimism burst? I mean, or is he just this? Is he just that guy all the time?
It's funny you say that. I was actually imagining Nikola Jokic in Serbia yesterday, reading this news, hearing that what the Nuggets got, and I'm just curious as to what his reaction would be. Like what as he sees all this unfold. I guarantee he's happy to hear about Jonas Valanciunas showing up. I guarantee that one really got him going.
Brucey B
coming back, and I'm just curious. Does it change his routine? I don't think so. That guy's robotic. I don't think it changes his motivation. He probably is thinking, okay, we got something here. And now you go into training camp with a completely different mindset. And it's much more professional and much more, hey, we ain't messing around this year. Remember that feeling in OKC when you get blown out in Game 7? Remember that.
You said
any chance?
You said the front office is going to Serbia to see him this summer, right?
Vic said that.
Oh, Vic said that. Vic, what did Joker say to you when you said, I'll come over to Serbia? And what did he say?
You will not find me.
He said, you will not find me.
Is there any chance?
I love that.
That Jokic is unaware of the moves made yet so far?
No, there's no chance of that.
That
would be fun.
He's unplugged,
Yeah.
and the first time he's going to find out about the moves is when that front office visits him.
Now, I'm sure his brothers would tell, somebody would tell him, one of his buddies would tell
There's
him.
no
Like,
chance.
but
he's more aware than people think.
But I don't think he's sitting there on Twitter every day waiting for news to come down.
I also know that
He doesn't have Shams alerts?
Nope.
Like I do?
Hey, let me I need to erase what people assume is happening in his life. I know he doesn't do Instagram or Twitter. I get that. He knows. Information gets to Joker very quickly. He's very aware during the course of a season and off season. He's not like me in Marvel Comics, right? It's not that relationship. He knows exactly what's going on.
303-504-0925. Fact checker coming your way next.
Yep, it is summertime. Vacations, barbecues, beach days. Long nights with the people you love, right? Gotta feel alive, but if your energy's low, your drive is off, you could be suffering from low testosterone like I was. Do something about it, because getting treated is just the first step to feeling your best all summer long for all the activities. And you got to go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Here's the telephone number, 720-440-7900. Maybe just not feeling like you used to, decreased energy, some brain fog, unproductive workouts, bad sleep patterns. All these things can be signs of low T, and it may be happening to you. Guys in their early to mid-30s start to lose 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every single year. Do yourself a favor. Find out what they can do for you. Schedule an appointment. They're going to draw your blood results within 30 minutes. They're going to give you all the lowdown on what's going on with you. And if you do have low T and you get on the treatment, man, it's going to pick you up. You're going to feel like you haven't felt in an awfully long time. That number again, 720-440-7900, or again, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
This is Ryan from Broomfield, and you're listening to Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, where Vic intentionally loses at Family Feud just to make Moser sad.
In a world hanging by a thread, one airborne hero will rise. This summer, justice is lighter than air. Prepare for liftoff. Blimpy, the movie.
Hey, it's Denver Dan. You're listening to Old Guy, Other Old Guy, and Kane on Moser, Blimpy, and Kane. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Oh, Blimpie. I mean, I think they got to make one now. By the way, Blimpie, I'm assuming, did you just confuse that with Kirby? The little puffer guy?
Kirby is. No, just first thing that came in my mind. I remember Blinky, for those of you who grew up in Denver, children of the 70s, 80s, 90s, Blinky the Fun Clown was a children's show that aired on Channel 2. And it was a clown. He had his place there on Broadway, and kids attended the show. And probably outside of John Elway, the second greatest product in Denver history, Blinky the Fun Clown.
Did he do time?
No, he
didn't do time for.
No, Blinky the Fun Clown. He was legit.
Yeah, I'm looking at him right now. He passed away in 2012 at the age of 91.
Yeah, he was legit. That's a legit dude right there.
I don't know, man.
Legit what?
Just legit dude. He was like he's Denver through and if you say Blinky, if I say to you, you want me to check your native card? Blinky.
You and him have something. You and him have something in common. Did you know that, Vic?
What's that?
He was also
You're both
inducted.
Clowns.
No, he was also inducted into the Silver Circle.
Really?
Of the National Academy of Television Arts and Sciences, like Vic was.
Okay.
You remember Vic's Silver Circle party?
Yeah.
That was fun, was it not?
That was fun. I had a good time.
That's pretty. I don't. Clowns don't do it for me though, man.
I don't. This guy was a little different.
I don't. How?
I just remember it differently when you're a kid. He wasn't a scary clown like these scary clowns. Yeah, I don't get the whole scary clown thing.
I don't do clowns, man.
It was a really great clown was John Wayne Gacy.
That's why I don't do clowns, man.
Yeah, no kidding. Nelly, can you pull up the picture I sent you behind me? And can you guys tell me who this person is? Because come on, Nelly. There you go.
Oh, that's Christian Brown. He looks
putting in work.
He looks ripped.
He's jacked.
Totally jacked.
And now he's got a beard where he doesn't look like he's 20 years old anymore.
He looks kind of mean and scary, to be honest.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
The first time I saw that picture, I thought it was Zach LaVine.
It's like looking in the mirror.
For whom?
I thought you guys just throwing shots at me at DAC up there.
Yeah.
I'm like legit. When I first saw this, I was like, "Wait, who is that? That's Christian Brown."
No, he cut his hair, which makes him.
Well, when you get that really tight cut on top,
tight cut hair with a beard now.
Now you look
like
tough.
a Marine.
Yeah, he does.
Yes, yeah. Like he's been doing some SEAL training.
Yeah, he's like a special ops guy.
By the way, just quickly as we're on the subject of people improving and stuff like that, is Christian Brown from last year, is that just going to be Christian Brown? Or do you think he's got room to grow?
His shot's going to improve. It's got to. He knows it. And when I say improve, he did improve. His shot improved last year.
Yeah.
It did. It can get better. And when I say better, no hesitation. The one thing I love about Cam Johnson, guys, when I was watching Cam Johnson video, ain't no hesitation in that dude.
Nope. Let's
Ball
fly.
gets to his hand.
Let
it's
it
off.
fly.
It's a quick release. And say what you want. I'm going to predict something right now. Here's my prediction. Tim Hardaway Jr. is going to catch a lot of love and a lot of heat.
Yeah.
From Nuggets fans. He's going to be that guy.
There's always somebody that does.
He's going to be that guy because he will not be afraid to let it go. But that's what the Nuggets want, though. They want more three-point attempts. They don't want fewer. They want more.
I got some news for you.
Hang on 1 second.
Yes, sir.
Just a quick question. What do you guys think Christian Brown shot from three last year?
Wonky.
Well, in the playoffs, it wasn't that great.
Yeah,
in the regular season, I think he shot somewhere around 38, 39%.
Something like that. It felt wonky late in the season. It felt wonky.
39.7, almost a 40% three-point shooter. But I think you're right, Vic.
Mm-hmm.
It was the confidence to pull the trigger.
He passed up.
Yeah.
He would also pass up shot. When it wasn't going, Vic, he would pass it up every time.
Shooting in the playoffs is a different deal. Different deal, man. You got to want it.
Got some news for you.
Please.
Dateline Zurich, Switzerland. The NHL, the NHLPA, and the international officials on Wednesday finalized a deal, that's today, and agreed on it long ago to send players to the Olympic Games in Milan Cortina. in 2026. So it's official now that the players, NHL players, are going to the Olympics.
Wasn't that assumed?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
it
thought
was.
that was official.
But they had to get it all. They had to get all the final touches. Who's paying what? All that kind of stuff. And they're also talking about the participation to continue in 2030. So there you go.
You ever been to Zurich?
I never have. No, I told you, dude. Moser,
cleanest city I've ever seen.
Yeah, Moser is
You
Swiss,
could lick the floors there.
but I've never been to Switzerland. I guess I probably should go back to the home country at some point.
So clean, Moj.
One of the most beautiful cities on the planet, Vic, and one of the filthiest cities on the planet is the same one that we're going to be in about 3 weeks.
Naples,
Italy is gorgeous, and it is filthy.
and crime-ridden.
Yeah.
Why is
So
it
I
dirty?
love it. It's my kind of town.
I don't know. It's filthy. It's a dirty
A
town,
lot
man.
of racketeering. Love it.
What do you mean by dirty? Like actually dirty?
Yeah, like it's dirty. Like
There's parts.
There's
parts that are
litter
dirty.
all over the place and everything. Yeah.
Don't get all freaked out.
I'm not freaked out. I'm just saying it's if you're talking about Zurich being clean, Naples
The only thing cleaner.
By the way, I don't like litter bugs. Don't litter. Anybody, do not litter. Please.
You're just like me. Trash.
The only thing cleaner than like a Zurich street is a Buc-ee's bathroom. Those things are clean.
Really? What's your wife doing?
Oh, she's on the phone. She
I
texted me
reckon.
and said, "You're idiot."
Don't call me that.
Well, say, hey, take it easy there, Meatloaf. We're just having some fun on the radio.
Come on,
show.
Meatloaf. Hey, Meatloaf.
Oh, my Lord.
You know what? I'm getting on a flight today. Maybe I should, like, you know, I always wanted to call it a stewardess Toots.
Toots, right.
Maybe I just call him Meatloaf today
right,
and just
yeah.
see if that works.
I think the word is flight attendant, not stewardess.
Oh, whatever.
Do bakeries?
Yeah, you know what, Meatloaf? I will take one of those beers you got on the cart. Thanks so much. What'd you say, Vic?
I can't remember the last time I walked into a bakery. That's what I'm trying to say. What's in a bakery? I'm trying to think.
Oh, dude.
Bakeries are great.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to think the last time I walked into a true now they're everything, right? You get everything. It's not just a bakery.
Kevin's wife's got that little side gig of like making the sourdough breads and stuff like that. Every time I get one, I'm like, why don't I just do this all the time? Like, it's awesome.
Hey, here's me in St. Mary Glace, across from the house and about 4 doors down, bakery. And I'm telling you, there are times when I'll walk the hedgerows at 3, 4 in the morning. They get there at 3:30 in the morning, dude, and they are working.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They bake it. I mean, they bake it. All the stuff is fresh. All the eclairs, all the croissants. And this is a tiny little village.
It's
and
almost
these people are busting their hump.
It's almost
It's
like
awesome.
It's almost like they make their food fresh every day.
Yeah.
And that's how you're supposed to be eating food.
Yes.
As opposed to having a loaf of bread that stays in your closet or your cupboard for, 2 months and is fine.
They have 2 bakeries in town, and they're packed. I mean, but these people are, it's 6 in the morning. You're getting your bread for the day. That's what you do. Yeah.
There's a little, I guess it's a bakery. They have cappuccino and all these
Isernia?
little. No, it's the village. It's about 4 miles from the village in a little town called Carovili. It's a little. So what we like to we run to Carovili and then enjoy our run by. So you're going to run with me, on one morning.
Yeah, that ain't happening.
Yeah, you are.
No.
We're going to run to Carovili and then we're going to eat.
I'm going to be in my stick shift Fiat, and I will time you.
If you get Moser to run, one of 2 things is going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm either going to, you guys will return, and I'm going to have a co-host who's in this studio with me on that scooter again with a boot on his leg. Or it's just going to be a 2-man show because he's going to die.
Yeah, you're going to send me back in a pine box.
They do freak out.
Yeah.
The natives there, when they see people jogging, usually Americans, are like, what the hell are these people doing?
Morons.
Why are you running like a moron?
You know what? I must be Italian then. I think that all the time. Fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
We're talking a lot about Blimpie and Meatloaf, and if any of you are lost, after 84 years. Earlier today, we finally brought back Family Feud to this program. And here's a little recap of some of the highlights.
Name one of the Marvel's Avengers. Huh? Marvel's Avengers. Name one.
Blimpy.
Mother!
Name something in a bakery a baker might call his wife.
What? The hell does that mean? I don't even know what that means.
Something in a bakery a baker might call his wife.
Meatloaf.
Oh, and we leave
good
with
Lord.
Meatloaf. All right. You guys,
Don't call me that.
you and all of your lovely meatloafs at home, have a great Wednesday. We will talk to you soon. Love you. See ya.
With that.
I think my take is if I had to flip a coin today and say who wins the NBA championship next season, I would say Denver. I mean, this is a team. This is a team with no bench. Was completely overwhelmingly, because Michael Porter was so inconsistent and they couldn't shoot threes. They were basically, it was Jokic, Gordon against OKC, and they took them 7. And they took them 7. So I love what they did. I think, listen, I like Malone. He runs hot. They moved off him. But I think this makes Denver really good. It's exactly what they needed. And this is a guy that doesn't need much. Give me a stage. Give me a microphone. I'll get you open. Hit threes. We're good.
Winning the offseason in July is, it's a warm and fuzzy feeling. We'll have to see how it translates when October rolls around and then playoff time come 2026. The morning sprint, Alex Ryanemi alongside not the coach today who's off and up in Steamboat, but we are joined by the velvety sweet pipes of your Colorado Avalanche, the snickering Connor McGahey.
How long has Coach been in Steamboat?
It feels like a month.
10 days?
But then again, I shouldn't make fun of him because I feel
this show takes more vacation than does it? Which show on the station takes the most vacation?
It's probably us.
No, I disagree. The show that comes before us.
Really?
I definitely think so. Because when they take a vacation, they take a vacation.
Okay, all right.
I mean, that's a good point.
I try and
Moj will go to Italy for 3.5 weeks or France or whatever.
I try and pack my my PTO around days where we're not on the air and maximize the weekends, you know?
He doesn't travel over oceans. Like you travel over oceans.
Hawaii,
Ireland.
I'm trying to do that before the kid comes in September when my travel visa, inevitably gets revoked for 12 years.
Your life ends in September.
It also begins at one
and
point.
It begins.
Those
you didn't let me finish. A nice pregnant pause.
All right, Connor McGahey's going to be joining us all day today. Let's talk a whole bunch about the Avs, what they have done.
By the way,
what they haven't done.
No comment on the shirt whatsoever.
I was going to get there. Happy Independence Day.
That's
Not
right.
Happy 4th, but Happy Independence Day. Why are you wearing that shirt today for those who don't know?
July 2nd, the Second Continental Congress voted to approve the Lee Resolution, which is that these states should be free and independent from Great Britain. So the vote was taken today, July 2nd, 1776, and it was read to the public on July 4th. John Adams thought that July 2nd would be remembered as Independence Day for a long time, but
John Adams.
But it turned out to be July 4th. So today is technically Independence Day for America. So for those of you who are just listening, I'm wearing a shirt that says, "The British blew a 13-colony lead. Worst loss in history."
And that's the reason why you do your Independence Day party
today
on the 2nd. And I appreciate that. And after we get off the air and Moj and I talk for a little bit, I will have a couple of gin and tonics with you to celebrate Independence Day.
To celebrate America.
But before we get to the Avs and what I was going to say what they've done in free agency. It's more along the lines of what they haven't done with regards to the rest of the league. We have to continue talking about the toast of the town, the toast of, the country when it comes to basketball. The Denver Nuggets hit an absolute grand slam yesterday. When you move on, and this is a really, really difficult trade to do, and think back to what McFarland and Sakic did during the course of the regular season. You have two marquee players. Two players that will always be remembered for their time here in Colorado. With the Avs, it's Mikko Rantanen, and we thought that was the last big-time trade. Guy who's won a ring, been here, integral toward getting the team either back to the mountaintop or to the mountaintop for the first time in the case of the Nuggets. MPJ gets traded as well. And ripping off that Band-Aid, it did exactly what afforded the Avs the ability to get deeper and more cap compliant. And while it didn't work out for them in their first round matchup against the Stars, it feels like it's working out for the Nuggets.
Because for a couple reasons. Number one is depth, right? That was the big talking point during the playoffs last year, is that the Nuggets were not a deep team. And you now have gotten rid of one of your max contracts in Michael Porter Jr., and you've brought in 4 players for less than the amount that you were paying Michael Porter Jr., which you needed to. And the thing with the NBA is, and I almost had to read back into, the thresholds for luxury taxes and trade exemptions and the apron. It is so much more complicated, I feel like, than the other 4 major sports as far as to be sort of compliant and what you can do and what you can't do. But this sequence of events from the Nuggets front office has allowed them to become deeper and better, unload players and contracts that you don't want, and get back things that you need. The Saric trade, for me, 1-for-1, blows my mind. I'm curious to see what the Sacramento Kings are thinking in that regard.
What they're thinking is they had to clear a little bit of salary and move on from Saric, right? You buy that contract out because it's less than Valanciunas' was, and that allows them to get a
looks
guard
just like Travis Kelce, by the way.
Dennis
I
Schroeder.
can't unsee it.
So I understand what Sacramento was trying to do there, but it does, like, if you're the rest of the Western Conference, and I complain about this all the time in hockey, is like, stop giving teams lifelines. Teams that are drowning, that are in the middle of the ocean, and sharks are starting to swarm around them. Stop throwing them.
Not the San Jose Sharks.
No, they're just trying to get up to the salary floor.
Imagine being $20 million.
Do that.
Imagine being $20 million below the salary floor.
And looking at what's left on the free agent market. It's insane. I get so upset in the NHL about this when teams throw out lifelines.
Buying out contracts, that sort of thing?
Buying out contracts, making crazy one-for-one trades that don't make sense when you could just hold that team over a barrel and go, I want X player, Y pick, Z consideration. And that's what Sacramento did for the Nuggets. Sacramento tossed you a lifeline when you didn't need it. So if I'm Golden State, if I'm the LA Lakers, if I'm the Clippers, if I'm the Rockets, if I am Oklahoma City, I'm looking at Sacramento and going, what the hell was that? Like, they had one weakness. We all knew what the weakness was. It was the fact that when Nikola Jokic goes off the court, the Nuggets kind of suck.
Yeah.
And now, at least on paper, again, winning the offseason in July only means so much, but they have won the offseason. Now on paper, they don't.
Right. I just, look, the sequence of deals made sense for so many reasons. I'm flabbergasted by the fact that they were able to do all of them. Was it a 24-hour period of time?
It was about 24 hours.
I mean,
yes.
in a day's, you did an off-season's worth of work in 24 hours' time, which is impressive. And you know what? It almost reminded me of like getting Devon Taves for 2 second-round picks. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
Like that's the feeling I got for some of these deals and signings and bringing Cam Johnson in. It felt like, I don't want to say it felt like robbery, but it kind of did a little bit.
Yeah, the Nuggets trade of MPJ was what, Monday, like mid to late-ish afternoon was when that trade was made. And then they signed Tim Hardaway Jr. in the like mid-afternoon yesterday. It was like a 26-hour period at the very most that they completely overhauled this team. And I hate to say it because like David Alderman did a sensational job with this team in the final 3 games of the regular season, pushing OKC to 7 when you were injured and you didn't have a rotation that was nearly as deep as what OKC did, playing younger guys that, you know, Michael Malone didn't really want to play. Like you saw, look, like Julian Strawther can do something.
Yeah.
He can basically win you a basketball game when your backs are against the wall if he's hot. I feel so bad for Michael Malone right now. Is this not the roster that Michael Malone was begging for the better part of like 2 full seasons?
This is where chemistry is so important. On the ice, on the bench, between players and coaches, between the front office and coaches. Chemistry is important. And it didn't seem like Booth and Malone had the chemistry. And I think that the team, I don't want to say suffered for it because, look, you made it to the second round of the NBA playoffs. Very true. But again, before the regular season ended. I just felt like it was on a different trajectory And again, you're in a Game 7. Unfortunately, we have the same conversations with the Avs and the Nuggets. If they would have won that round, what would have happened in the future? There's no guarantees, but I have a feeling that both teams would have gone pretty far in their respective tournaments.
Do you think Michael Malone, with the lack of communication with Malone and Booth, and obviously that's the reason why we are here today, as opposed to those guys riding out the storm, and I think if you let Malone go throughout the rest of the regular season, the postseason, I don't know if they get out of that first round, and there's probably a decent chance that you don't even make this trade because those things haven't already been in motion. You think Malone would have allowed Michael Porter Jr. to be traded? And I know he doesn't have the full final say there.
I honestly, probably not. I think there's enough of a voice. But on the same token, put it this way. Did Booth not like Malone enough to say, you know what, you don't want him to get traded? I'm going to do it anyhow. That's a very distinct possibility. Now, it happened, I feel like this, as soon as the three-headed monster took over. It happened really quick. So what changed? What changed in between the end of Booth and the beginning of the other two?
I mean, you can argue that, okay, the front office that was there and the coaching staff that was there that had direct ties to the core four that we gave away, right? The championship roster, direct ties to the championship roster are now gone. Therefore, there's no emotional investment in what those guys did for you 2 and 3 years ago. But Adelman was on the staff. Tenzer was here.
Yep.
Right?
This is
obviously
it's not
the
like
Kroenke
it's totally
still owned
fresh,
the
yeah.
team.
Right.
The only one that was brand new was John Wallace, and he wasn't even brand new at that point.
Is it
He's
just
already
like
had
the
ties to
ultimate
organization.
self-reflection? Is it the ultimate hey, we probably should have, we probably should have done this a while ago?
Yes.
Yeah.
And honestly, I do think that while the Nuggets, as of right now, have done a better job than the Avalanche in moving on from Michael Porter Jr. is not as good a player, not as impactful a player or impactful a presence when it comes to the overall story of his organization with the Nuggets as Mikko Rantanen was with the Avs, right? It's not apples to apples.
No.
But if we're taking the two trades and comparing them to one another, the Nuggets so far have done a better job with moving on from a player of that ilk in Michael Porter Jr. than the Avalanche have of moving on from Mikko Rantanen. Now, because it comes over under the same ownership group, I do think it was easier. I do think it was easier for the Nuggets to find that trade, be okay with making it, and then live in the world that they created afterwards.
It depends on what your goals are, too, because I think the goals were similar. The depth goals were similar.
Yes.
I kept thinking back to what Joe Sakic said in the postseason media availability that they had, and he said it was all about depth. You can't have all your eggs in 3 baskets. There's 20 roster spots. So if you take Rantanen for just Natchez and Drury, 2 players that are skilled and something that you need. Somebody who can win faceoffs, somebody who can penalty kill in Drury, a winner, a player who can play with Nathan McKinnon, which Natchez clearly did. I know it's not 1 for 4, but it fit needs that you had. And Natchez is a different kind of scoring winger than Rantanen was. But I don't think the differences are as big as you're making them sound. Maybe closer, because the goals are very similar. Well, you had to make a couple other moves in the Nuggets example to get to the point where we are, where it's 1 for 4. Now, if you take Rantanen trade for Michael Porter Jr. trade 1 for 1, I would say those are pretty similar returns as far as the team individual goals.
Similar returns, but the Avs are not done yet. NHL free agency opened up about 24 hours ago. The Avs, they haven't really done
Which
anything.
is a good thing. I know that people are like, well, the Avs aren't doing anything. They're just sitting around. This is a good thing. We'll tell you why.
you got Nathan McKinnon and Cale Makar and Devon Taves and, now Gabriel Landeskog and Valanciunas and Lehkonen. And if we take that tact of, we're going to wait, then we're, our guys are, going, what are we doing, right? We've got good players. We're a contender. We're a 100-point team. It's that fine line, right, of balancing your picks, your prospects, and going for it, right? And it's we know the narrative is you've got these two players you've got to win versus also keeping another eye on the future, right?
Chris McFarland in his presser talking about when to really go in with the team, and the Avs still have $7.5 million in cap space to play around with in free agency. Connor McGahey is our guest today, stepping in for the coach. Who gave you a gavel?
It's just sitting here. Why is there a gavel sitting here?
We need to take the toys out of the room.
But I sit in here, and there's this old school pointer that you would point to a whiteboard with. There's a Nerf football.
Gavel.
There's a gavel. Order. And then there's a Zinn ashtray.
It's funny, Coach brought that Zinn ashtray in, and he just wanted to make sure that the venerable Connor McGahey.
See, this is why. You know what makes good producers and great producers? The ability to think on your feet with sound. And KJ has just done that. If you know, you know.
If you guys have not participated in our Star Stripes and Big Pipes contest, we're giving our voice guy a break, obviously, this week for Independence Day, and we're asking you guys to pick up the slack, all of our listeners, and do our rejoins. One listener who enters is going to win a brand new Traeger grill from Ace Hardware, and you can pick that up in time for your July 4th celebration. All you have to do to enter, go to the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app, and send us your very best rejoin for our show. Something like, hi, this is Connor from Breckenridge, and you're listening
Don't do that.
to the Morning Sprint.
See, Raj, up here, this is Pat McAfee.
I can see McAfee on the
right
screen.
Up here. This is Pat McAfee.
Who's the
this
guy on the right?
ESPN.
I don't know who the dude on the right is. His name is Nigel Seeley. I've never seen him before in my life.
He gets to come out of his hiding one time a year to talk about Wimbledon.
Make sure you guys are creative, have fun, keep it short, and you might hear that rejoiner on air. All valid entries are entered for the prize, whether they make it on air or not, and entries only count that are sent during the show that you send it for. So if you send it for the Morning Sprint, they have to be sent on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app between 10 a.m. and noon. If you want to do it for Kreckman and Lindahl, 3 p.m., 6 p.m., those type of things.
So many rules.
Again, Altitude Sports Radio mobile app, tap the microphone, and you can win a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware.
What a great prize, actually.
It's a phenomenal prize. I don't think you're eligible to win. So your cookout today is going to be a little bit worse than if it was on a Traeger.
Oh, it's all pulled pork tonight.
Ooh,
yeah.
Connor, my guy. Never mind. I take back what I say about your subpar catering. $7.5 million in cap space. Yesterday was a patience trying day for Avs fans. What was your take going into day two? Were they gun shy or were they smart?
They were very smart because you don't want to just up and you need to fill in some spots, but you just don't throw out $7 million to Mikael Granlund, Anaheim. Look, you want to keep guys like Ryan Lindgren around, you do. But you can't do it for 4 years at $4.5 million. Brian Dumoulin to the LA Kings is not worth $4 million a year. You don't just shell out money just to shell out money. And that's what a lot of teams did yesterday. It's one of the weakest free agent classes that the NHL has had in over a decade.
On June 30th, I went, I'm really excited for this free agent class. And then Florida re-signs everybody. And then...
That was the only reason it was exciting, was because you had possibly Ekblad, Marchand, and Sam Bennett on the move.
you had all of these players that could possibly be open for picking after a team wins a cup, much like the Avs were open for picking because players weren't really willing to take hometown discounts. You see the big hometown discount from Aaron Ekblad. It allows them to keep or to overpay Bennett at $8 million and then keep Marchand, although that feels a little
You had to do it with term,
cap
though.
circumventing.
You had to do it with term.
The NHL might come back in it's going to end in like 2031.
Yep.
They might give Florida a little rap on the wrist if Marchand doesn't play until he's 43.
You know what's interesting about yesterday is that you didn't really see any signings right off the bat because in past years you saw like July 1st at 10:01 a.m. Mountain Time. Bam, 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 bam. So the NHL basically was gung-ho on getting rid of tampering, which is contact between players, their agents, and teams before July 1st and free agency actually opens. I feel like the message got received loud and clear, and the tampering definitely went away yesterday, which is maybe why it was less exciting than in years past.
The reason why it was less exciting, the list of names was so underwhelming for such a large jump in cap space, and so many teams that had opened up cap space either during the season or during the offseason prior to the July 1st at 10 a.m. Mountain opening bell, as it were. I woke up on July 1st, again, after going to bed on the 30th and going, I like this free agent class.
So wait. Let me get this straight.
What's up?
You went to bed on the 30th.
Oh, am I missing my days?
And then you woke up. No, I just want to make sure. You woke up on the 1st.
I'm still here.
Wow. News.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Okay. So woke up on the 1st, and I felt like it was 2013 all over again. And if you remember the 2013 NHL free agent class, it was led by Ryan Clough and Nathan Horton and David Clarkson and all of these horrendous contracts that were given out just because teams had money.
Clarkie may be listening right now.
Oh,
You
I
take
know.
that back. You take that back.
I think Clarkie was still getting paid by the Toronto Maple Leafs until like last
the
year.
The first guy who'd be in front of the line would be Clarkie on that.
Like they were bad contracts, but like you score 30 goals in the NHL and most of them on the power play with Ilya Kovalchuk, you deserve that big contract if you're one of the three fish that are in the free agency. There were bad contracts. I'll be very honest about that. I woke up going, this is 2013 all over again, and I hope to God that the Avs don't do anything stupid. Now, in 2013, the Avs re-signed Nick Holden. It was a bad offseason for the Avs, even though they didn't go out and spend big. I'm really happy that they didn't go out and spend on other players.
This is good. A team that's, even with the salary cap increase that's against the cap, you don't want bad contracts. You've just unloaded a couple, right? You don't want to add more into the mix. I'm not necessarily calling Miles Wood's contract a bad contract.
It was a bad contract.
But it was one that you're going to say is a bad contract, and you had to move. I liked Charlie Coyle, not for 5 1/4. You know what I'm saying? So
I liked Coyle for 3.5.
Exactly right. But that wasn't the Avs doing. That was the Boston Bruins doing. So thank you, Boston, very much. But you had to get rid of those two. You can't bring more bad contracts in. So that's what makes the rest of the summer very interesting for the Avalanche. I'm not necessarily sure it's UFA-driven because there's not a whole lot of names left that are worth signing, I think, at a price worth signing for.
I can give you some of those names. Nikolai Ehlers, still available and heavily tied to the Avalanche. Pius.
Cite your sources.
Pius Suter.
Pius Suter.
Pius Suter. Center or winger from the...
You sound like the guy on the first tee from Germany, Pius Suter.
Lafferty Daniel.
Lafferty
Gilmore
Daniel. And Gilmore Happy.
Dmitry Orlov and Brent Burns, defenseman from the Carolina Hurricanes.
Which of those two would you rather have?
Brent Burns in a heart. I would take Brent Burns on a 1-year deal at $4 million in a heartbeat. And I know he's 40 years old, but he's a 40-year-old that played 21 minutes a night in Carolina.
What problem you have with 40-year-olds, man?
I don't have a problem with 40-year-olds.
You're dang right you don't.
How could you be so sure?
You don't strap skates to your feet and have to play 20 minutes a night. That's when it gets a little sketchy, Connor.
Is he 13, 14 minutes?
Yeah, without a doubt. I think he'd be an amazing addition. That is a big player who is excellent on the PK. He eats shots. He's still very good offensively. He's lost a step, but like, you want a guy to run your second power play unit? That's your dude.
Does anyone find space from the point better than Brent Burns? I mean, aside from like a Cale Makar or a Quinn Hughes, like a guy that you don't think can do that. I don't know how he does it. He threads the needle a ton. Every single goal for the last 2 years that the Carolina Hurricanes have scored at the net front, I feel like has been a Brent Burns shot. I don't know why.
I would bring him to Colorado today. I don't know what the number is going to be for Burns. He's coming off of an 8-year deal at $8 million on an average basis. So is he going to take a $3 million pay cut? Is he looking to ring chase, right? This is a guy that doesn't have one. Playing the majority of his career in San Jose and Minnesota, and obviously the last few years in Carolina, never being able to break through. Is he your old guy without a cup that you could bring onto this team? I would love for them to look at Brent Burns. He does shoot right-handed, and you don't necessarily need that on your team right now.
You've got 3 right now.
Malinsky, Manson, Makar.
Correct. Because Bednar and Pratt do like the balance of left, right, left, right, left, right.
Defensemen on their strong side are that is a.
It is preferred.
You want to do that. Having the puck to the middle of the
ice. It's like your
ice
seat
as a defenseman
preference,
is not
aisle or
great.
window. Yes, left and right for your defensive pairings is what Bednar and Pratt like.
Other guys: Jack Roslovic, Carolina; Matt Grzelcyk, Victor
Boston.
Olofsson,
Vegas.
Mason Appleton, Winnipeg. Anthony Beauvillier.
He's been on 94 teams in the past year.
Nikolai Kovalenko.
Not qualified by the Sharks. I found that to be fascinating because I'm not sure if it's a key piece going back to San Jose for Georgiev, but it seemed like a bigger piece.
The key piece was probably the second rounder.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're trading your number one goalie away and you're Mike Greer, you're looking for building blocks to the future. I thought that Kovalenko would be that, but then he's not qualified as an RFA by San Jose.
And if you need to find a way to fill bottom 6 forwards on the team, which the Avs do, right? You move on from 2 forwards, Miles Wood and Charlie Coyle. They've got a couple of spots that they need to fill in the bottom 6. Now, Kovalenko is not a big body, but the Avs don't need to add size with their forward unit. They need to add size on the back end, certainly. Kovalenko is a solid player. If you want to get him for a year or 2 years to bring him to, it'd be 1 year to a UFA for Nikolai Kovalenko. I'd be fine taking a flyer on him.
Yeah.
Totally fine to take a peek at that type of player.
Here's the thing with the Avs defense now. Middleton's extension last year was a 2-year. The second year of the deal is a 1-way for Keaton Middleton. So that's your bottom D pair right now is Middleton-Malinsky.
So are you comfortable with that? Is the team comfortable with that?
I would say probably not in both instances. But it does make it more difficult that it's a 1-way deal for both of them now instead of a 2-way deal.
Well, a 1-way deal means like if you send Middleton down
he's
in
got
a
to clear
second
waivers,
year,
I get it.
Right, and it's not like he's making a lot of money, right? So if someone claims that deal, it's not going to kill you.
No.
I don't think that's a problem whatsoever. The greater chance that the Avs take is on a trade.
Mm-hmm.
Now, can you find a way? There's a bunch of teams in the NHL right now that are currently above the cap that still have roster spaces to fill. The Vegas Golden Knights, the Montreal Canadiens, the Florida Panthers, the Dallas Stars all have rosters that would not clear by the time that the regular season starts. Could you find a way to snipe maybe Mike Matheson, who's a left shot defenseman for the Montreal Canadiens? And Montreal has a glut of young defensemen that they absolutely love, and they added to that this year with Noah Dobson from the New York Islanders. They already have the Rookie of the Year in Lane Hudson. They've got a young first-rounder in David Reinbacher that's coming up as early as this season. Matheson is making $4.8 million, just north of $4.8 million, and is a pending UFA.
Pretty perfect.
Could you look at Montreal, who's been a really good trade partner for you in the past, and go, hey, fellas, you know that second rounder that we just got in 2027 from our trade with who did the Avs trade? Who they trade Miles Wood to?
Columbus.
Sorry.
Both of them went to
the one that
Columbus.
they got from the Columbus Blue Jackets. You like that second rounder? We'll take him off your hands, and we'll make it a conditional first in like 2028 if we win the cup this year.
Fine.
And then you don't care about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think those are the types of transactions that I think Chris McFarland,
Something like that is coming.
I don't know if it's Matheson, but something like that is coming down.
I think you're right.
Dude, it was without a doubt the smarter idea for them to just chill out.
Right. Never just do something just to do something. LA Kings. That's what I felt like they did yesterday. They did something just to do something. Hold on, if I can, let me find the LA Kings here.
Cody Ceci, $4.5 million, 4 years.
Brian Dumoulin, $4 million.
3
Yoel
years.
Armia, $2.5 million for 2 years. They did get the curse of Corey Perry.
That's not a curse. If I told Avs fans right now, you are guaranteed to go to the Stanley Cup final
And
next
lose.
Year, that's better than a first-round exit. I would take it right now. And I do think that the Avs are true contenders. I would take it right now that you get to Game 7 of the Cup final. Sure, it doesn't mean they lose. You know what? I'll take it.
No.
It means you're taking a big step.
No. That is so much worse. That is so much worse.
Then losing in the first round?
Yes,
no, it's not. Don't do that to me. At least you were there.
See, we don't know what that feels like because we've been to 3 Stanley Cup finals in this town.
Won every
and
single
we've
one of
won
them.
every single one of them. Where at Florida?
What was that 4 games, 7 games, and 6 games?
4, 7, 6. Correct. Beat Florida in 4 in 96, New Jersey Devils in 7 in 2001, and we stopped the Florida three-peat in 6 games in 2022. The Tampa Bay three-peat.
Are you going to stop the three-peat of the Florida Panthers next year?
You're dang right.
Are we going to the elbow room?
You're dang right.
Wouldn't you do that? Like, if you're in Florida, Game 7 in Florida, you win.
Troll of all
you
time.
take the cup to the elbow room. You go to 11.
Without a doubt.
And you hang out in the pool for a week.
And there are so many Avs fans that there's a ton of other teams' fans that live in South Florida. But, the elbow room is the size of this room. It would be packed.
The elbow room is a very famous beachfront bar
in Fort Lauderdale on the A1A.
It's a blast. It's a great time if you haven't been there. And there's a reason why the Florida Panthers, who could go anywhere in South Florida,
they choose to go there.
They go to that dump.
Yeah,
and
it
they
is
have
a
great
dump.
time.
Oh yeah.
That's Connor McGahey, the voice of the Colorado Avalanche. He is filling in today for Coach Mike Sanford.
Sorry.
He is off. Sorry. Very happy to have you here, my friend. KJ Granderson's behind the glass today. Join us at 303-504-0925 on the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour.
Hey, this is Nathan from Paca. Welcome to the morning sprint. Have a great day.
Hi, this is Corey from Castle Rock. Welcome back to 92.5 with Raj, KJ, the master behind the glass, and the only voice we really like to listen to across the Rocky Mountain region, Connor McGahee. Go Nuggs, go Avs. Welcome back to 92.5.
This is Christina from Johnstown, and you're listening to the Abs 92.5.
Good morning, and welcome back to the Morning Sprint. The only thing worse than hearing Mark Moser on the radio is hearing Connor McGahee. Let's go Red Wings.
Those are some of the latest entries to Star Stripes and Big Pipes, giving our voice guy the week off. Roasting Connor McGahee as he joins us today, filling in for the coach Mike Sanford on the Morning Sprint.
KJ, I need a copy of that last one. It's my favorite.
I can send that to you.
Yes.
The guy complains, he's finally got someone to talk to today, but he comes on and people just start ripping it to shreds.
It's great. See, imagine I have to listen to myself all the time. I can't. You can turn it off. I hope you don't. Because this is the best sports station west of the Mississippi. It is. I've listened to them all. That's a fact. But I have to listen to me every day. That's not great.
Hold on. So do you enjoy a broadcast? What's better? Like a perfect broadcast where you are dialed in by yourself and you don't miss a beat. Like
I love your stance right now. You put like strong foot forward. You're ready to just throw a bullet right over the slot.
I am just I've got a ball cocked and loaded right off my right hip. I'm ready here. Just Mahomes laser 7 yards down the field for a touchdown. I got 12 to go in the red zone. Kelsey's getting a little rub route. Zinging one in there.
Kills me. Raj does the show standing up, in case you couldn't tell.
What is more enjoyable? Well, it's because I have to get to the microphone at one point. If I sit down, hey, this is the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio.
This is more accurate if you're watching on Twitch.
What's a better broadcast? What's a more enjoyable broadcast for you? The perfect solo game. Or if you've got, and I know this doesn't happen because they're all pros. Let's say you got Riker and you, but you guys are kind of fumbling over each other. You don't really have the best game because not all broadcasts are A+. We know that. If you had to choose one of the two. I'm giving you a C+ with a partner or an A+ McGahee solo effort.
Give me people. Yeah.
That's very heartwarming. Yeah. I enjoyed that.
Give me people. Hey, thanks to Christina, by the way. Very sweet. Thank you. And Castle Rock. Who's in Castle Rock?
I don't remember their names anymore. I'm so sorry.
It's all right. I'm sorry about that, too. But thanks to everybody.
Give me people, but both of these organizations, the Nuggets and the Avs, screw them picks. Give me people, screw them picks. I've been looking over the trade grades for the Nuggets, and they get a lot of grades have either been...
That's a catchy name, trade grade.
Yeah. So the Saric for Valanciunas trade has been graded anywhere between like a B+ and an A for the Nuggets, and that is a 1-for-1 deal where you get a true, legit backup center who is... there's not a lot of tread left on that tire. He's been playing some heavy minutes for a while, but he's the best number 5 that you've ever had behind Nikola Jokic. I know Plumlee was a fan favorite, but like the dude couldn't shoot and he was horrendous from the free throw line. Valanciunas can defend just as well as Plumlee. He can still kind of run the court, but he can also stretch and shoot the three and be an offensive threat that Plumlee wasn't really unless he was 3.5 feet away from the basket. So B+ to like A+ on that. I've seen a lot of C's originally from the Michael Porter Jr. trade. And one
with reasons given?
The main reason why, and there's a reason why I bring up screw them picks. They give up the 2032 unprotected first round pick.
Does it matter?
It shouldn't, because in 2032, what happens? 2032 is 7 years away. How old is Nikola Jokic in 2032?
74.
He'll be turning 37, and that might as well be 74. There's a very good chance that Joker isn't even living in the state of Colorado at that point. He might not even be living in the country.
He will not. He will be in Eastern Europe with horses.
There's a reason why Brooklyn agrees to take on that contract for MPJ. Sure, there's a thought process that they don't love the overall injury history of Cam Johnson. And within the last 2 years, like, MPJ has been healthy. He's played a whole bunch of basketball games, so they're still betting on the come with Michael Porter Jr. The reason why that trade is made is because of the 2032 unprotected pick. And no, a GM would not be smart to go, I'm going to be here in 7 years. But an owner, if you look at that overall package, and let's say that the ownership in Brooklyn has to have the final check mark on any trade that's given that is that big, moving on from a guy like Cam Johnson and bringing in a player like Michael Porter Jr., 2032 first round unprotected for the Nuggets sounds really good. There's a really, really solid chance that the Nuggets are very bad in 2032.
It does. This is like the thing, if you're watching on Twitch, in Austin Powers Goldmember, when he's mole mole, and he's just poking at it with a stick.
I think it's like a cat. I think he tries to poke his face with a cat tail.
Yeah. Or it's like a branch or something. Yeah. This is what I'm doing to Raj across the
pointer over there.
I want an explanation as why this thing is
I don't know. Moj brought it in one day. He was whipping people in the calves with it. Like, Moj just wanted something in the studio that he could hit people with ever since they got rid of Wonder Boy 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you guys know
Wonder Boy 5 in production?
No, Wonder Boy, if you guys are not familiar with it, is the name that they gave to the yellow wiffle ball bats that we had in the studio for many, many years. And then I think we hit the wrong person, if that makes sense. And then we were not allowed to have Wonder Boy in the studios. I mean, seriously. Someone told us, like, hey, maybe cut that out. So that's the closest thing to Wonder Boy that he has, is this little like, pointer. It does not feel good.
This would hurt worse than Wonder Boy.
That thing leaves a mark.
Have you been hit with this?
I sure have. It's not
with this?
I can't remember. I think it was Brett. Brett and I do dumb things.
What did you do?
I don't know. He just hit me with it. We were having the same conversation. He goes, "Have you ever been hit with that?" I went, "No." He goes, "All right, bend over." So I did. Like, what's the worst thing that could happen? It's going to suck for like 30 seconds. There might be a bruise on my butt, but I'll deal with it. I'm not risking life and limb. It hurts a lot.
By the way, I just hit something on my chair and I got a lot shorter. Hold on. We're back.
Yeah, the Nuggets are moving on from those picks. I don't think it automatically deserves a C because of the value of that pick.
Absolutely not. You have to look at, like, this is a trade for a team that is in a winning window. And I hate cliches like that, but it's true. So you can't take points away or take letters away on a grade, a trade grade, like Corey and Castle Rock. That's who I was thinking of with the sweet things to say on the Voice of the People. Thanks, Corey and Castle Rock. But my point is that you can't take letters away on a trade grade because you have to think the way that the team who is making the trade is thinking. And the Nuggets are thinking that this is a depth move, this is a money move, so that we can be a winning basketball team now because we have been one of the top, I would say, 4 or 5 teams in the NBA for the past 4 seasons. Is that fair to say? So this is why we're making the move, because we can win now. We don't care about 2032 because that's an entire lifetime from now. This team will be 1,000% different in 2032 because that's 7 years away, and that pick does not matter at all. So if you're grading the the Nuggets.
I mean, you can grade the Avs on the same because they don't have a pick, right? They grab that 2027 second pick, but if those trades had not been made for Wood and Coyle, the Avs would not have picked between rounds 1 and 3 this year or the following season. Yeah. So they're in the same breadth here. That is typically how this goes. Like
and there's nothing wrong with that, by the way.
25-year run of like consistent playoff performance doesn't really happen. Like I know the Wings, the Wings had that crazy run of like it was almost 20 years or something like that where they made that's it, dating back to the late 90s. Yeah. So I know
that shows you how hard it is to do.
Right. It's a lot of cups. But after 2008,
which was their last one.
How effective were the Detroit Red Wings? They were making the playoffs.
Hey, y'all, how effective were the Detroit Red Wings?
They were making the playoffs.
That's actually Detroit.
Detroit. How effective were the Red Wings after 2008?
He's from Mississippi. He can say Detroit.
I love saying it. Why are you getting on me about this, man?
Because you're born and raised in Colorado. We don't say Detroit.
Detroit.
My goodness.
They weren't effective after 2008. They made the playoffs every single year. Would you rather have that as a Nugget fan or as an Avs fan where you're making the playoffs for 20 straight years, most of your championships come on the very, very early side of that. You're relevant, but you're not a threat.
Yeah.
Or would you rather do what seems like this new cycle is for, certainly for the Avs and what might be for the Nuggets, is you maximize that window of 10 years and you're inevitably going to suck 5 years from now.
I'm not convinced that teams will suck. I think that you can reinvent yourself.
Okay.
You know, I think I'm not totally convinced that either the Nuggets or Avalanche will be bad in the same year.
All I'm saying is that if Nikola Jokic is not on the team and you have not picked high in the draft and you don't have star young talent, which the Nuggets don't have star young talent right now. They have starter young talent that they're utilizing.
Very nicely done.
There's a good chance that they will be bad in 2032. Again, I don't know. I am making assumptions.
I feel like a lot
would
of teams
do the same thing with the Avs.
The suck window is shorter than it used to be.
Yes.
Right? You're not going through a 10-year span.
Unless you're the Buffalo Sabres.
Boy, longest drought in sports. Can you believe that? What is that, 14 straight years now?
Pretty
where
bad.
They have it? Josh. Raj also says, Italian. Detroit.
Gorlami.
I watched that the other day.
Inglourious Bastards.
Yeah,
What a movie.
It was on.
What a movie.
Detroit.
Yeah,
Detroit.
I don't know. That's just my overall thinking is that if you're maximizing these windows and you're trading all of these picks, there's a very good chance on the opposite side you will go through some very lean years. I'm okay with that. Right? My championship drought, right, after a title for me is 5 years. And then you have to start competing very seriously again. Luckily, the Broncos are back there right now.
Yeah. But, I mean, that was a drought, too. Because you win 9 seasons. I should know because of the first year I took over there and started not making the playoffs.
Hi, I'm the problem. It's me.
I'm trying to not make it so obvious. But if you know, you know. But we're back with the Broncos in the playoffs because that window was longer than it should have been, right? The drought for the Broncos was longer than it should have been.
It was 4 seasons longer than I'm okay with.
Correct. So it could have been 5 or 6, 4 or 5, and instead it was 9. It's too long. Too long. But I don't see the Avs or Nuggets getting into a span where they are missing the playoffs 5 out of 6 years, even 4 out of 5 years. I don't think that there are more ways, and there's more talent, frankly. And this will be more likely as long as the NHL doesn't go to 34 teams, which obviously has been thrown out there in the past couple of seasons. If you keep the talent pool to be spread around to 32 teams, I think there's enough young talent being pumped into the league and talent that already exists where teams don't have to go through droughts where they miss the playoffs for 5 straight seasons. And as well run as the Nuggets and Avalanche are currently, I don't foresee that being a thing either for either of those teams in the near future.
The Altitude Sports Radio YouTube page is your video home base for all things 92.5. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss a thing, including the Altitude Daily Podcast.
People watching there right now.
Daily recap of the very best stuff that you can't miss from the best shows in Denver, and all you have to do is search Altitude Sports Radio on YouTube and hit that red subscribe button today. That's Connor McGahee joining us and filling in for the coach, Mike Sanford. Alex Ryan, you guys are listening to The Morning Sprint.
It's Connor McGahee on the Morning Quickie with Raj and KJ. Altitude Sports Radio Network, 92.5.
I love the morning sprint, and I love Traeger, along with my CSU Rams. Go Rams.
This is Sean from Denver. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. Today in studio, we have the best radio announcer in the entire NHL, Connor McGahee. And Raj. Have a good show, boys.
That is the right way to go about it. And this guy.
Thanks, Sean.
And some
Sweetheart.
other dude. If you guys are confused there, again, part of Star Stripes and Big Pipes. If you guys want a chance to win a brand new Traeger grill for the 4th, just head on over to the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app, tap the microphone, and give us a little a show rejoiner, a liner, as it were. And if you need just a little bit of inspiration, text to the word script to 303-504-0925. That is script to 303-504-0925.
Great enunciation by you.
I was going to say, why are you laughing? We were working on player enunciation in the break.
The lips, the teeth, the tip of the tongue.
Well, you're the one who's getting mad at me for saying Detroit.
Hey, Detroit. Y'all don't know a thing about Detroit.
You and Moj get mad at me for dropping my T's like every other Coloradan does in the state.
Nobody does that.
Everybody drops their T's in the middle of words.
Because you go mountains. Mountains.
I'm trying to get better at it. It's something that's
you got a long way to go.
I know I do.
We
were talking about how to pronounce the Avs draft picks and their names. Francesco Delelce.
Yeah.
Out of UMass, 3rd round pick. They have Linus, not Funk, but
Funsk.
Linus
Funsk.
And then Nolan Rode.
I'm Heinz Getzvelvet. I'm trainer of Dolphins. 7 years I am with Siegfried. We are making the Dolphins disappear, and then Roy is coming with the white tiger and the stuffing of the pants and let him go.
It's funny because he's actually Swedish.
I know. But Funsk sounds very
it certainly does.
Germany.
All right. So
I hope Ace Ventura is proud, by the way.
Looking at the Avs depth chart right now.
Which I am.
As it reads today, day 2 of free agency, the Avs have $7.5 million to play with. They didn't. Tonight. It was very, very clear. It was so clear yesterday to me between the hours of 10 and noon when Coach and I were doing the show that when the Avs didn't make a move and I saw these crazy deals going out, that they hated what had happened to the market. And McFarland and Sakic historically don't swing big on free agents. They swing big on trades.
Correct.
And then they re-sign their players. And if you look at the best deals around the league right now, most of those deals are in-house deals. Guys that were either currently with the team that were pending free agents.
Florida. Excuse me.
Right.
Sorry.
Or you trade for a player for his rights and then you extend him Vegas with Marner. Right? The Avs have a really, really good history of doing that. They don't really have an awesome history of signing guys to big-time deals in free agency.
Nope.
Not
and
this
I don't
front
think
office.
I usually, and historically, that doesn't pan out to be great business either. Because that's how you end up with contracts that you don't like and that do not age well, just like the players usually do not age well.
Like, name the
You
player.
always overpay in free agency. Confucius say you always agency.
Name the player that the Avs signed to a free agent deal in the offseason. Like a long-term free agent deal in the offseason. That is still on the roster. There's one.
Long-term free agent deal. Is that Valanciunas?
You can make the argument it's Nichushkin, although he was picked up on a 1-year deal, like a little 1-year prove it, here's a waiver. He was a waiver wire pickup.
When you say long-term deal, what do you mean?
Isn't it kind of Ross Colton?
I mean, he was 4 years, 4x4.
But he was also traded for. You traded for his rights. He wasn't even a free agent.
Yeah, so that doesn't count. Now, what about, Parker Kelly, it's the same thing. You signed him as a free agent last year, 1-year deal from Ottawa, and now you've signed him to a 4-year extension.
There really isn't a player on the roster. Like you can
I think Valanciunas would be the one, maybe, because
that
was
for
the vet minimum of $850.
That's the one that I threw out. Is that like the one guy that you can look at and go, all right, that's a free agent acquisition is Valanciunas, but it's not like you're going out and you're signing a guy to a 7-year, $8 million deal or 7.25 that like Besser would have gotten on the open market had he not left Vancouver. The Avs just don't do it. The front office doesn't like to do it.
Mm-hmm.
People go Logan O'Connor. Logan O'Connor was an undrafted free agent. Doesn't qualify here.
Yep.
Undrafted free agent that the Avs plucked from DU. Didn't pluck him from another
We're
organization.
talking about unrestricted free agent.
Yes.
Like a veteran over 27 years of age that you sign to some sort of decent ticket.
Which is why, like, the Avs are heavily tied to Nikolai Ehlers right now by a lot of guys, like not Bob McKenzie. Pierre LeBrun has, and by the way, Bob McKenzie, congratulations on a sensational career. The longtime TSN analyst and big time like World Junior and draft guru Bob McKenzie and free agency guru has finally called it quits. For those of you in the hockey community.
And before everybody and their mother called themselves an insider, there was one.
Bob's awesome.
And it was Bob McKenzie.
Great dude.
He would break every single piece of hockey news forever.
So LeBron's one of those guys who gets into the business because of Bob McKenzie. And LeBron has the Avs directly tied to Nikolai Ehlers. And I go,
cite your sources.
I don't think it's going to happen because the front office tells you we don't do this.
He's the number one free agent still available. And Avs are not overpayers when it comes to this.
Now, if there's nobody out on the open market, how the heck do the Avs continue to shore out this roster? Because you, without a doubt, have two spots in the bottom six of forwards that need to be opened up, right? So let's look at the depth chart. McKinnon in between Necas and Lehkonen.
Yep.
Thumbs up. Nelson in between Nichushkin and Landeskog. Thumbs up.
Boy, is that a top six or what?
It's an awesome top
Goodness
six.
gracious.
As of right now, Colton in the middle of Drury and
No.
Kelly.
Drury's going to be your fourth line center.
Okay, I'm saying because you don't have Logan O'Connor. So we're going to put Logan O'Connor into this. O'Connor's going to be back in December. Let's put him into this, all right?
Okay.
So Colton in the middle of question mark and question mark.
Mm-hmm.
And then your fourth line is Drury in the middle of Kelly and Logan O'Connor.
Yeah.
So you have two forwards. Like, is that going to be Ty Fellhaber? Is that going to be Nikita Prishapov?
No.
Like, Jean-Luc Foudy isn't even signed by the team right now. Is it going to be TJ Tynan?
Nope.
Right. Defense looks like this. Devon Taves, Cale Makar.
Defense.
Gerard.
What
Manson.
about the Detroit defense? How are they doing?
Cool it. Middleton, Malinsky. That's what your D-core looks like right now. Is that the D-core on day one?
Nope.
So how the heck are you going to find three players with the lack of assets that you have to trade, right? The Avs do not have tradable young assets in the organization right now, and they only have, what do they have? They have 2 second-round picks 2 years from now, a first-round pick 2 years from now, and they don't have a single pick until round 4 of next year's draft. How do you do this?
Oh, I don't know. It's a really interesting conundrum because I'm not totally sure that anybody else, except for maybe Jacob McDonald, is ready to come up and look. He's played forward before. He's listed as a defenseman or a defenseman. I don't know. This is where Chris McFarland will show why I think he should have won the Jim Gregory Award last year. He did not win it. They gave it to Jim Nill randomly. It should have been either Chris McFarland or Bill Zito, but Jim Nill somehow, for whatever reason, won the GM of the year. But this is where McFarland will earn it this year because you have to fill out spots. Probably 3 spots. 3 NHL-ready players, 2 forwards, and a defenseman. And I don't know how he's going to do it.
You can't fill that.
Not having Logan O'Connor doesn't help.
No, it doesn't.
Opening night.
And honestly, I think it's kind of a blessing in disguise. It's going to force Jared Bednar to play some of those younger guys, the Ivan Ivans, the
that's how we
Prishapavs,
started last year, remember?
and actually give those dudes some runway and be okay with it.
Remember, the Avs used 40 different skaters last year, most in team history.
Now, in order to fill out those spots with true roster players, guys that are going to be here come April, May, and June, I think the way that the Avs can do this is by trading a legit current player. And you have to get 2 assets back for that current player.
There has to be some sort of plan with $7.5 million left because if there's not a plan, then you don't automatically let Miles Wood and Charlie Coyle go, right? There has to be part of a plan that, yeah, you need the space, but you also needed the bodies, right? So I think, in the words of Jafar from Aladdin, which I'm sure you're familiar with.
Okay. Where are you going to go with this?
Patience, Iago. Patience.
The patience didn't pay out for them.
For who?
They ended up losing in the end.
Can you think of a better quote from a movie that involves patience?
The parrot and the evil sorcerer end up losing in the end.
I can't believe it. I just don't believe it.
Who's that actor?
Gilbert Gottfried.
Yeah, that's a pretty good Gilbert Gottfried.
Thank you.
I'm impressed there.
I had to
Kurt
shout at the
texts
ceiling.
in, why would you let Coyle go knowing that you now need a 2C again? You don't need a 2C. Your 2C is Brock Nelson.
Private eye.
I think the reason why you let go of Coyle is because you signed Ross Colton to be your third line center. At $4 million, Ross Colton was signed to be that guy. He wasn't signed to be a winger.
Oh, you're that guy.
He was signed to be a third line center. So you can look at your center depth and go, it is incredibly enviable that we have, and this is before the Coyle and Wood trade, that we have McKinnon, Nelson, Coyle, Drury, and Colton. That affords you to get out from the 5.25 to try and find a way to make a big swing. And some of those insiders, again, like Kevin Weeks was hinting that the Avs were doing something big prior to free agency, and everyone kind of took that to mean, oh, Sidney Crosby's coming here. Now, I'll never let that rumor die. It's not going to happen, but anytime that Sidney Crosby and the Avalanche are like linked together, even if it's like, my nephew's at 8 years old saying it, I'll go, yeah, let's do it.
Hey, is that breaking news? Do we have a breaking news sound effect, KJ?
Okay.
News sound effect? Some sort of breaking news
from the NBA. From Sean's.
Yes.
Shams Charania tweets out just a minute ago, the New York Knicks are expected to land two-time NBA Coach of the Year Mike Brown as the franchise's next head coach. So no, it's not Michael Malone going to his hometown Knicks.
Surprised by that?
Yeah. No, sorry, not at all.
Not surprised.
No.
Why?
They got rid of Tom Thibodeau and Michael Malone. They're kind of the same dude.
Yeah.
Mike Brown's a little bit more of a player's coach. I didn't think that the match was there for Michael Malone. Malone's going to sit out a year. Someone will grab him next year. Dude, I bring it back to the first thing that I said on the show when we walked in today. I feel so bad for Michael Malone. This is the roster that he's wanted for how long? The Nuggets have given him the roster that he probably was banging the table for, going, give me serviceable backups that I can play in rotation so that Nikola doesn't have to play 38 minutes a night. I feel so bad for that dude. He's got to be feeling the worst out of anyone this morning.
I doubt that.
What do you mean you doubt that?
There are other people who are feeling worse than
in the NBA
Michael
right
Malone.
now? I don't
Probably.
think so. I do not think so.
Let's do a league-wide survey and just see how everybody's doing. Hey, how are you doing today?
That is the winningest head coach in the history of the organization, the only head coach with an NBA championship on his ring. He gets fired, the latest out of any coach in the history of the league for a playoff-bound team, 3 games to go in the regular season, and he has to turn around on July 2nd, just a couple of months after being canned, and go, that's all I asked for.
What
that
was his
the
extension?
only thing that I wanted.
What was his extension?
Malone's?
Yeah.
What do you mean extension?
Didn't you just sign an extension
A couple
prior
years.
to...
I don't know what he's getting paid.
Okay.
Oh, so that's why you're saying he's getting paid.
Yep.
Take the money out of it.
Raj, you just go to Ireland, you just go to Hawaii, and we're going to pay you're going to get $50,000 today.
I mean, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'd still feel bad if you were going to fire me. In that situation, I'm going to Hawaii, but I'm still getting fired.
You're still getting
sound
paid.
Awesome. Come on. You know what? The 437 Malik Beasley is pretty down.
Yeah.
You got that.
Yeah. Good point.
NFL notes are next with KJ.
You are listening to Denver Sports Talk Radio, Altitude 92.5, the morning sprint with your hosts, Connor McGahee and Raj.
Raj and Coach, yippee skippy.
Welcome back to the morning sprint. This is Lindsay from Loveland, bringing you Coach Raj and my hall pass voice, Connor McGahee. Well, butter my butt and call me a biscuit. It's a good day.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 presents KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, listen up.
McGahee just got propositioned on the way back.
Can we just have Careless Whisper as the bed music for this entire segment instead?
Good for you, Connor.
Thank you. Different feel for NFL Notes today.
Every day here on the morning sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's smooth and sexy NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, take it away.
Cody Rourke of MileHighSports.com.
Okay, all right, I get it. You're done.
I gave him my best shot.
Rein it in, you two. Oh.
Oh my gosh! All right. Let's get to some real news.
What's first, KJ?
All right, Cody Rourke of MileHighSports.com and the Locked On Broncos podcast was asked during his mailbag article, "What's the Broncos' ceiling this year?" His response, quote, "Best case scenario, they win the AFC West and host a home playoff game in the divisional round," end quote. Do you guys agree with that realistic ceiling for the Denver Broncos this season?
Yes.
You do, even though it's the AFC West.
Yes. They have the best defense in the league.
Yep.
They have a quarterback that I firmly believe is immune to the sophomore slump.
Yeah.
Does that mean I think he's going to take a crazy step forward and be a MVP candidate? No, but I don't think he's going to take a crazy regression. He's the Bobot, and I love that.
You just come up with that?
No, Coach and I have formulated that. Bobot. Yeah, for me, that's their ceiling. And if you can win the AFC West, right, like there's a very good chance that you're a game away from being in the AFC title game.
What's a better conference now, AFC or NFC?
They both have horrible divisions within them.
South.
I think that the AFC is the better conference.
Overall, I agree.
Because you have
so does KJ.
You have legit Super Bowl contenders in the Bills, the Ravens, the Chiefs.
It's great, but who are the chefs?
You have outside looking in contenders in the Chargers, the Broncos, the Texans.
Did you say the Bills?
I said the Bills are like Super Bowl favorite.
Right. Okay,
yeah.
I
outside
blanked out for a second.
Yeah. Outside looking in contenders for me in the AFC are Houston, LA Chargers, Broncos, and then whoever the second team in the AFC North is on any given year. I think it's the Bengals, but the Bengals defense sucks. But anytime that Joe Burrow's throwing to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, I go, that scares the crap out of me. So I'll throw the Bengals in there too.
I think that, that would be if you're saying if it's the ceiling, that's as far as they can go right now. I mean, and we just talked about the long drought for the Broncos, right? And they surprised a lot of people last year. And they've had, in my opinion, one of the best off seasons in the NFL in what they've done. I mean, that defense, again, hold on, knock on wood. I've got a gavel in here. Stays healthy. Then Bo Nix is able to cook a lot. And I think that the Broncos can, in fact, exercise the demons in the Kansas City Chiefs and win the AFC West.
I think they take a step forward.
Is clear.
The 587 goes, Russell Wilson won a Super Bowl in his sophomore year for the Seahawks. He did, but he also had, Marshawn Lynch toting the rock. Unless R.J. Harvey is Marshawn Lynch.
And look, and the congruency is there with that Seahawks team, which I saw live at MetLife Stadium in freaking New Jersey. I still can't think about that Super Bowl to this day. But the Legion of Boom there in Seattle, that's where it started with. Russell Wilson was able to win because of that Seahawks defense. Remember the first snap in that Super Bowl? First snap disaster, the name of my fantasy football team for years. The Seahawks defense allowed the Seahawks win Super Bowl 48.
Marshawn rushing for 1,300 yards and 12 touchdowns.
That didn't hurt either.
It's pretty darn good, my man. The wide receiver room is pretty similar. Like, Golden Tate was playing at the height of his abilities at that time, but like Golden Tate was never a world beater.
No.
He wasn't a 1,000-yard receiver.
He was reliable, though.
Wasn't a guy who was going to put up double-digit touchdowns for you. Doug Baldwin, Jermaine Kearse.
Oh, Kearse, yep.
Early on in his career, Jermaine Kearse. Their tight end was Zach Miller, who had 5 touchdowns that year. Sidney Rice. Like, it is a very similar wide receiver room. I think you could make the argument that the Broncos wideout room is like, Cortland Sutton's better than anyone that I just named, isn't he? At least
Agreed.
I think so.
Totally.
So the wide receiver rooms are similar. The big difference is, yes, great defense. Seahawks 2013, great defense. Broncos expected to be coming up in the 2025 season. If you get...
The Seahawks had the best defense in the NFL that year.
I think the
number one rated.
I think the Broncos can be the number 1 rated defense in the league this
14
year.
points allowed per game.
If you get 1,000 yards on the ground and like 8 to 12 touchdowns from a rookie in RJ Harvey, sure, put him into the Super Bowl for me, but that's a lot to ask, isn't it? Percy Harvin was on that team, but he did not play a lot. Percy Harvin played 1 game that year. 1 game.
Is he hurt?
He played 1 game in the regular season. He played 2 games in the playoffs. So Harvin was on the roster. He was not the same dude.
Percy Parvin.
Marshawn Lynch runs for 288 yards and 4 touchdowns in 3 playoff games. Like, sure,
that good?
If that's RJ Harvey, the Broncos can win the Super Bowl this year, but I'm not putting that pressure on RJ Harvey to become 2013 Marshawn Lynch.
RJ Harvey combined with J.K. Dobbins.
Okay. In the aggregate, we can moneyball
In the
this
aggregate.
thing.
Let's moneyball.
KJ, what's next?
No, don't start counting.
Well, Sean, I'm going to start counting because last week we played the clip from our Broncos insider, Jeff Legwald, about why a potential star player getting signed soon may be factoring into why rookie defensive back Jahdae Barron hasn't been signed. A different conversation around town has picked up steam since those comments, and some believe that if Cortland Sutton doesn't get a contract extension by the start of training camp, a hold-in could be on the horizon. For the sake of not hindering Bo Nix's growth, should the Broncos be factoring in that idea when they're talking about who do you pay first between Benito, Allen, and Sutton?
You pay... Oh, this is tough. Coach and I have gone head-to-head on this a couple of times. I think you pay Allen first. You pay
Interesting.
You pay Benito second. Now,
Why Allen first? Because I'd go Benito, Allen.
Well, you're betting on Benito, like you're guaranteeing that Benito has another stellar sack season, that he puts up 15 sacks this year.
He has been trending that way.
He did it once. Let's be very honest about what Nick, he had an amazing season last year. He's done it once. Once.
The second half of the season before, I don't know the exact numbers, but eye test was better. And I know you're going to look it up right now. I'm just saying that he started off 2023 slow, and then I feel like the second half of the season, if you went game by game, he was more present because the beginning of 2023, to me, Benito was invisible. And then all of a sudden, about week 10, week 11, I want to say he maybe didn't show up in stats, but he was at least, if you look at pressures, for example, he started to show himself a little bit more. And then 2024 is when he really found his groove.
2023, sack in week 2, 2.5 sacks in week 4, 2 sacks in week 5. Then he had a stretch between week 6 and week 10 where he had 0 sacks. And again, I know it's a
0.0.
It's a fantasy football stat that we're looking at right now, but that is what edge rushers get paid off of.
Sure.
They get paid off of sacks in quarterback hurries and quarterback pressures. 1.5 sacks in week 11 against Cleveland, and then not a sack until week 15. Sorry, week 18.
So I had it reversed.
he was better at the beginning in terms of sack numbers. He had 8. He missed 2 games. I don't know, man. If the thing is, if Benito has 15 sacks next season, or if he's in the top 3 of sacks or top 5 of sacks next season, he then very quickly goes from being like a $23 to $25 million pass rusher to like a $30 million pass rusher. So that's the argument for you, is that like, pay him now. Yeah. Now, I don't really know if he's going to do it again. They paid Sutton last year. Like, they gave him his little, hey, thanks for being here bump. So he's number 3 on my list. Like, I think they have appeased Cortland Sutton.
I'd agree with that.
Zach Allen's been the guy.
So not paying Sutton, you think that doesn't affect Bo Nix at all?
No.
Okay.
Because I don't think Sutton's going to put up a stink about it, man.
I think that stink has already been put up.
He got his
message delivered.
He got his Chris Harris Jr. like, thanks for being, again, it's a thanks for being here bump. He got that already. I don't think they're going to let him go anywhere. You really think Cortland Sutton's going to hold out? Nah, I don't. KJ, what's next?
No, don't start counting.
Tight end Darren Waller will come out of retirement to join the Miami Dolphins via trade. The Dolphins will trade a 2026 sixth-round pick to the New York Giants, who held his rights, in exchange for Waller and a conditional 2027 seventh-round pick. How much should we expect this trade to help the Miami Dolphins in a very stacked AFC?
First of all, I have a question. If you're retired, how does somebody have your rights?
Like, because you're still under contract. If you retire with years left on that contract, they would still have the rights to, like, it's like a first refusal type of thing.
I would just assume that when you retire, that is, in the words of the MCP, end of line. Right? Like, I'm retired, everything's null and void at this point. I don't know.
Well, like,
I don't know, Rose.
Think about it from an NHL standpoint. Like, Evgeny Kuznetsov retired or left the NHL.
But that's different. Retiring from hockey would be different than leaving the NHL.
Well, you can't retire from all of hockey.
Yeah, you can.
You don't know. There's not a governing body of all of the leagues, or like the IHF doesn't do that. Like, when guys retire from the National Hockey League, they're not retiring from hockey. They can go play in other leagues.
Yeah, but usually when you're retiring, you're not going to play anywhere else. You're 48 years old and, the skates are being hung up.
If you retire or if you leave the job in the middle of a contract as an athlete, the team that has your contract retains those rights until the contract terms have gone away. That's the CBA. That's most CBAs.
It just seems a little counterintuitive.
But this anyhow, doesn't affect the Dolphins at all.
Nope. 0.
Is he a better rapper? Or sorry, was he like R&B? He tried to do something with like Kelsey Plum, right?
He was a rapper. He tried the rapping thing.
Tried being the operative word.
A very acquired taste, to put it very nicely.
So is he a better rapper right now, or is he a better tight end? When's the last time that he had like a really awesome season? Was it, before COVID? 2020 with the Raiders, 1,200 yards, 9 touchdowns.
Okay.
I don't need him there. They're going to finish second in the AFC East, and they're going to be, 6 games out of first place. They're going to be 500 or just under 500. They're going to miss the playoffs.
Again, it's like we were talking about the Kings, Sacramento Kings in the first segment. Like, what are you thinking? What are the Dolphins thinking here? Like, why him? Why?
Because they got rid of Jonnu Smith and they needed some type of big dude to catch a
just
football,
that simple.
Right? Yeah, I don't know, man.
I don't know, Rose.
It doesn't do anything for me. The Dolphins feel unserious to me.
Yeah.
I think their window came and went. The Bills are still knocking on it. They're a way better team. They haven't gotten better over the past couple of off seasons. The Patriots have gotten better. Yeah, that team is not a threat whatsoever.
Notice how you didn't mention the New York Jets.
Also an unserious organization. KJ?
No, don't start counting.
Another infamously known unserious organization, the Cleveland Browns, got what they wanted from Ohio.
Stop it. You don't say.
In the form of a $600 million in taxpayer money and a change to the law that would have otherwise kept them from leaving downtown Cleveland for suburban Brook Park. The change to the model law allows Ohio teams to move within Ohio. The mayor was not happy about that. Quote, "We are deeply disappointed that the final state budget includes both a $600 million public subsidy for a domed stadium in Brook Park and changes to Ohio's art model law. Provisions we strongly opposed and requested be removed. Relocating the Browns would divert economic activity from downtown, creating a competing entertainment district and disrupt the momentum of our lakefront redevelopment," end quote. If a team gets taxpayer money, should they then be allowed to take that tax money and leave the respective city they're in for another city in that same state?
I think okay.
That's interesting.
It is an interesting question, but the Cleveland Browns is not just like, okay, we've crossed out of Cleveland boundaries, right? The Cleveland Browns represent all of northern Ohio. I would make the argument, right? It's the Civil War in Ohio. North is Cleveland, south is Cincinnati. So
what? You move them to Columbus and be smack dab in the middle?
Are we having this? Do we have this conversation with now the Bears Stadium? They're moving from Soldier Field to go build a new building in Arlington Heights in the suburbs of Chicago. Is that taxpayer funded? And if it is, you think people in Arlington Heights are mainly going to be Packers fans, even though it's technically outside of Chicago? I think that, it would make sense if you live in Cleveland, if your taxes are going to pay for that, then the stadium should probably be there.
I'd be pretty pissed off.
Hey, if we who live in Douglas County are paying taxes for something that all of a sudden gets moved to Adams County, we're not going to be happy about it because, or maybe we don't care because we're Broncos fans anyhow, and we're still going to go to the games, regardless of where it is.
They should just move them to Columbus. Compete with the Buckeyes. Come on. You've been to Cleveland. That city is.
I've never been.
You've never been to Cleveland?
Never been to Cleveland.
It's a tough city, man.
Like, did you go on purpose?
I was
intentionally.
I was up there when I was like 17 or 18 playing hockey, and we went to a Lake Erie Monsters game.
Yeah, and
that was
tough.
That was tough.
The thing about Columbus,
I bought on clearance a Mo Williams Cavaliers jersey that day. It was like literally $7.
If you move to Columbus, perfect. Buckeyes Saturday, and then Browns on Sunday.
Move them to Columbus. Like that city can support those two teams. They would love to support those two teams.
Cleveland is getting a WNBA team, so 1 in, 1 out. That's the way it goes.
Yeah, those are equal value. KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by our friends at Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store.
Very
locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. We'll come back on the other side. I don't think the Avs are going to do anything in the next 3 minutes, but if they do, Connor and I will break it down.
Hi, this is Riker. You're listening to the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Greetings, programs. Welcome back to Altitude 92.5 in the Morning Sprint with Raj and Colorado sports treasure, Connor McGahey.
Welcome back to the chicanery of the Morning Sprint with Coach Raj and the Han Solo of hockey, Connor McGahey. And, of course, behind the glass, KJ Granderson, only on the best sports radio station in Denver, Altitude 92.5.
Wrapping things up here on a Wednesday, Connor McGahey, our guest, filling in for the coach Mike Sanford.
Attaboy, Riker.
Yeah, Riker did a great job.
And is that the first time we've ever had the word chicanery on air?
I was nervous about what that word actually was.
Why?
I thought it was a curse term.
Which one?
I'm not allowed to say it. Are you trying to get me fired? What is happening here? I don't have 3 years left on my contract like Michael Malone did. I'm not getting paid out. I need a paycheck here, man. Kids coming on the way. I got to find a way to pay those bills.
Chicago, you're out of here.
To the chicanery.
Who gave you the? Who originally gave you the Han Solo of hockey?
Oh, that's a Birdo. That's a Mark Bertinoli item. Who's around here somewhere? Is he still here?
I don't. He was hanging around. He's been warming up in the bullpen for a little while because we don't know whether or not there's going to be
a Polumbus sighting.
The big 6'8" flame throwing righty coming out. He might be under the weather. I actually have no idea what's happening next.
We don't care about that show as much as we care about this one. Anyhow,
is
Riker did a great job.
Is John Mitchell still upset that I called him the? Did I call him the Jar Jar Binks? One day, I think it was during a playoff game.
Oh my God!
He wasn't thrilled with me. I showed up and
I don't like.
You should have just done the whole show like Jar Jar.
Oh my God! Can you imagine that?
No, people would not listen to the program.
Hey Siri, what's the lowest rated morning sprint of all time?
That one, the Jar Jar Binks show.
Yeah,
that's probably it. I don't like. Avs haven't really done anything in free agency,
which is good. That's a good thing.
I kind of felt that happening yesterday, and my
Do
wife,
not overpay.edu.
Right. My wife took our nephews alongside her brother and her sister-in-law to Waterworld yesterday, and they took the day off work, and obviously we had the show yesterday, and I told her, I was like, honey, it's free agency. Like, I probably can't end up coming. But if it's very clear that it's going to be a boring day, I'll show up. It took me all of 35 minutes to go, the Avs aren't going to do a damn thing. So I went to Waterworld, and I had a phenomenal. I haven't been to Waterworld in it's got to be close to 18 years. I have not been to Waterworld.
We used to go once every summer.
Still holds up.
It was great.
Still holds up.
I was the same, similar to you. We had an 11:40 tea time, and I checked, in between holes for about 3 holes. And
well,
then
you texted me. You went, keep me updated.
Yeah, I said, keep me updated, and that was it.
And I never sent another text back. I went, nothing's going on.
And that was about 12:05. And, you're 100% right. You could just tell that that's how free agency was going to go for the day, for the Avs.
I felt fine. Zipping and sliding down Storm and Journey to the Center of the Earth.
Greatest ride of all time.
Storm or Journey to the Center of the Earth?
Journey to the Center of the Earth. Is the Pyramid one still around?
The Pharaoh something.
River of the Pharaohs.
River of the Pharaohs still there?
Yes.
It's still kicking. They still have the toilet bowl things and the boomerang and an excellent lazy river.
How long was the line for Voyage?
40-something minutes.
Yeah.
Kids wanted to go on it. We went on it.
Are you a barefoot guy on the sidewalk, or do you wear flip-flops?
Barefoot, you can't. What are you doing?
Yeah.
You can't be one of those people who leaves their shoes all. Just deal with it. You're at a water park. It's going to be hot. You'll be okay. Also, not a water shoes guy. I think it's a little soft to be a water shoe person.
I thought that was a very
You what?
90s thing to buy water shoes. Everyone had water shoes.
If you can't help but scratch your feet on the bottom of a pool, you're doing something wrong. Right?
Yeah.
The only time I've ever worn water shoes is kayaking, when I could literally slice my foot open if I end up falling out of the boat.
I sliced my foot on a shell in the ocean one time. bad.
And
Like
the
I had
shark
to
comes along and he bites your foot off.
Seriously, I had to like get out because it was just spilling, blood into the water.
Just chum in the water for a great white.
I would not be caught dead in water shoes.
Can't do it.
Can't do it, Sally.
Yeah, if it's too hot on your little piggies, deal with it.
Walk in the grass.
Walk in the grass.
And then you just deal with it for the 20 yards that's, pavement only.
Completely agree.
Yeah.
I'm right there with you. Long way of saying, I had a phenomenal time.
We used to do it once a year forever. Like my brother and a couple of our friends from back in the day, and everyone's their separate ways. A friend of ours who's a doctor, they'd all come from walks of life. One's a doctor, one's an executive chef, and we'd all get together one time every August and go to Waterworld.
Carry in a big old cooler and have a great time. So that's what I did when the Avs did absolutely nothing over free agency. And we've got a question here. Raj and Connor from the 908. Who would you rather have, Natchez or Ehlers?
Natchez.
I agree. I think he's the higher upside player.
Yeah. Less injury prone.
And both players, as of right now in their careers, and again, Natchez younger, which I also like, both players have been prone to becoming Casper the Ghost in the playoffs. So it's not even like you get this...
a friendly ghost.
It's not even like you get this Sam Bennett type of uptick in the playoffs, right? Sam
Bennett, who does nothing in the regular season and then is just an absolute freak beast.
Right. Famously has not put up north of 50 points at any season in his career, despite being a top 3 NHL draft pick.
Mm-hmm.
That is... He brings his game to a different level because he has that type of snarl in the playoffs. And he scores a bunch of goals this year, obviously wins the Conn Smythe, and you have to be amazing to walk home with that award. It's not even
he was number 4, sorry.
Okay, number 4.
Yeah.
It's not even like you're getting that type of player in the postseason if you decide to sign Nick Ehlers.
Nope.
He has been, like most of the Winnipeg Jets in his era, worthless after game 82.
Yeah. I mean, that's a problem.
What a damning thing for the Winnipeg Jets to hear that guy say.
Yeah.
I want to go somewhere where I can win. Y'all just won the President's Trophy.
Yeah. And have had...
Pardon me?
How many Vezinas has Connor Hellebuck?
It's 2.
But you win a Hart and a... Your goalie wins a Hart and a Vezina in the same year, and you can't get to the conference final.
What happened was it 2013 when did Carey Price win his Vezina and MVP? Maybe a little bit.
You're in the ballpark.
I'm in the ballpark.
It's early 2010s.
2014, 2015 is when Carey Price. He was the last goalie to win both the MVP and the Vezina in a season. And Montreal got bounced in the second round that year.
Yep.
They beat Ottawa in round 1 in 6 games. They lost to Tampa in 6 games in round 2. Tampa Bay beats New York in 7. They lose to Chicago in 6 in the Cup final. Winnipeg doesn't even get out of the first round. Or sorry, did they get out of the first round?
They did this year.
They did. Sorry, they got out of the first round. They lost in the second to Dallas. There we go.
Who can't get past Edmonton? Avs couldn't get past Dallas. Winnipeg can't get past Dallas.
At least Dallas did you a favor. You got rid of the reason why you can't get past Dallas, and it's Peter DeBoer.
Yeah.
It's just something that happens.
Did you think Glenn Gulletson was a weird hire or rehire, I guess?
Yeah, I think it was a little odd.
Yeah.
It was very clear that the locker room was lost by DeBoer with his post-series comments when he was throwing his goaltender under the bus, which was crazy.
Very strange.
Navy vet Mike.
Thank you for your service, Mike.
Pat Maroon. Pat Maroon has retired, so Pat Maroon's not playing hockey anymore. Capo Caco is currently a Seattle Kraken, so we can't get either one of those 2 players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you could, but it would
I'm not trading for.
It's gonna cost you.
There's that guy did nothing to inspire confidence in me when he was in New York, and he did.
Well, Rangers were trying to dish him off at every opportunity.
Those are 2 players that I would pass on. I don't know. I want the Avs to try and go and find a way to snipe like Evan Rodriguez for nothing from Florida and make him a bottom 6 player for you. I want them to try and find a way to bring in Brent Burns in the back end if you have that cap space, that money to bring in a type of player like that who brings in size and length and grit and playoff mentality. That's what I want them to do. I don't want them to take a flyer on a younger player that's like a reclamation project.
Yeah.
That's not who you are right now.
No.
You need to get meaner. You need to get more playoff ready. And for me, that screams cup champion or a guy who has been there, done that, and is looking
Hasn't
for a
got
cup.
it yet. Yeah.
Give me Evan Rodriguez, give me Brent Burns, and I am happy.
That's why this season, I know there's a lot of criticism on Brock Nelson, but that's why this season, in a full year with things settled, and Brock Nelson with that extra motivation to want him. I mean, him and Brent Burns are in the same, been around for a long time, same boat. Great NHL careers so far, but haven't won. Do not underestimate how effective that can be for a player and a team around him.
That'll do it for us today. For Connor McGahey, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you for your
Filling
patience,
in for Coach.
Iago.
For KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy. Enjoy your Wednesday. Happy True Independence Day?
Independence Day.
Happy Independence Day, not happy 4th of July.
Don't forget, the British blew a 13-colony lead.
We're very humble here on the Morning Sprint. PhD's next.
America!
Today's bullpen step-in host, oldest soul on the planet. So old that he was on the boat in McHale's Navy. That old. The other dude, he managed to have his game day hockey sweater ripped out of his closet in Syracuse by a chick. Can't make that up. Thanks for listening, folks. Have a great day.
Yes, what's good? PhD coming to you on a Wednesday. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in for the H and the D. But we do have Tyler Polumbus with us once again, toughing it out, which I appreciate greatly.
Yeah, buddy. I decided to do this one from home to not bring whatever the crud is into the office. I do feel a little bit better than yesterday, but
you sound,
voice.
You sound too rough.
Yeah, well, I don't feel awesome. I'm not gonna lie. I really don't feel awesome. But you know what? I got one last day here. Then we're off for a couple days. We got the holiday coming around, so I've played through worse. We'll put it that way.
Well, we appreciate you toughing it out. I do also love that I don't have to be in a tiny little studio with you. So to pull the curtain back, he's doing the show from home. If you're not watching on Twitch, because he does have an excellent setup there. And I have to tell you, I appreciate you not bringing it in and breathing it all over me. So.
Well, you know what? I saw the look. Everybody gives Nate all the grief for being the germaphobe.
Yeah,
Andy's just as bad. I'm not sure if people realize that. Andy is just as terrified of germs. And so yesterday, I saw the look at death from him, and I'm like, all right, I get it. I won't come in. Fine.
You did Lysol pretty heavy as you were walking out. And
I did. Yeah.
After you left and they took the break, in that commercial break, he's like, is there towels somewhere? I really want to wipe this thing down good. He didn't even trust your heavy Lysoling. But, we're all just trying to avoid getting sick right before that holiday weekend. It would be tough to pick it up. So
I'm one of 10 people that get sick during the summer, I guess.
I get sick before I go on vacation all the time. I don't know why it happens or how it happens. I'm not a person who's like really stressed out at I don't, it's not like a mental thing, but for some reason, every time I go on vacation, if I have something planned, lo and behold, I will get sick ahead of time.
I'm gonna go hit the steam room after the show today. We'll see how that feels. Maybe that'll help.
You still get your workout in?
Not yet, but I'm gonna get a workout in after the show.
Okay.
I'll make sure I put the germs all over the bench press and everything for everybody else.
You could have just lied and said it was a home gym. You know what I mean? Is that a thing in gym contracts that it says you're not allowed to come in if you're sick? It's interesting.
I don't know. I don't recall signing that contract.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you agreed to terms and conditions, I assume, right?
I would assume, but who reads those things?
That's a totally fair point. Totally fair point. So, hey, listen, we've got our Stars, Stripes, and Big Pipes competition going on. If you want to record a rejoiner, just open up our Altitude Sports Radio app. You can hit the voice of the people. And when you do, you can record a opener for the show. You can make fun of DMac for being dead. What did we say? Biked off a cliff? Is that what we said?
Yeah, nobody knows.
We don't know.
All we know is he was on his bike, and nobody's heard from him since.
And that's the end of DMac, except for DT last night. DT, did you guys plan that, or was that impromptu?
Oh, are you talking about DMac had to leave my my Nuggets podcast?
Yeah.
Dude, he had the fire alarm going off at wherever he's staying in the mountains.
So,
and,
of course,
had to
DMac
abruptly leave the podcast.
Of course, DMac is still making content while he's on vacation, because that is...
Dude, just go on vacation.
Just go on vacation,
man. Now, who invited who onto the podcast, Dan?
He invited himself.
Sounds about right.
So you can make fun of him for that. You can give Scott a hard time for being by the lake I don't even know why you'd give him a hard time for that. But record a rejoin for us. You could win a Traeger grill. All entries that are made are entered into it, and then we might play some of them back on air as well. Ace Hardware is giving away that Traeger grill. So if you want to do that, today is your last day to get signed up. You can do it once per show, so make sure you record a rejoin for us in the Altitude Sports Radio app on the Voice of the People. All right, Tyler, so now we've gotten to sit with it for 24 hours. The news was coming in fast and furious. But 24 hours after everything has kind of slowed down, I want to know, I've got just a real simple question. And is this, granted, it's July, but is this the best roster that you've gone into a season with Nikola Jokic?
Wow. Okay. Boy, I guess we need to compare and contrast to the championship year if we're going to do that properly, huh?
I mean, it's
so
the championship year was great, but I don't think that roster was as good as this one is. Now, that doesn't mean that they get a better result, but you have somebody like Colin Cowherd going on there saying if he had to pick right now, he'd pick the Nuggets. And yes, let's be wary of offseason winners, but I really do believe this is the best roster they've had around the best player in the world.
I'm not going to fight it too hard. I mean, if you want to go player for player, would you rather have KCP or would it be Tim Hardaway Jr.? Would that be who we'd be comparing him to?
No,
no.
I would say like this version of Christian Brown, right? Like the grown up Christian Brown or KCP from 2023. And
Okay.
I think the answer there is the grown up Christian Brown because he's cheaper right now. And I think they're pretty similar.
I love this version of Christian Brown. I mean, this is as well-rounded a basketball player as you could ask for. Tremendous in the fast break, tremendous in the transition. I do think that this bench, it feels like it's got the potential to be the deepest bench that Nikola Jokic has ever had. I mean, even during the championship year, we had Brucey B, we had KCP, we had, God, who else are we missing? Help me out here. Jeff Green. You
have Reggie coming off the bench, but
Christian Brown was coming off the bench that year too.
P-Watt for a little bit came off the bench, but not much. But yeah, I mean, all those guys, I just think they pale in comparison to the kind of veterans and talent that you can pull off that roster right now.
Yeah, man, I'm not going to fight you. It feels really, really good. All these guys that we signed this year, they all average 10 to 12 points a game. We'll see if they're capable of doing that again. Obviously, I don't expect them all to be doing that coming off the bench. But if you can just get one or two of those guys per game to do that, that's going to be a hell of a unit. And it feels like for the first time in the Nikola Jokic era that we don't have to freaking panic when it's time to play the bench. I heard Vic this morning saying that he thinks that Tim Hardaway is going to be that player that you love to hate and you hate to love, right?
Yeah.
Because he's going to be exciting, maybe like Will Barton to some degree, but he's going to make a lot of big plays, and then he's going to have some streaky games where you're going to be frustrated with him. So, but the beauty of it is that you're not just relying on one or two players to be streaky for you. You've now got 3 or 4 guys coming off the bench that you feel like can contribute at a really high level.
And when you have that, you wonder how much better the bench, because you don't need them to win the non-Jokic minutes. You just need them to not get crushed. Like, can you play even? And with that, can you take minutes off of Jokic in the season, off Murray in the season, who did kind of limp to the end of through the end of the year there? Aaron Gordon ended up having a soft tissue injury at the end. I just feel like you can get a lot done by mixing and matching, and just if you can play even with those bench guys, whether they're the vets or the young guys, you create an opportunity for yourself to be fresher when it comes to the playoffs. And then you can say, who's our best 8? Who's our best 9? And really hammer down on a rotation in the playoffs that you can fight a team like Oklahoma City with.
Yeah. So, coming off the bench now, let's see. So help me out here. Jalen Pickett will be at point. Julian Strother will be, he'll be at the 2, I would think. Brucey B's your shooting guard. Peyton Watson will be out there, and then Jonas, right? Is that your back? Is that your bench? If you were to play, if in theory you were playing all 5 of them at the same time,
that's a lineup that you could run with. I mean, you can go with Bruce Brown as your primary ball handler and take Jalen Pickett out of that lineup. You can go heavy defense and go Bruce Brown, Christian Brown, Peyton Watson, either Cam Johnson or Aaron Gordon, and Valanciunas, who's not a great defender, but still a big man in the middle. You could go that route. You can go Pickett, Strother, Bruce Brown, and go a little bit smaller and P-Watt and Valanciunas and go with an offensive type lineup. Like, they just have so many options there. I don't know, man.
And you know who we haven't even mentioned? We haven't even mentioned Dron Holmes. Like,
right?
Like where does Dron Holmes fit into this thing?
Right.
Does he actually surpass Peyton Watson? And is he going to be your true backup 4? Jonas will be your backup 5. But you've got a lot of flexibility there, and I think Dron Holmes has just got the ability to make this thing even better. You know, Zeke Naji, I thought was a pleasant surprise towards the end of the season last year. Can you continue to develop him? I wouldn't be surprised if they just bought out Zeke, or I don't know. I still, if Zeke isn't on this team one way or the other, I wouldn't be surprised, and I imagine they're still trying to do that.
But you've heard a lot of people say he's better at the 4 than at the 5, so maybe now with Valanciunas, if you're able to put him at the 4, do you get better minutes from him? Even somebody who, you know, you're maybe giving up on. And the way that this roster is designed, it's optimized to get the best out of him. I don't know, man. I feel like this is more a thing in the NFL offseason than anything else, where people kind of start, you know, who won the offseason, and those don't normally pan out. The team that wins the offseason doesn't normally meet expectations when the regular season rolls around. But this is...
Man, I haven't seen any lists or anything. You know, like in the NFL, they always do who are the winners and the losers of free agency.
Yeah.
I haven't necessarily seen a big list for the NBA, but I think you're going to be really hard pressed to find a team that did better in the offseason than Denver Nuggets.
And with the fact that they already have championship metal, it feels like it's fair to say, I mean, it should be the favorite right now. I don't know. I mean, due respect to Oklahoma City. They do have an MVP. They are deep as all get out. But I just hear that we are right now. So I'm riding the high a little bit today, Tyler. I got to be honest.
And what's amazing about the whole thing is that all of this came about because you were able to trade the one dude that, if you would have asked me 48, 72 hours ago, who's the most untradeable contract on this team, I probably would have told you Mike Porter Jr. And all of this has gone down because you're able to trade the one dude that I thought was untradeable. And when I say untradeable, I don't mean that as a shot at the dude's ability, but between the back surgeries, between the drop foot, between the max contract, between the fact that he hasn't showed up in the playoffs, all those things, it just added up to a dude that I thought it would be a literal impossibility to trade. And all of this is because you were able to trade Michael Porter Jr. and free up about $40 million.
If you would have said 6 months ago that you were going to trade away a piece of each of the Avs and Nuggets cores in Mikko Rantanen and MPJ, and you would feel better about both teams after you did, I don't know that I would have believed you. But that's where I feel like we are right now. I feel better about the Avs than I did going into last season. I feel better about the Nuggets than I did going into last season, and it was because they each traded away a core member of a championship squad. Like, that is crazy.
Well, I just did our scramble, and I was with Andy Lindahl, and one of the topics we talked about was, you know, the parade tracker. Like, if you had to rank like who's the most likely to have another parade here of these three teams, where does it sit now? And I think we're probably both going to put the Nuggets at the top of the list, but I think that's a conversation we can have maybe on the other side or at some point during the show. Now that we know what we know about these three teams, and they're all three of them pretty much done, minus maybe a couple moves here and there. Where do we put these teams in terms of most likely to have another parade?
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about that coming up. But before we get to that, I said something that really angered DT when we were in the little breakout room before the show today. So
blasphemy.
We're gonna bring this up first. There's a conversation about the ceiling and the floor that Bo Nix has as a quarterback in the NFL. I think one of them is a fair assessment, and Dan Tanner is a little bit upset with me. We're going to talk about that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio. It's Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in. Tyler Polumbus playing hurt from home. We appreciate that. So I have this article from PFF, and it says that the ceiling and the floor for Bo Nix are Drew Brees for the ceiling and Mac Jones for the floor. I take a little bit of umbrage with this because I said this first, but it's fine. Just the assumption, the assertion that Bo Nix could be Mac Jones made Dan so angry today that we were fighting all the way into me getting into the studio.
Well, I almost want to just listen to you two fight then.
Real quickly, before I get into it, what's your thought on the ceiling and the floor that PFF has given him as possible outcomes for his career?
Well, first off, like the Drew Brees thing, it's like, how uncreative can we get?
Right,
like,
that's what I thought.
Are we just going to continue to compare every Denver Bronco to a former Sean Payton Saint and assume that that's exactly who the guys are going to be? I don't know. I mean, are the games between Drew Brees and Bo Nix that similar? I guess you've seen enough people make the comparison that apparently enough people to see it there. I just think that's a real convenient comparison at all times.
Yeah.
The floor of Mac Jones, I don't know. I guess let's hear Dan rant and rave about it, because Mac Jones had a hell of a rookie year. I don't know if you guys remember that. Mac Jones came in, and if you remember the scouting report on Mac Jones, of all the guys he came out with, and I can't remember who all was in that group, but I do remember that Mac Jones' scouting report was the highest floor and the lowest ceiling of the guys that were in that group. So, meaning you likely weren't going to bust out with Mac Jones, but you likely weren't going to get Patrick Mahomes out of that thing either. And it sort of worked out that way early on, except for the fact that the floor turned out to be a lot lower than what you thought it was going to be.
Listen, I understand that this is going to make Broncos fans angry. I'm not here trying to make you angry. I am just telling you that it is within the range of possible outcomes that he turns into Mac Jones. And that is a guy who wins 10 games his rookie year, gets talked about in discussions for rookie of the year, to win offensive rookie of the year, makes a playoff game, gets blasted by the Buffalo Bills, and Mac Jones after that wasn't ever the same. Here's the difference between Mac Jones and Bo Nix. One had Bill Belichick as his coach, and one had Sean Payton as his coach. And so I think it's far more likely that somebody like Sean Payton can maintain somebody like Bo Nix being serviceable than it was that Bill Belichick was going to do that. And so I'm not saying it just to piss people off. Their numbers are similar. The outcome of their rookie year was similar. It is absolutely within the realm of possibilities that he is Mac Jones. However, I don't think it's likely. I don't think it's the most likely outcome.
Well, check this out. I mean, if you want to compare and contrast their rookie years, it's pretty close, man. So Mac Jones throws for 3,800 yards in his rookie year. Bo Nix throws for 3,775. Mac Jones throws for 22 touchdowns. Bo Nix throws for 29. Mac Jones throws for 13 interceptions. Bo Nix throws for 12 interceptions. Completion percentage for Mac Jones, 67.6. Bo Nix, 66.3. I mean, they're damn near identical rookie seasons, outside of the fact that Bo Nix had 7 more touchdowns, which is not nothing. I'm not dismissing that at all. But the yards are identical. The completion percentage, Bo Nix is actually a little bit lower. The interceptions are nearly identical. And the wins are very, very close.
Like I said, I'm not trying to piss people off. It is just the reality of the situation. And in an AFC that's as brutal as this AFC is, Mac Jones couldn't hack it. I'm not saying Bo Nix might not be able to hack it. I am saying that. I'm just not saying that that's a for sure thing. And so, like, really, honestly, if you have a guy turn into Jay Fiedler, or I've seen Andy Dalton come up on the Twitch chat, or even Kirk Cousins in this AFC, is that good enough to be a Super Bowl contender? I don't know. I'm not so sure about that.
Wait, which one?
Well, pick. You think?
I mean,
if he turns into Kirk Cousins, is that good enough to win the Broncos a Super Bowl in this AFC?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. If he turns
absolutely.
If he turns into Andy Dalton,
which Andy Dalton? The one that got paid $100 million?
Sure.
Yeah, you've got a fighting chance at it.
Okay. Against Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow and Patrick Mahomes.
Well, look, the reality is in any given year, it doesn't matter if you're freaking Josh Allen or if you're Joe Burrow. They don't have a great chance of winning the Super Bowl in the AFC.
Totally
so
agree.
What it comes down to is you got to have a little bit of luck. You got to hope and pray that the Chiefs have got it down near. Maybe Patrick Mahomes stubs his toe. I don't know. But yeah, of course it's going to take a little bit of luck. But I mean, you're comparing them to some quarterbacks that had a lot of success. Kirk Cousins is a damn good quarterback.
100%.
Right? And Andy Dalton at one point was a damn good quarterback.
And I'm saying he could be a damn good quarterback and it could still not be good enough to win them a Super Bowl. That's kind of my point. So
sure, I mean, that could be true of anybody.
This AFC is going to get coaches fired. Coaches like Mike McDaniel and Zach Taylor might get fired because they don't make the playoffs because the AFC is so brutal. And so I don't know. When people say like, "Oh, it's,"
I thought you were the Bronco homer. Last time we had this conversation, you were the one that was like way higher.
I am. Like I was the one that I do believe in this teams. I'm just saying it's within the range of possible outcomes. And man, have Denver fans been upset that I'm saying it's possible he could turn into Mac Jones. So,
well, here's what you gotta hope. Here's what you gotta hope. In year one to year two for Mac Jones, there was a significant drop off. He goes from 22 touchdowns in year one to 14 in year two, 13 interceptions to 11 interceptions, 3,800 yards to 2,900 yards. So that was a significant drop off. And then the year after that, it only gets worse. Now he plays fewer games, so it's harder to compare and contrast. But it gets progressively worse. So for Mac Jones, I guess the scouting report really was not right on him because the scouting report was the lowest ceiling but the highest floor. Well, the reality with Mac Jones was every year he played in the NFL, he got progressively worse.
And I think Bo has a coach who's going to prevent that kind of drop-off, don't you? Like, there's no way Bo ends up with 14 touchdown passes next year.
I would sure hope not.
I do agree with you there. And I think that is the Sean Payton effect. I think he could do that with a lot of different quarterbacks, but particularly with Bo, I think he will prevent that kind of drop off. So yes, I am higher on, and it's funny because I sat in here with you guys last week and I was the one stumping for the Broncos, but I just find it odd that like Bronco fans can't admit that is within the range of possibility that he is not.
I mean, look, anything's a possibility, Rob. I mean, of course, anything's a possibility. We saw Robert Griffin go from rookie of the year to never playing in the NFL again, right? We've seen radical drop-offs, but based off the evidence that we've got, we certainly don't have any particular reason to be overly concerned about a drop-off.
Yeah.
But if we're being honest about the evidence that we've got, the evidence says that you've got continuity. For the first time, I learned this from Andy Lindahl today. For this is the first time since Adam Gase and Peyton Manning that you've had the same offensive coordinator and the same quarterback in back-to-back seasons for the Denver Broncos.
That is crazy.
That's insane.
That's
it's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
And so you've got continuity between the head coach, the play caller, and the quarterback. You've got a quarterback that had an above average rookie season. We don't have any particular reasons to be concerned that he's going to have a Mac Jones regression.
Listen, I said it. I do believe it's within the range of outcomes. I don't believe it's the most likely outcome. But I did piss off your producer today by saying it. So I do want to give DT just a minute or two here because I've been ranting and raving. Go ahead, DT.
Well, first of all, Bo Nix is a much better athlete than Mac Jones, okay? Just look at their rushing yards. I think Mac had just over 100 rushing yards in his rookie year. Bo Nix had 430. So the athlete is not even comparable. But I agree with you, Rob. Like, the thing that gives me confidence for Bo Nix in year 2 is the fact that he is with Sean Payton. Sean Payton is an offensive genius. We saw PFF rank him as the second best head coach in the NFL. We can debate that, whether you guys agree with that or not. Sean Payton is an offensive genius. So I do think that is a reason to be optimistic about Bo Nix in year 2. If there's going to be a drop-off in year 2, which I do think is in the realm of possibility, I would say it's more comparable to a CJ Stroud type of second year. Like, yes, he had a drop-off in year 2, but they still made the playoffs. I don't think that Bo Nix is on the same trajectory as Mac Jones.
But that's
also let's keep in mind, consider where the organizations were at when Mac Jones goes down. So Mac Jones takes over for Tom Brady, and Bill Belichick is now losing his mind and on an ego trip, and that organization is going from on top of the world to one of the most dysfunctional organizations in the NFL. The Broncos right now represent, ironically, some of the most stability of any organization in the NFL. The fewest amount of roster turnover. If anything, the trajectory of the Broncos franchise appears to be have an upward arrow, whereas the Patriots were in a downward spiral of death, leading towards the firing of arguably the greatest coach of all time.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point to make. But I think, and this is why I keep bringing up the strength of the AFC, I think what accelerated that was it made it really hard to make the playoffs. So if Bo Nix has an okay year next year, but not as good as last year, and the Broncos are the team that falls out of that playoff race and miss the playoffs, how are you going to be talking about them, Tyler? How would that make you feel? If Bo Nix has a little bit of a regression, even, like DT said, CJ Stroud type regression, but they are one of the teams to fall out of that playoff race and say the Bengals make it instead of them.
Yeah, I'm not going to panic. I could see that happening. It wouldn't be the world's biggest surprise to me. Now, would I panic if the Broncos won 5 or 6 games? Yeah, now I'm going to panic. But if you're telling me the Broncos missed the playoffs because they won 9 football games instead of 10, then I'm going to say, okay, the ball bounced the wrong way in 2 football games, and you're 2 games away from being in the playoffs. I've got this team, right? I'm not like DMac. Like, I don't think this is like a championship caliber team. I've got this team, in my opinion, as a wild card team that barely sneaks into the playoffs anyways. So the difference between being a playoff team and not making the playoffs at that point is literally 1 or 2 fumbles that you recover or you do not.
Sure. And it's... I just don't want Bronco fans to get in a place where they have these expectations that are too high for Bo. And I think that's part of the reason that I want to have the conversation about the range of possible outcomes, because you got to, I think, temper those expectations just a little bit. I don't know. The guy who normally sits in this seat, like you said, thinks that they're going to be in a Super Bowl in 2 years. And so he's going to have to make some large jumps, Bo Nix is, to do something like that.
Does he, or does he have to do what he did in year 1? I mean, I actually disagree. Okay. I don't think it requires a large jump for him to continue to make the playoffs this year.
Oh, no. I said to win a Super Bowl.
Oh,
he's going to have to make some large jumps to win a Super Bowl. I agree with you. If he has a year like he had last year, I think they'll make the playoffs. I think their defense is a little bit better. I think you have continuity, like you said. They have the highest number of returning players in the NFL. I've made these arguments on this show with you guys before. I like the Broncos as a pick. It's why they're getting so much love from everybody. I just think if you want to talk about them as a Super Bowl contender, you have to talk about where are you getting that elevation from? Your defense isn't going to get much better. Like, your defense is great. So you're not going to elevate. The defense isn't going to elevate you to a Super Bowl caliber team. Your offensive line is really good. They might be able to elevate one more level, but I don't think they elevate you to a championship. It's your weapons and Bo Nix. Like, that is the thing that has to elevate to get you to a Super Bowl contender level.
Agreed. I think that a large part of that is going to come down to this free agency class that is boom or bust. This free agency class is got the ability to be the best class that we've had since Peyton Manning's first year. It's also got the ability to be a huge bust. And all it's going to come down to is the fact that you signed 4 dudes that are all really, really good. They're all really, really talented, and they all have a lot of injury history, and almost every last one of them was coming off a significant injury last year. So if you can get those dudes to stay healthy, you probably are going to be on a Super Bowl trajectory. I'm not going to say Super Bowl, but the ability to compete within 2 to 3 years. And if those guys can't stay healthy, if they've got another season-ending injury, well, now you could be going from talking about trying to compete for championships to just hoping and praying to find your way back into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think we're all kind of saying the same thing. It's just looking at it from different angles. And it's interesting to talk about because there is so much variance in what these Broncos can be in the next couple of years. So we'll continue to talk about it. But I do want to talk next about a hire the New York Knicks made, some breaking news out of New York, and also kind of the NBA as a whole. We're so high on the Nuggets. I'm interested to see how you think the other things going around the NBA will affect the Nuggets next season. We'll do that next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac, and I'm Rob Trujillo filling in, getting the text line fired up. Text line, Twitch chat, everybody's into it.
Tyler, Rob made the people mad.
Everybody loves your take, Rob.
They love it.
They just think you sound brilliant right now.
Yeah, well, you know what? I'm totally fine with it because I have an actual basis for my argument. So, that's
what? No, you don't.
Yeah,
I actually I just went an entire segment with you, and I was trying to understand your basis. And here, here's your argument. Well, anything's possible. He could be terrible.
No, my argument was that statistically they were exactly the same the first year. It's totally possible that he is Mac Jones.
But they weren't the same in their first year.
They were basically the same.
They were pretty close in their first year.
Okay, thank you. But so Eden Firestone makes the point that from his first year to his second year, Mac Jones went from Josh McDaniels being his offensive coordinator to Matt Patricia being his offensive coordinator. And there was that weird year where he wasn't even really the offensive coordinator. They didn't name one. And that's a good point. And that's, what I'm saying about Sean Payton. Sean Payton could absolutely help stifle some of this. I think him as a coach means that you are more likely to have a successful Bo Nix. But then we get texts like this. Dude, you're an idiot. Whether you are right or wrong, you sound stupid. Now wipe that stupid smirk off your face.
I told you I'm an idiot, right?
Well, he definitely wasn't talking to Danner either, right?
I don't know why it's such a problem that I'm in a good mood. Wipe that smirk off your face. Why? So I'm happy. So what?
Are you in a good mood? Are you sure?
I am. Why? What makes you think I'm not in a good mood, Tyler?
That you're projecting that Bo Nix is going to have a fall from grace.
I didn't project it. That's not what I said. That's not how I said it.
Oh, well, that makes your whole take even worse because then it's like anything. Then it really is anything is possible. I mean, fine. I can make an argument. It's possible he could fall off a cliff with DMac and on a tandem bike.
I'm just saying. Listen, everybody has their own opinion about it, but if you want me to plant my flag, I say the most likely outcome is that he is like an Andy Dalton type. Good enough, not going to win you a Super Bowl. Will win a playoff game here or there, maybe. Will win at most 14 games a season. Will always keep you around 9 or 10. If I had to pick what my most likely outcome is, that would be what I would say for Bo Nix. But
I think that's a fair take. I do. That's a good quarterback. That's a quarterback that is capable of winning a lot of football games, and everything felt just absolutely perfect. And had some injuries across the league. You might be capable of winning a Super Bowl, and that's probably of the quarterbacks that even succeed. Which there's more quarterbacks that fail than even have success like that. That's probably 75 to 85% of every successful quarterback that's ever played in the NFL would fall into that category.
Yeah, and it would still be a successful draft pick, right? It would still. Everybody wants to get angry. Go ahead, get angry. Sorry that I pointed out that is actually possible.
If Bo Nix has an Andy Dalton type of career, that would be a massive disappointment. Massive.
But would you feel that way in the early parts of his career? Like in the early parts of Andy Dalton's career, did you feel like that was a massive failure, or did you feel like, oh wow, Red Rocket, this dude's pretty good?
I mean, for the first couple years, sure. But if that's the trajectory, that would be a massive disappointment for me.
Okay. So if he does the same exact thing for the next 3 years that he did last year, numbers are similar, makes a wild card spot, gets to a playoff game and loses, like Andy Dalton did, you're saying that's a huge disappointment?
Yes.
Okay. Tyler, is that a huge disappointment to you?
I apologize. I just had a little audio issue there. I lost you for a second.
If he does for the next 3 years what he did last year, similar numbers, makes the playoffs, makes a wild card game, and loses all of them, is that a successful career to you?
I'll tell you what that is. That's a dude that's going to get a second contract.
Okay.
Yeah. You're telling me a dude takes you to playoffs every year of his rookie career, and you get to contract time? What the hell are you doing with that guy? I'll tell you what's going to happen.
Seriously,
I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen. You might debate it, and that's fine. But the dude's going to be making about $40 to $50 million a year if he goes to the playoffs every single year of his rookie contract.
And would you say that would be worth it?
It might be scary,
right? And that would be how I would feel about it at the time, right?
And I'll give you that. It might be scary to give him the money, but he's going to get the money. He will.
Yeah, sure.
Because
I agree. From somebody, if not you.
It's at some point there's just a pass-fail line with quarterbacks that you say, is this good enough or not? And that probably is good enough that you would say it's too scary to walk away from.
I agree with you. All right. So the Knicks apparently are reportedly going to hire Mike Brown as their new head coach. And there's just some news going on around the NBA that I'm interested in your take as to if it affects the Nuggets at all. DeAndre Ayton is the big one for me. There are rumors that he could go to Golden State. There are rumors that he can go to LA. Do you think that the Nuggets have now elevated themselves to a point where they don't even need to worry about the other news going around in the NBA? It's show up healthy. If you make it through the year healthy, it's you and OKC. Or do teams like Houston now factor in? Do the Lakers factor in if they get Ayton? Does Golden State factor in with Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, and Ayton? Does any of that matter to you, Tyler, or have they elevated themselves above that?
Well, I guess clarify your question, because I'm not sure what you mean. When you say, are they at the point where they don't have to worry? Like, are you saying that they're no longer trying to improve the roster, or what? I guess I don't understand the question.
That the roster is good enough that they are just squarely focused on OKC, and you think that they're one of the top two teams in the West? Or do these other teams play a factor in getting one of those top two seeds?
I know the Denver Nuggets are one of the top two teams in the West.
Okay.
They absolutely are. I mean, you had a core last year that was capable of winning a championship if they had some bench depth, if they had some help coming off the bench, and you solved those problems. And the only dude that you swapped out of your core, you swapped out Michael Porter Jr. for Cam Johnson, a dude that statistically speaking is an identical basketball player, but is better off the dribble. He can create his own shot, and he's a far better defensive player. I'm not saying he's an elite defensive player, but he's not a liability. So the Nuggets were already competitors. They were already going to be contenders. They took Oklahoma City to 7 games with one of the worst benches in the NBA, and they are one of the top 2 teams in the West.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree with you. I think they're above all this. Like, I don't think DeAndre Ayton moves anything for me. I don't think Al Horford moves anything for me. I just feel like if they put their head down, and the big thing is stay healthy. Jokic is never going to tell us that he hurt his elbow in the playoffs last year. But when you have a game, what was that, game 3, that he shot 0 for 10 from three-point range versus OKC, like when he has a game like, there's something wrong with him. He was not healthy, right? We all know that. Aaron Gordon not healthy at the end of the series. Of course, MPJ. Like, to me, it's just about if the team stays healthy or not. And if they do stay healthy, I don't see any of the other teams really playing into it. Even Houston. Like, Houston does not scare me as much as everybody is acting like they will with KD. I understand he's an all-time great. He's also getting up there in age. I don't know. I mean, how do you feel about KD? Does him going to Houston cause any fear in you?
I'll respect him for sure. Fear versus respect might be a different conversation. In your conversation about dudes that are getting injured, I mean, take Nikola Jokic out of that conversation, because if Nikola Jokic gets injured, you don't win a championship, just plain and simple.
Sure.
Just as if Steph Curry gets injured, or, I mean, go down the list. I mean, find the superstars in the NBA, they get injured and their team's not going to win a championship. It's probably as simple as that. SGA gets injured. Oklahoma City's not winning a championship. No freaking way. But the rest of the roster, you are now in a position that, hey, Bruce Brown, if called upon, he could start a few games for you. He could probably start a week or 2 for you if called upon. I don't know how many other guys we've got that are capable of playing legitimate starters minutes, but you've now put yourself in a position that you could weather a storm when dudes do get hurt, and they will. Aaron Gordon's not going to get less hurt. He's only going to continue to get more hurt. Jamal Murray's not going to get less hurt, and Nikola Jokic isn't going to get less hurt. These bodies are just getting older, and they're getting more banged up, and they're getting more arthritis. So expect injuries. It's just now, can we weather the storm when that does happen?
Well, and I do think if you take minutes off of them, hopefully you can help try to lessen the chance of that being a significant injury. Because, yes, of course, they're going to be banged up, but, something significant hampering their actual play. Quick question for you. Are you surprised Michael Malone, it felt like he didn't even really get a look to be the head coach of the Knicks? Does that surprise you a little bit?
Do we know for a fact that Michael Malone didn't just say that I'm taking a year off, I'm going to do TV for a year, and I'm going to go travel and watch my daughter who's now playing college volleyball, and I'm going to collect from the Denver Nuggets, because I think that's what I would do. If I was able, doesn't everybody dream of taking a gap year when you're making $25 million to take a gap year?
You're making an excellent point, but it is his hometown.
Why can't somebody just pay me to go away? You can pay me to go away. I'll go away if you want to pay me to go away.
How much? What's the price tag on that?
Oh my God, it's different than it once was. I mean, we're talking hundreds of thousands, not even millions anymore.
How much would you pay for DMac to be gone officially?
Oh boy,
take a gap year from DMac.
Well, do I got to deal with you?
No, you can have your pick.
Yeah.
All right. Don't forget to get your rejoins into our Stars, Stripes, and Big Pipes. Open up the Altitude Sports Radio app. Be witty, be fun, be creative. If you need a script, you can text script to 303-504-0925. It's all thanks to Ace Hardware. They're giving us a Traeger grill that you could have in your house by the time the 4th rolls around. If you want to win that, today is your last day to get signed up. And you can do one per show. So make sure you get in there, you give us a rejoin for this show specifically, and you'll be entered to win that Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. When we come back, we got to have Tyler's discussion. Let's go on the parade tracker after this on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, guys and gals. Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the best car dealership in Colorado with the best inventory, with the best prices. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to love your experience at Phil Long Ford. I bought my first car there my rookie year, and I've been a customer ever since. Guys, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle, whether you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to get the best price. They're going to respect you. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to give you the best price. And remember that Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department over there. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced with my friends at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Make sure you let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from the comfort of your own home at phillongford.com.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in with the immaculately lit Tyler Polumbus. I got to tell you, dude, your little portrait at home.
Sexy.
Yeah. You looking
I
good.
was telling you about that. Remember? Were you the one I was telling you about that?
Yeah, the portraits look great in the back. But when you were sitting up, man, the way the lights hit, you look terrific. You should put it on your profile picture.
I appreciate that. You know, I do need to add a tank top, Tyler, to the little swipe right profile.
Yeah, listen, you got the delts look good, like the traps. I don't even know. Traps are in the back, aren't they? Delts are in the back.
Not true.
Traps are at the top. Delts are in the back, right?
Keep trying.
Delts.
No.
Deltoids are like your shoulder, right? Your shoulder blade.
Try again.
Okay, well, tell me.
Delts are over here.
Okay.
Traps are right here.
Okay, so I was right in saying your delts and traps look good in the light. I got it right.
Well,
the
thank
first
you. I
time,
appreciate that. That's the bottom. That's the bottom line.
Just here trying to compliment.
The bottom line,
Tyler's huge.
I've been told to stop laughing, stop smiling, and stop complimenting people so far today.
Revitalizehealth.com. Check them out.
There you go. All right, Tyler, you wanted to.
I didn't even get paid for that.
Well, not yet. You wanted to do a little parade tracker. Tell me what your question was. Tell me what your thought was when we were talking earlier. You said you wanted to bring it up. What were you thinking there?
All right, so let's do two scenarios. Let's do we get back in the time machine just 1 week ago. Okay, so where we were 1 week ago, parade tracker. Rank them 1 through 3. We're not including the Rockies because they're never going to win a championship. So we're going to do 1 through 3 between the Nuggets, the Avalanche, and the Broncos, most likely to have another parade. And then now that we know what we know, after free agency for both the Avalanche and the Nuggets, where do we stand? So Andy asked me that question on our summer scramble. You can hear our conversation tomorrow. I don't know what time we're on. Dan, do you know what time I'm on tomorrow? Anyways, you can check that out tomorrow. But I was curious to get your thoughts on that as well, Rob. I won't spoil it with my thoughts. I'll give you my thoughts, but go ahead. Tell me yours.
So if you would have asked me last week, I would have told you that I felt like the Nuggets were slipping out of contention. It really was how I felt. And I had used the term when I filled in with Coach, a corpse of a contender. That was what my fear for the Nuggets, if they stood pat, was that they were going to turn into a corpse of a contender. So I was real low, which is part of the reason that I've felt so much energy and so revitalized the past couple of days, a little extra pep in my step because of what the Nuggets did. That being said, I felt pretty good about the Avs. I probably feel worse about them after these 48 hours than I did, just a couple days ago. And it was the thought that you would hopefully still be able to get some sort of, I would say defensive, but even if it was a forward who was gritty, even if you got like a Marchand, not that I wanted them to sign him specifically, but just to get a little like annoying, a little rub, a little grit, like they need more of that, I think, if they are going to win a Stanley Cup. And that's something that I actually do think is easier to find. So if you need to go get it at the trade deadline or something like that, then that's fine. But for me, I definitely feel better about the Nuggets right now than I do about the Avs. And 2 days ago, DT, I don't think I would have said that. Where do you land on it?
Well, it's funny. KJ and I, on our podcast we did for Nuggets free agency last night, I was talking about how we always kind of have a fun little deal here at the radio station, Rob, where we, going into each Avalanche and Nuggets season, we kind of say, okay, who has the better chance at winning a title in each individual year?
Yeah.
And I told KJ last night, Rob, well, last night I said 24 hours ago. Now it's like 36 hours ago. I would have said no question it's the Avalanche.
Yeah.
But with the moves that the Nuggets have made, I think they have surpassed the Avalanche as far as the greater odds to win a title. Now, look, I still think the Avs are like one of the top teams as far as the odds makers go of winning a title. But Rob, the Nuggets have, I said this last night, and I want you guys to tell me if you agree. The Nuggets have as deep of a bench as anybody in the NBA with the moves they made over the last 36 hours. Like their bench is as deep as the Pacers and the Thunder.
They can go as many players deep, but I don't know that the talent's as good. But I think that's irrelevant. Like if the players that they have on there can keep it at a even scoring pace, I think you're in a good spot. So I agree with your sentiment. I just don't know that it's as talented as a bench as anybody in the NBA, but it's as deep as one as anybody.
So I would have said last week, I would have said Avalanche are the most likely. And then I probably actually would have put the Broncos ahead of the Nuggets. That's how dead I felt the Denver Nuggets were. I really felt like the current iteration of the Denver Nuggets had zero opportunity of winning another championship. It was the definition of insanity of trying to run it back. And that's honestly what I thought they were going to do. I thought they were going to run it back. I thought it was going to look identical. Like bench was going to be identical. Core is going to be identical. I just couldn't grasp, because apparently I'm not smart enough to be a GM in the NBA, how it was possible to make the moves that these guys have made.
So
and
go ahead.
So I would have said I would have said Nuggets 1, Broncos 2, Nuggets 3. Knowing what we know now, I think we're all probably in agreement. I mean, it's Nuggets 1, Avalanche 2, Broncos 3.
And that's how the numbers play out too. So I've got the Avs are plus 800. They're tied with the Oilers for second. And then the Broncos are plus 4,000. I don't know. I just threw a couple bucks on them both to win the championship. Can we get back to the dual parade conversation? Is that a fair place to go? Do you think their chances are good enough for both of them that we can get back to can we have two parades in the same year? A dual parade?
I mean, yes. I think it's absolutely feasible. It feels like, and maybe this is just recency bias because of all the moves the Nuggets were able to make, whereas the Avalanche moves, they traded away a couple guys, they freed up some contracts, but they didn't make any big splashes like the Nuggets did. It feels to me, maybe this is just pure recency bias, the excitement that's going on with the moves the Nuggets have made. I do not have the same confidence in the Avalanche's ability to win a championship this year as I do in the Nuggets now.
That's interesting, because I felt so different after the trade deadline. I felt differently after both seasons ended. And you're right. I mean, the last 2 days has completely flipped that on its head. Not only the Nuggets doing a bunch of stuff, but the Avs, and I think rightfully sitting it out, but not making a large signing. The contracts got a little big and a little unnecessary in the NHL. It wasn't a great free agency period to get involved. So I think they did the right thing by not doing it. But I also think it kind of, I don't know, it made their chances longer than I think. What do you think, DT? Are we within the realm here for a dual parade? Is that something that's possible?
Highly unlikely, sure. But I don't know, guys. Like, for whatever reason, I don't have a ton of confidence in the Avalanche. Like, maybe it's because they didn't make a ton of moves like we just saw the Nuggets make. But they're both right there, so highly unlikely.
So is Jared Bednar on the hot seat this year?
Ooh, good question, Tyler.
What does he have to do to not be on the hot seat?
Well, I would say they've got to at least get to the Western Conference Finals, right?
I would agree with that,
Yeah.
But I absolutely do believe he's on the hot seat. Look, you got a fall guy this year. It was your special teams coach. You said power play sucked, so you fired that guy. But you got a fall guy in 1 year. You don't get to have fall guys in back-to-back years. Jared Bednar's got to produce this year.
Yeah, I think Western Conference you got to get out of the second round, right? There can't be numbers on
like the Nuggets can't waste the Joker era, right?
Yeah.
The Avalanche can't waste the McKinnon-Makar era, too. I would say they're very comparable.
Yeah.
Like, they're in the same kind of window that the Nuggets are in with generational talent.
It's just those eras last so much longer in hockey because players start younger and play longer. You know what I mean? I feel like they are around for longer. But I don't disagree with you. Like, you are in an era for both of these teams where you need to hang multiple banners. And you got one for each of them. So like it's like, get the job done. Go get another one somewhere, somehow.
So here's a fair take on the text line about the Avalanche. They say, as an organization, the Avalanche don't make big swings in free agency like the Nuggets just did. They make their swings in trades. So I'm really not concerned about them having not overpaid for older dudes in free agency. That's a good point. I mean, the Avs have done that in back-to-back years now. That team has been as aggressive as anybody with midseason trades.
And it's how the NHL has just kind of been for the last decade. It's been more about the trade deadline than the free agency, because just the good players just don't make it there anymore. You know what I mean? It's you're on a lower tier. I kind of want to flip this conversation just a little bit and just see your disdain for the Rockies here. Is it more likely that in the next decade the Broncos win a Super Bowl or the Rockies win a World Series? Yeah.
Is that a serious question?
It is a serious question. They're going to have – the Rockies are going to be terrible for the next 4 or 5 years. And look what the Houston Astros did. They turned it around. They drafted a bunch of young players, and then they were great for a couple of years till they had to pay everybody. So it's really a question of, like, do you think Bo Nix can win a Super Bowl? Because, like we've talked about, the AFC is so tough.
We say there's no dumb questions on this show, Rob, but that's a pretty dumb question.
I don't think.
I mean, you're asking me in the next decade what's more likely: the Broncos win a championship or the Rockies win a championship?
I think it's way harder for the Broncos to win a Super Bowl than it is.
What is going on? What is going on with you today? Seriously, where
the Rockies are going to be terrible for 5 years? They're going to be drafting at the top of the MLB draft.
They've been terrible for 2 decades.
All right.
And how's that help them?
Okay, so say Broncos then. The Broncos are plus 4,000 right now.
I did. I might not have used the words, but I did. I definitely said the Broncos. 100% I said the Broncos.
Okay.
You are literally saying with a straight face, you think it's more likely the Colorado Rockies win a championship in the next decade
in 10 years?
Yes.
I think it's possible, yeah. I think it's a legitimate question.
The Broncos can be in the conversation. I mean, I can't promise you that they're going to win a Super Bowl, but they can at least be in the conversation. Find me a world in which you put the Rockies in the conversation.
They sell the team. They pick at the top of the draft for the next 5 years. They add a bunch of talent, and they are the Houston Astros. That's the world.
Cool. I put a wardrobe in my closet. I tried to go into Narnia, but it didn't work out. It was just a wardrobe.
Pretty good, Tyler. That's pretty good.
I mean, what is happening here?
I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that ridiculous that they turn into the Houston Astros if they can get the correct leadership and make the right picks. I don't think it's that ridiculous.
Hey, breaking news, Rob.
Yeah.
The Colorado Rockies will never sell that baseball team.
That is true. I don't think they will ever sell.
Walker Monfort just got promoted. Why? Because he's going to take over that team when it's time for him to take over that team. Walker Monfort will be the future owner of the Colorado Rockies. So your only hope is that the son hates his dad, everything that he's done. He hates what his dad has done so much that he's like, you know what? I ain't going to be like dad. I'm going to do everything the opposite of him.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point. But I'm just saying, it's not like we haven't seen this happen in baseball before. You guys are acting like it's something we've never seen done in baseball. It's not true.
No, we've never seen that happen to the Colorado Rockies.
We haven't seen it happen to the Colorado Rockies, and that is a great point. All right, Tyler's joining us on the Ramos Law hotline. And
Tyler is flummoxed by you right now, bro.
Face.
This one, like I was hanging with him on the Mac Jones thing, trying to just play. I was just trying to be a good partner here. I mean, he literally said with a straight face, the Rockies are more likely to win a championship than the Broncos.
I didn't say that. I just asked you.
Yes, you did.
I asked you which is
Dan,
more likely.
Dan, did he say that?
He said it.
No,
basically.
I asked which is more likely. I'm the host. You guys haven't asked me what I thought yet. So
I did ask you, and you did answer it.
No, I said. Oh boy. Okay. All right.
All right.
Ramos
text line, help me out here.
Medical doctor.
Did Rob say that or not? Did Rob say that or not?
RamosLaw.com. You asked me how it would even be possible, and I explained it to you. That's all.
Unbelievable.
Okay. All right. We're fighting now. We'll be back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in. Just asking questions, guys. It's okay. Everything's going to be all right. Don't forget.
What's the question? I'm not going to lie.
Hey, listen, I'm glad I got you back on the side of being a Broncos homer, a Broncos stumper.
I've been the Broncos homer all day in comparison to you, Mr. Mac Jones.
We'll get back to that take. We'll rack that back up and run that again in a little bit here. But before we do, I do want to talk about reminder. If you want to win a Traeger grill, today's your last day to get registered. Open up the Voice of the People app, record a rejoin for us. You can call me stupid in there if you want. Just make it creative and, use good language. But you can record a rejoin for us. Everybody who enters will be entered to win the Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. We'll select a winner, and you could have that grill at your house by the time the July 4th rolls around. Okay, so John Heath of Broncos Wire put out a list for every NFL team's potential breakout player in 2025. And I think it's an interesting conversation in conjunction.
Let me guess. I haven't seen it.
Okay, go ahead.
The same dude that everybody says, Marvin Mims.
No, he is not the guy on the list.
Okay.
So it's an interesting conversation with me in conjunction with an article from Matt Bowen about the best remaining free agents, unsigned players in the NFL. His potential breakout player, is Troy Franklin. And I think it's an interesting conversation to have. His breakout projection looks a lot like, what Marvin Mims did last year, right? Can they get that same kind of jump from him as they got from Marvin Mims? And I don't think that's necessarily a bad pick, because I think that is he provides the one thing that team doesn't have an abundance of, which is speed at the wide receiver position. So if you can take the top off defenses with Franklin, you open up things underneath for guys like Evan Ingram, Cortland Sutton, Vele, and so on. And so what are your thoughts on, I understand he's undersized, he's not a big guy, but utilizing his speed and the chances that he's maybe your breakout wide receiver this year for the Broncos?
Well, the Broncos do need, if you were to ask me, what do they need to change offensively? First off, they gotta fix their 3-and-out problems. So they led the league in 3-and-outs last year. They can't even be near the top 10 this year. The other thing that, if you were to ask me, what do they need to change? They need the ability to hit the roof, take the roof off the defense. And they need to do a better job on the deep balls. I think it got better as the season progressed. I know Troy Franklin caught at least one deep ball at the end of the season. Wasn't much, but those are the two areas that, you got to dink, 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 but you got to be able to dunk also. Like Tom Brady, he was famous for dinking and dunking, but he did dunk. And you got to be able to do that at least 2 to 3 times per game just to keep defenses honest. Troy Franklin has got the best speed on the team outside of Marvin Mims. I think what it's really going to come down to for Troy Franklin, does Marvin Mims continue his development as a wide receiver, and does he evolve into something more than a gadget guy? Because if Marvin Mims evolves into something more than a gadget football player, I think it's going to be tough for Troy Franklin.
I think Marvin Mims, and maybe this is just because of how Sean Payton utilizes him, but Mims to me feels more like your quickness guy. Like, he wants to get him the ball on screens and stuff like that. Yeah, he hit a couple deep passes last year, but I'm wondering if maybe Sean Payton views them as kind of different skill sets. I don't know how you feel about that, Tyler. Like, do you think they have similar skill sets? Or is Mims more like a quick screen hitter guy? Franklin's more of your deep threat.
Well, I know why you're saying that, and the reason you're saying that is because Marvin Mims is a gadget football player right now.
Yeah.
And when you're a gadget player, that's how you get them involved. You get them involved on reverses. You get them involved on bubble screens. You get them involved by throwing them the ball out of the backfield. So that's what I mean when I say Marvin Mims needs to take the next evolution in his game, and he needs to become a complete wide receiver that you can count on in the route tree. In terms of speed, they're both blazing fast. Marvin Mims technically is slightly faster than Troy Franklin. Marvin Mims ran a 4.38 40. Troy Franklin ran a 4.41 40. They're both blazing fast. They're both plenty capable of taking the roof off the defense. But I do know this. If Marvin Mims evolves into an every down wide receiver, it's just going to be fewer and fewer opportunities for Troy Franklin to get on the field, because I feel like the new kind of whoopee for Sean Payton of the wide receivers, it's going to be Pat Bryant. And if there's going to be a receiver that I feel like Sean Payton is going to force feed this year to get onto the football field, I think that's going to be Pat Bryant.
So let me ask it this way too. We're talking a lot about, who can develop, who can take the next step. Is there any thought in your mind that they need to add another wide receiver? Because the article that came out with the best remaining free agents does include a couple wide receivers. And, when I think about this Broncos team, I don't foresee them adding anybody before camp. And I don't really think they need to. But we are talking a lot about, guys like Pat Bryant, Vele. I know they like him a lot. These are guys that haven't done it in the NFL yet. You don't know that you can count on. Would you want to maybe add a veteran to that mix, Tyler?
It's probably a little bit late now. I mean, I don't know who you're going to go out there and find at this point that's going to be able to help you out. I do think that that's a position that in the offseason I thought they should have addressed, but Sean Payton couldn't have made it any more clear. Whether it was interviews at the Super Bowl with Kay Adams, whether it was here in Denver, I mean, he told us over and over that he's much higher on this wide receiver room than most people are. So at the time, I kind of felt like that was just draft talk, that, you don't have to believe everything coming out of his mouth, but it turns out he really believed that. So I don't expect that to happen. And, maybe if you've got a name or two that's out there that's available, I'm certainly down to entertain the conversation. I just don't know at this point who you'd be able to add to that room that's going to be able to contribute.
Well, remember, these guys are going to be older, and that could be a turnoff for some people. It could be a turnoff for Sean Payton. But the two names that are on the list for ESPN's Matt Bowen, he put out today, are Keenan Allen, who's going to be 33 going into the season and played in Chicago last year, and Amari Cooper, who split his time between the Browns and the Bills last year. He'll be 31 going into next season. Either of those names do anything for you?
Well, as far as Keenan Allen goes, hell of a football player, hell of a career. In any other year, I probably would have said yes in a heartbeat. But we've already got three dudes on this football team that are very, very similar to Keenan Allen. We've got Cortland Sutton, we've got Devon Vele, and we got Pat Bryant. I mean, are those three football players not the same style of football player of Keenan Allen already? So do we need a fourth body type that is going to be a very similar skill set? I'd probably say no, because I don't need Keenan Allen actually getting in the way of the development of Devon Vele.
That's a great point. And I don't know that you need anybody at all if they believe in this room as much as they do. I just, throwing these names out there as if you would be interested in maybe having a second veteran guy that you know what you're getting from.
What did Amari Cooper do last year? I honestly don't even know.
Last year it was 44 for 547 yards and 4 touchdowns, but he did miss a bunch of games being injured. The Post says he topped 1,000 yards receiving 7 times in his 9-year career. So, I don't know. I liked Amari Cooper a lot. I feel like he's a very detailed route runner. I think he would be okay across from Cortland Sutton. He's not necessarily a deep threat, though. And like you're saying, they have those guys, those kind of possession guys. So I don't know. I just didn't know if any of those did anything for you. There are some good other names on this list, but like I said, I just don't see anywhere that the Broncos really need to add somebody aside from maybe linebacker. And the only free agent linebacker on this list is Kaiser White, who's not really like a middle linebacker. He's an off-ball linebacker. I don't know. I don't think you would add somebody like that. Is there any position that you could see, Tyler, them looking to add somebody before camp? Or think they would need to before the year starts? I feel like it's a pretty complete roster.
Running back was that position that I didn't understand what was taking them so long to add somebody else, but they finally did, and they finally got J.K. Dobbins. Offensively, I mean, you go down the list. You don't need any help at QB. You don't need any help at running back. You don't need any help at offensive line, and you don't need any help at wide receiver.
Yeah.
On the defensive side of the ball, you've got as stacked of a secondary as you've ever got. I think I agree with you. The only spot I could think of would be inside linebacker.
Yeah, and that's just a health hedge to me. You know what I mean? That's just, is Dre going to be healthy? Is Alex Singleton going to come back and be full speed? Those are the only two real things to me. The other Broncos news that came out was that the mayor of Lone Tree did confirm that the Broncos had talks with them about having a new stadium down in Lone Tree. Now, this all kind of seemed like it died when we found out that the Broncos, through subsidiaries, were purchasing land up in downtown. But the mayor said that they had talks recently about having a stadium that's closer to Dove Valley in Lone Tree with, you know, a lot of places, a lot of ways to get to it, right? You have C470, 470, you got 225 ends here, you got I-25, and then there's a ton of public transportation as well. I love them being in the city. I really do. I like having those two stadiums close. I like walking from downtown there. Yes, it's a long walk to Empower, but you know, I like having them downtown. I know you're against it because you don't want your traffic to get worse. That's really what your main concern is.
I am very anti-Lone Tree because I travel on Ridgegate every single day, and that's where they want to put a new stadium, is right there on Ridgegate during my day-to-day travel, and I have zero desire to have to travel through an NFL stadium and the new city that they're going to build along with that. So I will take my peace and quiet down here in the South. You keep all that noise in the city, and I'll continue to be a suburbs boy, away from all the chaos. No desire for a Lone Tree stadium.
But since you started going to games as a fan rather than as a player, right?
Okay.
The convenience of having it.
The convenience, Rob. First off, I don't have season tickets. Okay. And yes, I'll go cover the team, but not that often. Actually, I prefer to watch the game at home. I might go to 2 games a year.
Okay.
So I'm worried about the convenience of my travel for 2 days out of an entire calendar year.
I'm just curious.
No.
Parking,
well, the answer is no. I'm
parking,
not.
Travel. You know.
Yeah. No. I am not worried about the convenience of driving twice a year.
And have you ever done like a real tailgate down there? Have you gotten to experience that as a fan yet?
I'm not a tailgate guy. Not my deal. Yeah. I've done very, very few tailgates in my life. CU, CSU, I've done a few tailgates for that. I'll tailgate for Buffs games a couple times a year, but that's mainly just because I'm going to hang out with the alumni. Not a big tailgate guy. I don't need to have a 14-hour day.
Let's explore that a little bit. I mean, it feels like the food would be right up your alley.
Okay.
Hanging out with people.
Not up my alley.
I understand, but like, it's not people that you see all the time. It would be people like your Broncos alum or Buff alum that you only see every once in a while, maybe once a year. So no, nothing. Tailgate just does nothing for you.
Yeah, tailgate's not for me. I don't need a 14-hour day.
That is so weird.
Now, when I was playing, we would tailgate, especially when I was playing out in Washington, because it took an hour just to get out of the parking lot after the games. So we would tailgate as players after the game, and we would do that here in Denver also. Somebody would always bring a case of beer back when I was drinking, and we would drink a few beers in the parking lot, and you'd share one with the coaches and everything. I always thought that was weird my first couple of years. I was like, oh God, are the coaches going to judge me if I'm drinking a beer in the parking lot after the game? And then pretty soon they're the ones that are offering you the beer.
Wait, aren't you the one liquefying ice cream to get more calories? Didn't you need the calories then?
Oh yeah, but I wasn't thinking about beer as my calorie source.
Oh well, fair. I'm just saying. I feel like the coaches would be like, "Yeah, drink up. We need you. We need you to have some of those extra calories before you come back here."
Yeah. You big tailgate guy?
I love tailgating. I mean, it's a fabric of the fan life. And when I had to stop playing in college, it was. Like the first time I got to like go and do a real tailgate, I was like, this is awesome. I don't know why anybody wouldn't want to do this. So yeah, I mean, we tailgated for our college basketball games, and I think it's a great way to spend a day because I'm not going to do anything else on that day. If I got tickets to a Broncos game, I'm not going to the mall beforehand or whatever, right? Like I'm not cutting the lawn. I'm not doing any chores the day that I have tickets to a Broncos game. So why not make it a 10-hour day? Why not make it a 14-hour day?
Hey, there's a serious dum-dum on the text line right now. Says Tyler's rationale about the stadium is stupid. It would only be an inconvenience for 10 days. Hey, dum-dum, what do you think's coming with that new stadium?
Yeah,
you think they're just putting in a new stadium, or do you think they're putting in a new city? You think they're putting in 100 new restaurants and a couple bowling alleys, a movie theater, and ice rink, and an outdoor amphitheater, and whatever God knows else is coming with that thing? You're gonna get a freaking city. Not just a stadium, a brand new city that is going to thrive and operate 24/7, 365. That is why these owners want new stadiums more than any other reason, because they've got all those businesses that are operating 24/7, 365. It will be a forever change of the landscape in Lone Tree if you put a stadium down there.
Yeah, and the Cronkies are friends with the Penners. Like, you think they're not going to build the same thing that they build in LA, the whole city. You're crazy. You're absolutely right there. But it's getting a little contentious on the text line today, Tyler. You had been the voice of the people for most of this, and now you're going back at them.
Look, I'm sick. I'm drugged up. My left ear has been clogged the entire show, and I can't get it to freaking unclog on me. It's driving me insane. I've been dealing with your dumb takes about the Rockies, the Rockies being more likely to win a championship the next 10 years than the Denver Broncos.
I just asked the question.
You
I
said
did not say that.
You cannot walk
Mac
it back.
Jones.
You absolutely said it, and
Wow.
there's a million people that heard it.
You guys
and you
twisting words.
And you also think it's more likely that Bo Nix turns into Mac Jones. So, yeah, forgive me if I'm a little bit irritated right now because my freaking left ear won't get unclogged.
Twisting words. Didn't say either of those things. Just ask questions. That's all.
And there's dum-dums that think they're not building a new city in Lone Tree.
Well, hey, dum-dums, you can text us on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. If you want to fire back at Tyler, 303-504-0925. When we come back, we've got no dumb questions. It's going to get a little contentious, I feel like. So if you want to send in a no dumb question, you can do so on the Shop Mazda text line or on Twitch. We'll read those next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
On Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
It is No Dumb Questions. Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in. And this is where you can't ask a dumb question. We'll answer anything that you got. It's a couple good ones on the text line. I got one myself. Do you have one to start us off, Tyler, or should I go first?
Yeah. Is Diddy going home?
I haven't followed that at all. I heard that he was found guilty on 2 counts today, but I'm not even sure. But
I think he was found not guilty on the big ones, from my understanding.
Yeah.
I don't know. I assumed you were Mr. Caught Up on pop culture over there. I was just trying to figure out what's going on with the old Diddy trial today.
No, I am not caught up on it. Maybe DT can look it up, but I don't know.
I just saw an article on Twitter from TMZ that Diddy told his family, "I'm coming home."
That's crazy to me if that's what happened, but
I have no idea.
It's all about what you can prove, right?
No, I do. Okay, I do have. I've got 2 more for you, really quick.
Okay.
Okay, you're like a big Marvel guy, right? Or like Avengers and stuff.
I'm a huge nerd. I'm not a huge comic book guy, but I did like all the movies and stuff. Yeah.
Okay. Have you seen Thunderbolts?
I have not seen Thunderbolts yet.
Okay, I just watched it last night. And admittedly, I was being the typical 40-year-old millennial that was on his phone more than he was actually watching the movie. But at the very end, so do you understand the storyline there? So are they're now becoming the Avengers? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah, I mean, they were supposed to be the young Avengers, and I think turning into the actual Avengers. But Dan was pointing to himself like he knows the answer to this question. So go ahead.
Well,
help me out, Dan. Okay, help me out.
Yeah, they're branding it as they're the new Avengers.
So are they going to be enemies with the Avengers?
Well, the old Avengers are done. They're retired.
Oh, they're retired. They're no longer of service.
Have you not seen Infinity War and Endgame?
I've not. No.
Those are really good. Even if you didn't want to watch like Thor and Iron Man and all those, just watching those 2, totally worth it. They're great movies.
Okay, no, I have. How many Avengers have there been? There's been like 4, right?
Civil War and Age of Ultron, and I'd say 4 or 5.
I think I saw the first 2, but I didn't see the rest of them.
Infinity
War, I do like everybody likes comic. Like anybody can watch a comic movie.
Yeah. Infinity War and Endgame, they're it's 2 movies and they're each like 2.5, 3 hours. They're long, but they're really, really good.
I looked up the top grossing actors of all time the other day, and like the top 10, Samuel L. Jackson was number 1, and his movies had grossed like $17.4 billion or whatever.
Yeah.
And of the top 10 actors, every single one of them was from a superhero movie.
Really?
Every single one of them. All of the top 10 highest grossing superhero movies.
Wow. That's interesting. I wouldn't have pegged that at all. So there's no De Niro in there. There's no Pacino in there.
Not in the top 10. Not in the top 10.
That's crazy.
No. All right, final one. Final one for you. Then we can move on. You're a gamer, right?
Yeah.
You're a big gamer.
Yeah.
Like you're the dude I turn to for gaming advice.
Sure.
I downloaded my first new game in probably 2 years last night. The only game I'd been playing was Call of Duty.
Okay.
I went on the Xbox Game Pass and I downloaded Tomb Raider. When was the last time you played Tomb Raider?
Oh God, when I was in like middle school.
Right?
Yeah.
But it was awesome.
It was awesome. It's
Yeah.
definitely worth a playthrough. But I haven't played Tomb Raider in years. Which one? The very first one?
No. Well, it's called Rise of the Tomb Raider.
Okay.
It's new to Xbox. So
Gotcha.
I don't know how new it is.
Gotcha.
But she's no Angelina Jolie. I'll just put it that way. But it's pretty solid.
Were you disappointed when you started the game and it wasn't Angelina Jolie style?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, a little bit.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. All right, go ahead.
But you did. Give us a review on the game. How many hours are you in? Do you like it?
I probably played 2.5 hours last night, and I do like it. The only thing is with when I was growing up, I used to buy like the magazine that would give you like the cheat codes to it, where when you get stuck in the maze and you can't figure out how the hell to get out of there, it tells you what to do.
Yeah.
Now there's a little button you can press and it just like tells you where to go. So I'm like, that's like, it's like cheating. It makes it too easy.
But if you're looking it up anyway, I mean, listen, the answer is YouTube now. If you don't know how to beat a level, you go to YouTube and it'll show you exactly how to do it step by step. But I don't know. I mean, if you're putting in the time to open up a magazine, isn't it the same thing if you just open up a menu and it's right there?
Yeah, but it was so much cooler when I was a kid and you got the magazine and everything.
All right, fair enough. I mean, I don't like cheating for any of them because I feel like if I cheat, like, I don't know, what's the point of playing the game? Like, I could just read something that tells me exactly what to do and do it, but it's more fun to figure it out. That's why I'm playing the game in the first place. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this is life advice. Remember it, Rob. If you're not cheating, you're not trying.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I'm just saying. All right, so my no dumb question. I got tickets to a concert tomorrow night at Red Rocks. It's an EDM show. So there is a select number of people who I am friends with who would be willing to go to said show, right? Like, it is not the kind of show that, like, you invite any random person to, like Metallica, right? Like, if you had Metallica tickets, you just kind of throw it out there to anybody and say, like, hey, Metallica, who wants to go? And you might be able to find somebody to go. This is a select group of people who would go to the show. My buddy who was supposed to go with me has to work now, can't go. I've got a couple other friends who are like EDM friends. They're all either already going, like already have tickets, or working. Is it dumb of me that I would rather give that ticket away to like somebody I don't know and go by myself for what I call like a business trip where I show up right before the main act goes on, watch the main act, and then leave before the main act completely ends, like 5 or 10 minutes before the show's completely over, and miss all of the traffic going in and coming out? Like, is that dumb of me? Or like, should I be trying harder to find somebody for this ticket? That is like, it's a sold out show. It's an important ticket, but I just
wait. Who's the headliner?
The name of the group is Zed's Dead. They do a show at Red Rocks every year called Dead Rocks.
Yeah, they're all over Avalanche.
Yeah.
Well, it depends. How much Molly are you doing?
None. If I'm going there for 2 hours, 0. But that's the thing. Like, I literally call them business trips where it's just like, I'm just going to go see the headliner. I'm not going to drink. I'm not going to smoke. I'm not going to do anything. I'm driving in, parking at the top.
So why are you going?
Because I want to see the artist.
Listen,
like, I want to see the music.
There was probably a point in my life that I would have mocked that, but I'm officially at the point in my life that I'm doing more and more things solo, and like legitimately enjoying it. Like going to movies by myself, I love it. Going to a movie by myself is one of the most self-rewarding. It's like one of the most rewarding things you can ever do. It's just you on your time. You don't have to worry about anybody else.
Yeah, I don't have to worry about if somebody wants to go to the bathroom or if they have a drink or if they're ready to leave or where we're sitting. Like, I don't have to worry about any of that. I just walk in, I watch what I want to watch, and then I leave. I don't know. It sounds pretty nice.
No, I've never done it, but I'm not going to mock it. I'm not. I could actually understand the enjoyment of it. My only thing is, I don't think I could deal with the traffic of Red Rocks just to go to watch just like an hour and get in and get out.
Oh, but that's why I do these business trips, Tyler. It's how
do you get that? Do you get out beforehand?
It's 100% how you do it. If you wait until the headliner's about to go on, so I don't want to tell too many people, but if you can figure out what time that is, you can drive all the way up to the lot at the very top, right? Because people had been tailgating and now there's open spots where people had been tailgating. So you can park up there for somebody who's left early or was tailgating, right? Then if you leave 5 minutes before the show ends, your car is parked closer than almost anybody else, and you're out of there before the traffic gets bad. It is absolutely the way to do Red Rocks.
Okay. So on my bucket list, I want to go to a rave. I want to go to a rave, like an underground rave. I've never done that. I don't do drugs. I don't drink. And I'm not going to be doing Molly, but I want to go to a rave.
This from the guy who doesn't want to tailgate because he doesn't want to talk to people. But he wants.
That's why a rave is perfect. Who are you talking to at a rave? All you're doing is watching crazy people.
I mean, you talk to people at raves.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sure some people do. They don't remember it.
But you're not going to drink. You're not going to do any drugs, which is fine. Not everybody does. I know that's like a common stereotype, but not everybody does that there. But you would have to like enjoy the music and dance or talk to people. Those are your two choices. So,
okay.
Are you busting a move or are you talking to people? What's your...
I'm doing both. I want to go to a rave. So let me know when next time you know where a rave is.
I mean, I can get you one pretty much any weekend, but like you want like a real underground, like in a warehouse type rave.
Yeah, like it's got to be cool though. Like it can't be lame.
I don't know what your definition of cool is.
I don't know. Maybe I'll go to Tomorrowland.
Dan, do you believe this? Do you believe that he actually wants to do this? Because I think he wouldn't enjoy this at all. I don't think he actually wants to do this.
You're talking to the wrong person. I think raves are stupid.
See, but you're just being honest, right? Like I wouldn't bring you to a rave because
like at all.
Right. And I feel like Tyler, it's the same way for you.
No, I like EDM.
Okay.
I legitimately enjoy EDM. I listen to EDM all the time when I work out.
I would love to see your playlist. I'm not.
Okay.
It's not. I'm not like vetting.
I'll show you my workout EDM playlist. I've got one that I actually made.
And I want to be clear. I'm not like gatekeeping. You can listen to whatever you want.
Like you might catch me on some semantics of what EDM is.
Oh, not at all.
Maybe I don't understand all the semantics of it, but I've got a playlist that I'll screenshot it to you and I'll send it to you.
I just don't. Like, I find it hard to believe, and I'm all for you listening and whatever version of EDM you call it, great. I just find it hard to believe that you're rocking the EDM, but it is great workout music. That is true, 100%. So, all right, make sure you get your rejoins, and you got just an hour left that you can get registered for that Traeger grill from Ace Hardware by sending a rejoin to the Voice of the People in the Altitude Sports Radio app. Send that to us. We'll get you qualified. And we can do that. We can play some of them next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. I'm Rob Trujillo filling in and pissing off the people. But I do want to say, Tyler sent over his EDM play. I was impressed, homie, for an EDM playlist. Yeah, man. So good names on there. There's good songs on there. There's some stuff I don't even know. So I was thoroughly impressed.
I found most of those songs on TikTok. I got down an EDM TikTok wormhole, and that's how I found the majority of those.
That's the one thing about EDM is like you don't have like there is a top 40 and stuff, but you don't have like radio stations or pops or hit singles or stuff like that. It's just whatever you find and you like is good, man. So I was impressed with your EDM lineup there. Now see. The question is, which of those songs do you like the most, so I can try to get you to a rave that is similar to one of your liked types of EDM there.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to work on that for you.
Spend some time on it, and when you figure it out, if you really want to go to a rave, I will find the people that want to get you there, kind of thing.
Listen, I can't promise you how long I'm going to stay at the rave, but I at least at one point in my life, I want to see a rave.
I've got plenty of cute friends who will happily take the two of us to a rave. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'll get the kind of people that make you want to
say no more.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, we'll go through that. I was impressed with your list. I really was. Also, don't forget to send in your rejoin via the Voice of the People. Ace Hardware giving away a Traeger grill. You have a little bit longer to get registered for that. All right, so we've been talking about this article from Pro Football Focus. John Costco is the guy's name, posted a couple days ago, that has the ceiling and the floor for every quarterback that's going into his second year. And I had said this before this article even came out, that like it is still possible that Bo Nix is Mac Jones. And that made people angry. And I understand your anger. You want to believe in your guy. But Mac Jones had a terrific rookie year. He was great his rookie year. And do I think it's likely that he turns into that? No, I don't. And I think the way that he phrased it here in this article is good. So I'm just going to read you the last paragraph. There is a paragraph above it that talks about all the good things about Bo Nix, and I think they're all legit. He says, Nix doesn't have Drew Brees-like accuracy. Who does, really? But he's accurate enough and avoids sacks, which are two of Brees' traits that helped him have a Hall of Fame career. Considering Nix's low-end playmaking abilities, his floor is Mac Jones. In the end, though, he's likely to never hit that floor and should be a capable long-term starter. There you go. I'm not burning down any houses, guys. I'm just telling you that, yes, his floor is Mac Jones if everything goes wrong. I don't think it will. I think the stability at coach, I think the fact that you have your head coach as your play caller so he doesn't have to go through, even if he's successful, he doesn't have to go through losing his play caller. I don't think he does turn into that, but it's certainly within the range of possibilities, even if you're angry about it.
Well, look, anything's possible, and I've seen a lot of crazy things happen in this league. I've seen guys that are terrible in their rookie year become all pros. I've seen dudes win rookie of the year and be out of the league 2 years later. So I'm not like dismissing the premise of the possibility here, but at some point we have to use the evidence that we've got. And I learned this from Andy Lindahl today when I was doing our scramble. This will be the first time this year with Bo Nix and Sean Payton is going to be the first time since Adam Gase and Peyton Manning that the Denver Broncos have had the same offensive coordinator and the same quarterback in back-to-back seasons. A freaking wild and disturbing stat that certainly explains a lot of the problems that we've been through over the last decade.
Sure.
So you've got continuity. You've got a head coach that is the play caller. He's got a vision for the quarterback that he drafted. Now, if we want to compare and contrast the two situations of what Mac Jones and Bo Nix went through in their rookie seasons versus what they went through in their second years, well, just look at the stability of the organization. I mean, the New England Patriots were a team that just lost the greatest quarterback ever. They were in an outright spiral of an egomaniac head coach that was on a mission to prove how smart he was, to the degree that he didn't name an offensive coordinator, and the dude that was calling plays was Matt Patricia, a defensive coordinator that had never called plays on offense before. That was Mac Jones's offensive coordinator in his second season. That was the dude calling plays for him. Like, should anybody be surprised that there was a regression there? Now, I admit I actually was a little bit surprised at just how much Mac Jones regressed over the next two seasons with the Patriots. But the Broncos are right now the definition of stability. The Patriots were the definition of instability at the time, and those things played huge factors into the second year.
I think if this was an article that said, we're going to tell you the ceiling and the floor for each quarterback. And I think if you held a gun to my head and said, which do you think is more likely? Does he hit his ceiling or his floor? I'd tell you, I think it's more likely he hits his ceiling. And now Drew Brees is a high mark to hit. But I mean, if I made you pick one, Tyler, is he more likely to hit his, and chances are he doesn't hit either, but is he more likely to hit his ceiling or his floor? Which would you pick?
Like what? But like, why has it got to be Drew Brees? You know, like why they got to go with the ceiling of Drew Brees, the floor of Mac Jones? Like, talk about extremes here. Why can't we pick something more realistic? Like a ceiling of a Kirk Cousins, or a ceiling of just a really good quarterback, not an all-time great quarterback.
Well,
I actually don't know what would be more likely between those two scenarios. He becomes an all-time great, or he becomes Mac Jones. I don't know. Neither one of those seems particularly plausible to me.
Okay. All right. Well, my next question was going to be then if you had to pick a comp for him that you actually think, right? Like, if you had to put money down on it, who do you think he actually would be, his career would look like? Is there a name that comes to mind that you think would fit kind of his MO? So one got brought up on the text line after we had this conversation the first time, and I thought it was an interesting comparison. But we brought up names like Andy Dalton, Kirk Cousins. I brought up Jay Fiedler. The name that got brought up on the text line was Dak Prescott.
I'll give you a phenomenal quarterback, not an all-time great quarterback, but a phenomenal one. Matt Stafford. I could see Bo Nix's ceiling being a gunslinging quarterback like Matt Stafford. Now, he doesn't have the arm talent that Matt Stafford's got, and so maybe that's actually a bad comp, because the one thing that Matt Stafford has always had is the ability to throw the football in a tight window, and Bo Nix does not have that. So maybe I got to rethink it. But basically what I'm trying to get at is I'm just trying to think of like
level
really good QBs, not necessarily a freaking all-time great.
So what do you think of Dak then as a comparison?
I hope he's better than Dak. I mean,
okay, well,
if Dak's the best that he's got, then we didn't get enough.
Okay, that's interesting. That is really interesting, because Dak has been a very successful quarterback. I mean, if you look numbers wise, I mean, I'd say he's comparable to Kirk Cousins, and I know you stump for Kirk all the time.
I agree, and I understand the comparison. I don't know why I feel like there's a separation there between him and Kirk. I do. The numbers might say differently, but maybe it's just that he plays with the Cowboys, and I just feel like the Cowboys never have a shot at it. But I mean, I don't feel like Dak Prescott is ever going to have a shot at winning a Super Bowl, and that would be disappointing to me if I never felt like Bo Nix had a shot at it.
And so, and it's an interesting comparison because Dak Prescott did get the big QB contract. And I think everybody, when he signed that, was like, I don't know. I don't know if you want to pay that guy that much money and that big of a percentage of your cap. because can he still be as effective as a quarterback when you have to lessen the weapons around him because you don't have the cap space for them? And
here's a good one from Justin on the text line. What about Jake Plummer?
I think he's that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Mobile quarterback, gets out and run.
I think Jake was more athletic than he is, but certainly close. Certainly
I don't know.
You don't think so?
I don't know. Bo Nix is incredibly athletic.
I'm not saying that he's not. I feel like Jake was one of the best athletes at the quarterback position, especially in that era.
Send him in on the text line. We on the text line, we've got multiple Matt Ryans. We've got multiple Phillip Rivers. Somebody said Tony Romo.
Tony Romo's interesting. Would you be happy if he turned into Tony Romo? Because those other ones, I think there's the slam dunk, you'd be happy. If he was Phillip Rivers, if he was Matt Ryan, you'd be happy. Would you be happy if he turned into Tony Romo?
I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, do you think the Cowboys were ever unhappy to have Tony Romo?
I think it was a lot of the same conversation that you have around Dak. Like, you just don't feel like he's ever going to get over that hump and actually win you a Super Bowl. You know what I mean? It felt like he's always 10 to 14 wins, which is great, and then he's going to lose in the playoffs. It's kind of the Andy Dalton thing.
Yeah, I guess I could see that.
It's that would be an interesting comparison to me. I guess kind of what we're talking is like, what is the worst quarterback you'd be happy that he turned into is really what this conversation has devolved into.
I mean, we've got Alex Smith on the text line. I can tell you right now, I'd be thrilled if he ever became Alex Smith.
Same thing though, 10, 11 wins, and just out in the first round of the playoffs, right? Like, I don't know, man. I feel like especially if you end up giving him, because if he does do that, like you said.
I mean, we got to think realistically here, though. Like that's why I think guys like Alex Smith are a fair comparison, because they're just really good quarterbacks, not all-time greats. The odds of becoming an all-time great are like next to nothing.
But when we talked about it, and I said, if he goes to the playoffs the next 3 years and loses all of them, you're like, well, then he's getting a contract, which I agree with you, he is. But you feel good paying him $60 million a year if he does turn out to be Alex Smith?
Yes, I would happily pay Alex Smith. Absolutely, I would.
$60 million a year.
Yeah, I'd do whatever I would have to do to keep Alex Smith. For sure, I would.
Okay. Did you play with Alex Smith? Did that cross over? No. Yeah, man. I don't know. I feel like at that point you got to do what the Chiefs did with Alex Smith.
You were testing me to see if I was pulling a Kirk Cousins with my buddy.
I don't know. I mean, but if you had a little bit of insight into like maybe how he was a leader, which you hear a lot of that kind of stuff with Alex Smith. If you were saying like locker room wise, if he turns into that guy, you're in great shape. I would understand that.
Here's one. Not an all-time great, but certainly capable of winning a Super Bowl. Jared Goff.
Okay. I would feel great if he turned into Jared Goff, yes. But, I mean, when you look at some of the numbers he's put up, and some of that was Sean McVay, and some of that was, Ben Johnson last year, but, like, when you look at the numbers he put up, it's tiptoeing into elite quarterback territory. Now, does he ever get over the hump and actually win a Super Bowl? I don't know, but you certainly can win a Super Bowl with him. There's no question about that.
Absolutely you can. Yeah, yeah.
All right, well.
I mean, look, the reality is you play in the AFC West. You play in the AFC. And if you're ever going to win a Super Bowl, it's going to take a lot of luck. It's going to take a stub toe from Patrick Mahomes, and it's going to take Josh Allen catching COVID. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to need a lot of things to line up to win a Super Bowl in the AFC.
It'll be interesting to see what he turns into. You can keep sending them in, too. Like, what is the worst good quarterback that you would be happy that Bo Nix turned into? I think it's a really interesting question. We've got Let's Football Go coming up next. We will do that on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, guys and gals, hey, if you're out there and you're struggling with hair loss, do yourself a favor. Call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration and ask about their Advanced FUE. Whether you've got a receding hairline, thinning hair, or a bald spot, Advanced Hair can fix all of your concerns. just like they've done for tens of thousands of others, just like they did for me. Because you're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment when you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, and you're going to have the best of the best working on you. You will love Dr. Tanya Pauls. You will love the entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration. They're absolutely fantastic at what they do. And what I personally love about Advanced Hair Restoration is that they believe in what they do so much, they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it starts to regrow the very next day. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, but that is a limited time offer. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
I hate you guys.
Hey, Dan. He's got the power.
It's
Dan's
not what I
saying
said.
stupid
Either of
things.
those times. Either of those times. That's not what I said. Why are you
Say
twisting my
stupid
words?
things, win stupid prizes, right, Dan?
That's right. Say stupid things, and you get your voice into my intro there.
I am filling in on PhD. My name's Roger Gilio. Well, thrilled to be here, clearly. But let's thanks to Mountain High Appliance for sponsoring Let's Football Go. What do you got for your first story, Dan?
All right, let's go through some of these texts. Our texters have been great today, by the way. We're asking for Bo Nix comps, right? Because Rob started the show off saying that the floor is Mac Jones and the ceiling. Who was the ceiling for? Oh, Drew Brees.
Yeah.
Some interesting comps here. Jeff Garcia. Somebody text in.
That's actually
wow.
That's not bad.
Rich Gannon.
Okay.
Eli Manning.
No,
I mean we're talking about some radically different QBs here, right?
Yeah,
like Eli Manning doesn't have a whole lot of athleticism to his game.
He has zero athleticism. What about Steve Young? Somebody texted in Steve Young as a comp for Bo Nix.
Okay, but to me, that's again now we're talking about all-time greats.
Yeah,
I get the comparison there for Steve Young. Sorry, Rob. I get the comparison there for Steve Young, but my point was let's stay away from literal all-time greats and let's talk about like realistic, just really good QBs.
Yeah, the way we phrased it was who's the worst good QB that you would be okay with him turning into. You know what I mean? Don't make him Steve Young. Don't make him Drew Brees. Are you okay? And that's why I liked Jeff Garcia. I feel like that's a good name there for that. Because
was Steve Young like the OG dual threat QB?
Randall Cunningham?
Okay.
But yeah, I mean you're talking the first couple, yeah.
Somebody said prime Russell Wilson.
No, you can't. You just can't say that in this town. You just can't do it.
Prime Russell Wilson.
It doesn't matter. Can't say it. You're gonna get eaten alive if you say that. Anybody else on the list that you thought was interesting? Anybody else on the list you thought was interesting?
Somebody texted Jalen Hurts.
That's interesting. Could he be Jalen Hurts?
This is gonna sound crazy because Jalen Hurts has won a Super Bowl. I would hope he could be better than Jalen Hurts. And I get how crazy that sounds.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts, to me, that's one of those dudes that you pay and you're going to be nervous when you do it. And I know, I look, win a Super Bowl, cool. You deserve every last dollar you ever get. But to me, Jalen Hurts leaves a lot to be desired.
Wow. Okay, so you would be disappointed if he turned into Jalen Hurts?
Would I be disappointed if we won a Super Bowl? No.
Right. That's why. Wow.
Yeah, I got it. I mean, that's borderline Rob take there.
Stop it. All right. A couple on the Twitch chat said Fran Tarkenton. That's kind of funny. Mark Sanchez. I would be really disappointed if he turns into Mark Sanchez. That's a disappointment,
I don't know.
right?
Would you really be that disappointed? I mean, don't you want at least one butt fumble?
It's mean-spirited, Tyler. It's mean-spirited, and I won't stand for it. I'm having.
Elway lined up under the wrong guard at one point.
He did.
Yeah, I mean, he lined up underneath the guard. All-time greats could do stupid stuff.
Didn't Peyton do that when you were there too? Didn't he do that in 2015?
Oh God, I don't remember if he did.
I thought he did. Maybe I got the years mixed up or something, but I thought.
Do you remember when Kirk Cousins at the end of the half? God, what was he trying to do? I think he needed to spike the ball for a field goal, and he ended up taking a knee on accident.
Oh no, I don't remember that at all.
Yeah. It was when he was playing in Washington.
Were you on the team for that?
No, it was the year after I left.
Okay, interesting. All right, what do you got for your first story, Dan?
All right, let's get into an article on CBS Sports. They're talking about the NFL and the Players Association are going to begin discussing in the new CBA adding an 18th game to the regular season. Now, obviously, this feels inevitable that they will go to an 18-game schedule sooner rather than later. These talks are likely to start happening early in 2026. So, just 6-7 months away. Let me ask you guys this question. How many games would be too many games for an NFL schedule? Is 18 the maximum you want to see? Would you be okay with the 20-game schedule? How many is too many?
God, I think we're getting dangerously close to it. I do, because one of the best things about the NFL is parity, and you only have parity if you have health. You keep playing too many of these games, and you're going to start losing QBs. Even as much as you've done to try to protect quarterbacks, you just keep on going, and all of a sudden you're going to have these guys out. And so, 18 games to me, that feels like borderline too much already. As a fan, I don't know if there is a number.
No,
I mean,
I agree with you.
if I'm just talking about from a fan perspective, give me another month of football. I don't care.
Yeah, but you're right. Like, if the product is suffering, then at some point you get diminishing returns. I know they haven't found that yet because of how good the ratings are, but at some point you do get diminishing returns. I do want to run this by you. So everybody says 18 games, 2 bye weeks. I think you go even further. What if you do 18 games, 3 bye weeks? Okay, hear me out here. Your first week, and I do think that they're going to do something like this at some point, that everybody in a season plays an international game. And your first weekend, you do like a football showcase weekend where like half of your teams go overseas. And then you have a designated bye week for week 2 for all the teams that went overseas. And you play games Saturday at 10 a.m., Saturday at 5 o'clock, Saturday at 7, Sunday at 10 a.m. You know what I mean? Like, you literally chalk it full, and it's like, this game's happening in Berlin, so it's 7 o'clock at night there, but it's noon here on Saturday. And that way you have a weekend where they showcase the entire league, half them playing games overseas. And then if you don't play a game overseas in that first weekend with a bye week afterwards, then you have an international game somewhere else in your schedule. What do you think about that?
Dan, I'll be curious your thoughts on what you think about these international games. I hate them. As a fan and as a player. As a player, I hate them more. I was very, very fortunate that I never had to do it. And it was one of the first things you look at as soon as that schedule comes out. Do we have to go overseas? And just believe me when I tell you, nobody wants to go play overseas. It's not just that it's a distraction. It's hard on your body. It's time zone change. It's everything that goes into it. It's just, it sucks as a player. But as a fan, I can tell you, I hate watching those games. I think they've got less energy. I don't like watching football early in the morning. I mean, don't get me wrong. If it's on, I'm going to turn it on and I'm going to watch it. But they just do. They've got a weird vibe to them that I'm not a huge advocate of international games. So I get why you're going there, because the NFL, they're not slowing down with these international games. But I personally don't enjoy them.
And if you did it like that, you know, I see a couple people on the Twitch chat. You couldn't do Saturday and overtake college football. Well, 1, yes, you could. But 2, if you had 18 weeks and 3 bye weeks, you could do this before college football starts. You could do it in that college football week 0, and there wouldn't be any college football on. You would dominate that week. And then you have a bye week for the first one afterwards. I also think that they should change the IR rules. You know what I mean? Like, have a 6-week IR, a 12-week IR, and a full season IR that affect your cap differently, because it's too hard when you're trying to decide if you need to put a guy on IR, how many people do you have to bring back, all that kind of stuff.
Well, they have changed some of that, Rob, and there is short-term IR, and you can bring guys back quicker than you used to be able to. So they have made some adjustments there. Maybe not as many nuances to it as you'd like to see, but they have changed that. Whereas when I was playing, if you went on the IR, that was a season-ending deal. It's no longer that way. But the Saturday thing, it's interesting. I tend to agree with you. The NFL doesn't have to worry about anything, and they probably don't have to worry about college football. But I do wonder. I wonder if they'd see a ratings drop if they tried to compete with college football. I mean, it probably wouldn't be that drastic, but there's got to be I mean, there's got to be a contingency of Americans out there that would choose watching their college team over an NFL game.
I'm sure, but if it's the first weekend of the NFL year and you're doing that international showcase, if it's set up like that, I don't think they have to.
Well, you're saying so they don't have to compete with college football.
Yeah. And if it's the first week of the NFL season,
but
even if they do, I don't think it's a problem.
For you as a viewer, does that do anything for you watching international games?
They're so early here that I don't really like. I did like watching the one in Brazil. That was a Friday night game. That was cool. We had a game on Thursday night, a game on Friday night, and then games on Sunday. Like, that was pretty sweet, wasn't it?
I guess I enjoyed having games on different days of the week. Yeah.
Right. So if they play a game in Mexico City,
COVID is actually freaking amazing.
Right.
I mean, we had NFL games on like every single day.
On like a Tuesday.
Wednesday game.
Yeah. So like, I don't know, if they play a game in Mexico City and a game in, Brazil and it's just all day, there's primetime games, there's single slot games all day long. I feel like it would be a huge weekend.
But for me, like, I think there's just something about those early morning games that I don't like. So how do you work that out so you've got it in prime time when you know they're going to want to put it in prime time wherever they're playing?
Well, so what's interesting about that is like they play those games in London at like 4:00 in the afternoon or 2:00 in the afternoon in London. So it starts at 7:00 here just because they don't want to bite on the other TV windows. But if they played it at London's 7 hours ahead, I think. So if they played it at 7:00 London time, that's noon here, right? Like you could adjust the time so it's not starting at 7:00 in the morning.
Yeah, if you're just doing a one-off, I guess.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know. I think they're going to play more international games, not less. So I just feel like that's kind of inevitable too. But interesting conversation. What do you got next, DT?
All right, Leggy has an article out today on ESPN.com, fellas, about Marvin Mims. Rob, you brought up earlier a potential breakout player for the Broncos in 2025 is Troy Franklin. Well, Leggy has his potential breakout player as Marvin Mims. He says third-year Broncos receiver Marvin Mims hopes an evening in Cincinnati last December provided a model of how the Broncos coaches are planning to use him in 2025. Specifically in that game, Marvin Mims said, it was a really big game for me. He said he feels like that's the game where he earned the trust of Sean Payton and the coaching staff. So what are you guys expecting out of the coaching staff, specifically utilizing Marvin Mims differently than they did early on in 2024?
Listen, if you're going to, I don't think you use him differently. I think you use him the same way that you have. I think he is their gadget player, and I'm fine with that. I would love to see a couple more deep balls to him. And sure, you'd love for him to expand his route tree. But at the end of the day, what this offense doesn't have is what he can provide as that gadget player. So I know he wants an expanded role. I want an expanded role for him. But I just think I don't think it's a different style that you necessarily need to go to, Tyler.
Well, I'll put it this way. If the Broncos offense is going to take the next step, I do think it's incredibly important that Marvin Mims has a big evolution of his game. Because I don't know where you're going to get the yak guy from and anybody else. Cortland Sutton's not a yards after the catch guy. Devon Vele's not a yards after the catch guy. Pat Bryant damn sure ain't going to be a yards after the catch guy. Pat Bryant's borderline slow. He's a 4.6, 4.40 guy. So you do need Marvin Mims to evolve. And what you need is to take the pressure off of Sean Payton as a play caller, because the pressure to get Marvin Mims involved in the game right now, all the pressure is on the play caller to scheme it up. And that gets exhausting, man. Yeah. It's flat out exhausting when you're thinking to yourself, I can't just call a football play here and think that Marvin Mims is going to make a play. I got to scheme something up. And it only goes so far, and he's not Debo. Okay. So you put him in the backfield. He can be helpful, but he's not Debo. I think it's really important for the evolution of this Broncos offense for Marvin Mims to take the next step.
How many receiving yards does he need to have for you to say he had a good season this year?
700 plus.
Okay. All right. And do you want to see him out of the backfield with carries and stuff like that? They did a little bit of it last year.
I'm not saying to stop what you've already done.
Right.
You've done something last year. You figured out how to make Marvin Mims effective. Cool. Continue that. It's just you don't want the pressure of having to scheme it up every single time. It doesn't mean that you go away from things that have been helpful. You just need to be able to call a play and let him work.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. All right. You got a couple more minutes to get your rejoin in and get qualified for our show. For the Traeger grill from Ace Hardware, just go to the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app, and you can record a rejoin and get qualified to win that grill. We'll be right back on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is PhD. I do have Tyler Polumbus, who gutted it out today. And I am Rob Trujillo filling in for the other two. TP, I don't get to say it when we do the crossover, so I just want to tell you and DT, thanks for having me, despite the fact that you were incredibly rude and mean and said that I said things that I didn't say. I always appreciate getting in and spending a couple of days with you guys. So thank you for having me host the show. I appreciate it.
Nah, dude, you always do a great job. We always have a blast when you're on with us, and we love stupid people.
Wow. It's the last break, dog. It's the last.
What do you mean?
We had some good moments. We talked about going to a rave together.
We did. Yeah.
And here you are, and you just got to end it like that, don't you? You gotta end it salty.
Hey, we had fun. We
did. Hey, I did want to ask you, are you like a cookout guy? Because I know you're not, you said you're not a tailgating guy. And I know you're not like I'm going to go hang out with a whole bunch of people all day long kind of guy. So for the 4th of July, will you find yourself at a barbecue or a cookout or something?
I do love a good old smoker.
Okay.
So I love spending time on that smoker. I'll put it on. Sometimes I'll put it on overnight. Sometimes I'll put it on early in the morning. I love cooking for people. Anytime I go to a house party, or whether it's my place or anywhere else, I like to be on the grill. So I love serving. I love serving food.
So you are the grill master. Now, do you camp? Have you ever camped before? You're a camping guy?
You know, I love camping, but I cannot get my kids to do it to save my life.
Really?
And so it's been a long time. I didn't necessarily grow up camping all the time. My dad was not the biggest outdoorsman in the world, but he would take us, once or twice a summer, something like that, And so I do miss that. And that's actually on my bucket list too this summer. I'm going to take a solo camping trip. I'm going to go up. I'm going to just do a solo camping trip, sit by the river all day, read a book, and just chill and be at peace.
I've done that before too, and it is actually nice.
Yeah, for sure.
But the reason that I asked is because if you are the grill master guy, I was wondering if you're the fire tender guy too. Like if you go up camping, do you have to be the one who's taking care of the fire, throwing the logs on too?
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be bigger than everybody else wants it to be. There's definitely going to be more smoke blowing in everybody's face, and people are going to complain about it. And the second I see that thing starting to whittle out, I'm throwing more wood on that sucker.
That's my guy right there. I'm the same way. All right. So
don't ask me to start a fire like from scratch. Like I'm using a lighter. Okay, I'm using some fire starters in that thing.
No,
I'm not saying I'm like surviving in the outdoors by myself.
Yeah, we're gonna get you a hand drill, and you're gonna have to start a fire for us. So wait, so what's your go-to grilling meat? Like what is your specialty?
Oh, I mean, I guess if I had to just pick one, probably ribs.
That's interesting. You don't hear people say ribs a lot. That's interesting.
Really?
Yeah, no.
I mean on a day-to-day basis, it's just a good old-fashioned ribeye. I cook ribeye probably 2 to 3 times a week at home. But if I got people, if I got a party or whatever reason, I'm probably going for ribs.
DT, what's your go-to meat? Do you have a specialty, or do you just? I'm
a simple man. I just like a good old hot dog or a
brat.
Of
course you said hot dog. Of course you said hot dog.
Tyler, you know me. I'm a simpleton.
Oh man.
Give me a brat and I'm happy, bro.
That makes a ton of sense, DT.
But now you're just saying brat because you're trying to say cool.
Yes.
Be cool.
I said a hot dog or a brat.
You don't even mean the brat. You meant the hot dog. That's what you really meant.
Do you eat your steak well done with ketchup too?
No, dude. I like my steak medium rare.
Do you believe him, TP? I don't know if I believe him.
I'm not a big steak fan. I don't really like steak.
I'm not a steak fan.
Not really. I've never liked steak.
We could tell you look anemic.
How could you not be a steak fan?
I've never liked it.
What? You don't like steak?
I don't like steak. I think it's bland.
It's bland.
Yeah.
What are you getting it from Golden Corral or something?
I've gone to Del Frisco's. I've gotten the $100 cut, and it's just like this isn't that good. Not a fan.
Wow,
give me a hot
that
dog.
Might be the worst take of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah, that actually Congratulations, Rob. You no longer have the worst take of the day.
I'm thrilled that I no longer have the worst take. I mean, that's pretty bad. Okay, I'm not even going to get into it. I listen. If I'm smoking all day, give me a brisket, man. Like, that is what I'm talking about. But I just can't believe you don't like steak. Like, that would be my number one pick if I got to choose just grilling something. It would be steak. Tyler gets ribeye 3 times a week.
Yeah, I do.
Nothing. DT doesn't have anything to say for himself.
And you know what I do when I'm being lazy? I cook steak tips early in the week, and I cook a lot of them, and then I'll just reheat those suckers throughout the week.
Do they get a little chewy, or do they stay
a little
all
bit?
right?
Yeah, they can for sure. They're definitely better fresh, for no question.
All right. Do you do any side dishes? I know you're all healthy now. You do a potato salad or anything like that?
Yeah, these days there ain't a whole lot of sides going on.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much straight meat.
You can't even get some veggies in there or something? No?
Rob, you don't exactly look like a big veggie guy.
I love eating veggies, and yeah, I get it. I'm fat. I just eat too many of them. Is the problem?
I didn't say you were fat. I just said you didn't
Tyler,
look like a veggie.
you kind of said.
You kind of did.
No, I didn't. I just said he doesn't look like a veggie guy. How does that call him fat?
It's fine. I'll call myself fat. I am fat. We've had this conversation on the show before. It's what's your swipe right? What's your thing?
Yeah. I'm gonna do a swipe right app that it's going to be a bodybuilding app that anybody who wants to get swiped right, just join my workout plan. Probably going to charge about $250-$500 a month for it.
I'm out.
But I do need a couple customers, and Rob, I'd be happy to start with you.
Well, I appreciate the offer. That's kind of you. I also appreciate DT for getting me off the list of worst take of the day. But we do have Andy Lindahl jumping in, joining us here.
Listen, not everybody can be svelte, but not everybody's got paintings of themselves over their shoulder as they do it. And my God. Hey, welcome, everybody. I didn't know Ron Burgundy was broadcasting on this show. Welcome to my wall of me.
Hey, everybody, come see how good I
Those are
look.
pretty sweet pictures. I'll give you that.
Listen, there used to be a day that, when the wife was not incredibly kind to you, I would just go down into the basement, go down in the office. I'd look at my shrine to myself. I'd be like, dude, you're a badass. Like, don't worry about what anybody else says. Now I just do that to remind myself, hey, you might be living by yourself, but you're still a badass.
That's, fair. That's it's quite an accomplishment that you have. It's just, it does feel like, hey, everybody come see how good I look.
For the record, you two, I used to be a fat ass also.
Yeah.
You guys realize this, right? I was a fat ass.
Yeah.
You were a professional fat guy.
You were liquefying ice cream to try to gain weight and put on calories. Like, that's is a different thing that you and I are experiencing.
Yeah.
There was a time where I was begging to put on weight. I miss those days. Yeah. Now I look at something, I'm putting on weight.
Yeah, like
Yeah, none of us got paid to be fat though. See, that's what you got going.
That's true.
What was your go-to?
Well, hold on.
You
kind of got paid to be fat because then you got paid to be skinny.
Yeah, I got paid to be slim. Now, if I was smart, I'd pull the DMac where I would get paid over and over to keep losing that same 40 pounds.
DMac's got this. He's got this thing down perfect.
He's got it figured out.
He's got that yo-yo thing. He gets fat, he gets skinny, and then, he's going to get paid by somebody else to get skinny again. It's perfect.
I don't know how they're going to do it now, man. I think the shots have ended all that. So I don't know. I think that boat has sailed. So I got out of the car as everybody. What meat do you cook, Tyler? What's your go-to meat?
I'd probably say ribs.
Okay.
I don't think you hear that too often. Like, most of the time.
Oh no, I'm getting my ribs dialed in. I got ribs, brisket, and pork shoulder, which is really pork butt.
Shoulder I could kill. Oh, I love pork shoulder.
Just smells good in your bag. You don't even do anything.
Yeah.
Anybody afraid of pork, go get a pork butt and smoke it over the 4th. It's the easiest thing you can do. Slather it in mustard, slap your seasoning on it. Don't look at it for 9 hours.
But the real thing that you missed as you walked in was Dan saying that his favorite meat was hot dogs. and then saying that he doesn't like steak. It doesn't.
Are you 4?
Yes, Andy. Yes, he's
We'll
4
cut it
years
up
old.
and put it in your mac and cheese.
I do
Why
that too.
hot dogs? Is there a reason?
No, it's just it's a simple meat.
Did
And I like simple
it's
things.
not a meat. It's multiple.
Did
meats.
something known as the incident inside the family occur over a steak dinner? What? Like, is there a mental thing here?
No, I just don't like
Because
steak. I think it's overrated.
Because I too love eating the most disgusting part of the pig.
Yeah, I mean,
Look, I'm not saying that you got to like steak, Dan. I'm all right there, but a hot dog.
That was your pick.
It's the hot dog that I got an issue with.
Not pulled
Not
pork,
a good, yeah.
Not beef brisket.
Have you not made a good piece of chicken?
Right.
I mean, chicken isn't
Barbecue
even hard.
chicken, yeah.
I like
you
chicken.
win this Traeger. The chicken is great off the Traeger.
I like chicken.
You know what I
like hot
don't
dogs
put
more.
on the Traeger? A hot dog. What are you, Joey Chestnut? What
Listen,
do we got going on?
we gotta be honest, Andy. He's not putting it on a grill. He's putting it in a cup of water and putting it in the microwave.
After age of 5 and eat that thing. That's my rule.
Look at him. That's 100% what he does.
Dude.
Is it microwave or boiled? Which one is it, DT?
And look, if it's a financial thing, I've been there. I've been there in my life, but you don't have to settle for hot dog, my man.
It's not a financial thing.
First off, neither microwave or boiled is okay. The only acceptable way to eat a hot dog is off a grill.
That's it.
If you eat a boiled hot dog, that talk about wanting to vomit.
Dude, and that you used to serve those until they finally got Jimmy Armstrong's restaurant to cater up there. They had their hot dogs. Not only were they boiled, they were thick. It was the worst. Just
and they were wet.
The worst. Yes, it was disgusting. You know. Did they give them to you guys?
No, but
I
no
do
way.
know.
As an athlete, they can't be giving you those.
Hey, at halftime, not in college, but at halftime in the NFL, the equipment staff would always have hot dogs in the equipment room, and I would sneak back there and sneak a hot dog in if I was starving.
And they were the worst. How'd you play the second half? Not good?
No, fine. I
can't believe I'm about to do this, but I'm going to take up for boiled hot dogs.
Okay, you're done.
I'm gonna.
Hey, good
Just
week,
hear me out.
Rob.
Just hear me out. Just hear me out.
I'm not
Just
going
hear
to
me
hear
out.
anything out.
Hear me
No, they're the worst.
Hear me out. New York City street dog.
No, I'm not going to a New York City street dog.
Why not? New York City street dogs are great. They're great.
Is that the equivalent of the burrito carts that we get when we get out of games here? Because now listen.
Yeah.
If your grandma looks like that she knows what she's doing
That's what
and
I'm
she's
saying.
selling those burritos, I'm having one.
That's right. That's 100% right.
I don't care if I just got done eating at the game. Matter of fact, there have been nights where I've skipped eating at the game so I could catch the burrito lady.
The burrito lady on the way out? Yeah, no, 100%. That's what I'm saying. I will take up for boiled hot dogs there. But I'm just saying, DT,
okay,
I wouldn't pick it as my favorite meat, is all I'm saying.
No, you can't pick a boiled hot dog over steak. So since you're a hot dog expert, though, I got a question for the room. Too bad Tyler jumped up when he was out. He's like, there it is. Joey Chestnut today. I saw a tweet saying Joey Chestnut because obviously he's back competing after he went vegan for whatever he pulled last year and he wasn't.
Because he got paid a bunch of money.
Yeah, good for him. I ain't hating on him. I'd have done it too. But now he's back with Nathan's. He'll be at the competition. He says he's going to go till the wheels fall off. Is there an age range where you can't be the competitive eater? Is that the longest professional quote-unquote career? I guess we'll call him an athlete. Really testing the boundaries of that. But for a lack of a better term, a professional contester? I don't know what else to call it. Like, when do you think? 50?
Father Time,
60?
Father Time's undefeated.
I know, but when's the age for that?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be 50s, right?
Is Father Time winning a heart attack?
That's what I'm saying. It's got to be 50 because then you got to start.
Does Father Time win when you're dead?
The cholesterol. I mean, I feel like you gotta start watching it.
Because I'm not housing things the way that I like. There are days where I can do just one meal.
That's like that to me, though. As soon as you brought this up, first off,
hi Nate.
Sodium, the silent killer. Okay,
Father Time's.
So look out
that's
there.
how he enters the conversation. This is such a Nate way to enter the conversation.
Number two is it's exactly that. Like Do you remember, like, when you were a teenager or in your 20s or whatever, like Thanksgiving, it was just like, I'm going to make this a contest. I'm going to eat until I vomit, like 5 plates. Here we go. Now, Thanksgiving, I'm 1 plate. And because I can't do it anymore.
Oh, I don't want to feel gross later.
I can't,
but he's used to feeling gross.
He is,
but
still, like, it's the feeling gross gets so much worse.
Yeah, as you age, there is a part of your brain, I think, that says, I don't want to do this
stop
anymore.
doing this.
But if you were getting
it's why
paid
I don't
for
drink like I did in my 20s.
But if you were getting paid
the
for
recovery, though, it's got to get so tough.
I mean, the money. First of all,
it's his profession. You're right.
If you're Joey Chestnut, what else are you going to do? You're
I
not
don't know.
You're not
We're in a
going to
tour.
an accounting firm.
You're writing
and
a
being
book?
like, yeah, right. Like,
What does your book look like? I don't want to read your book, dude.
So if your prime earning years are your 40s and 50s, the guy's got to keep making money, right?
Is there a senior store?
Yeah, there is an age. In there aren't there like different age groups and whatnot?
It's like prune eating contests they could do.
Well, I
need to stop this
you're younger.
Entman's coffee cake.
How did
maybe
I get us here?
that they could get into. I
You
don't know.
brought up the smoked meats. Okay, you're listening to
Yeah, go ahead.
KKSC.
Somebody do it.
Thornton, Denver.
I thought it was Longmont.
Longmont, Denver.
We should probably figure out our cities of license. That's important.
I'm going to need one of you guys to know this. I still don't
KKSC,
know
Longmont, Denver. I'm
Okay,
going with.
good job,
That's what I'm
everybody.
going with. Well, you said Thornton, Denver. I said Longmont,
I
Denver.
know, but
We're
I'm
covered.
I've worked at too many places. I'm worried that
Oh,
city
good,
is
it's
hanging on
Broomfield.
to me. It is. Oh, it's Broomfield.
KKSE,
hey, Dan, why
Broomfield,
don't you
Denver.
do it? Let's have Dan do it. Ready, Dan? Go.
KKSE FMHD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder.
There you go.
Is that because you work games too? When you work games, you get that thing memorized.
Yeah.
Do you guys know why Broomfield is called Broomfield?
They made the broom there.
That's exactly
Shut
it.
up. Are you serious?
No, it's because the grass that grew in the plains of Broomfield was the grass that they would then harvest and they would use to make brooms.
No.
Thus, it is Broomfield.
No, I am not.
It is?
I'm not buying it.
It is?
I am not buying it.
Look at him. He's not screwing around.
They had brooms in the Middle Ages. Like
They certainly did, but no
he's
matter
saying
what,
the field.
There's always going to be a place that has the best grass for making the brooms. Thus,
and their
Broomfield,
fields
Colorado.
were the best for brooms.
I feel like you're just trying to get me to say okay and agree to this when it's like obviously not real or true. And then
why else would you call it Broomfield? That would be the only reason to do it.
Historians speculate that the town was named for the sorghum grown in the area, also known as broom corn, which had stalks that were sold to make brooms and whisk brooms.
Okay. All right.
I know this because I called a Broomfield High School football game last year with the Sandman, and I always Google interesting facts about the communities.
Yeah, he's a dedicated play-by-play guy.
Was it a blowout? Did you have to go into
No, it was a close game, actually. It was a very good game, but I always find a way to be able to fill time. I gotta educate and inform Sandman. I always do that, and then I always look up famous alums from the assorted high schools.
Susie Warden's a Broomfield, whatever they are.
Is she really?
Oh, yeah.
They're the Eagles.
You didn't say that?
Once an Eagle, always an Eagle.
I'm 95% sure she's a Broomfield Eagle.
Okay, well, I don't...
Because we did a game in high school.
I don't know if she was on the Wikipedia page or not.
Why wouldn't she be?
Don't talk about Susie like
Who's bigger? Who was the person then? Who's their most famous alum?
I shouted out One Republic guitarist and multi-instrumentalist Drew Brown.
That feels like you're cheating.
No, come on. How's that cheating? What are you
Family
talking
interests,
about?
What?
That's not cheating in the slightest bit. Colorado's own. Let's see. Actually, he's on the Wikipedia page. Good for him.
Good for him.
Kat
put himself there?
Zingano, the bantamweight MMA fighter.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
I know her.
I know the name, and I'm not a big UFC guy.
There you go. So that's a little bit of Broomfield knowledge for you right there, everybody.
Can I ask you the question that
You may.
we talked about today that
Okay.
made everybody really angry?
No, I heard it, and I've got your comp.
Let's
I've
have
already
it.
given it to him.
Okay, well, so it was a PFF article. This is something that I had said before I even saw this PFF article. It is within the realm of possibility that Bo Nix still turns into Mac Jones.
Sure.
That made people real angry. This PFF article said, here's the ceiling and floor for all the second-year QBs. The ceiling, they said, was Drew Brees. The floor, they said, was Mac Jones. But in practice, neither of those things are really likely. Like, we don't think either of those things is actually going to happen.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. The Mac Jones comp. First off, I think Mac Jones got drafted into a weird situation. I think Mac Jones had a chance to be a good NFL quarterback, and he ended up in New England, and it was just a mess.
With no OC.
Yeah, bad situation. Who are their OCs? Wasn't it Patricia and Joe Judge?
Yeah, at one point he had two defensive guys. He had a defensive guy and a special teams coach, and Bill Belichick said he'd oversee.
What chance do you have
None.
as a young quarterback
Zero.
when that's your development? And he was good when he had McDaniels, right? So that's the situation on Mac Jones. I have always viewed Bo Nix as a high floor, low ceiling quarterback. And that's not an insult to me. I don't think there's really a bad quarterback in there with Bo Nix. I think he's very capable of being able to run whatever NFL offense is put in front of him, particularly this Sean Payton system. I think he's smart. I think he makes good decisions. I think he has athleticism. Like, you put those tools together, and no matter what, like, there is a decent NFL quarterback. I think that's his baseline. But, like, does he have Allen or Jackson or Burrow or Mahomes tools? No. He doesn't. So, like, the Drew Brees comp's an interesting one. Drew Brees was not elite physically, but Drew Brees had a great processor, great leadership, super smarts, and could get rid of the ball in a damn hurry. I think that's what Bo is. Bo Nix, to me, is a prototypical point guard style quarterback.
So we talked about those things not being likely. It's not likely he turns into Drew Brees. It's not likely he turns into Mac Jones. So the question evolved into, who is the worst good quarterback that you would be happy if he ended up being? Is it we got names like Jeff Garcia?
Jeff Garcia was,
Andy Dalton.
I've said it
Kirk
over and
Cousins.
over. He reminds me a ton of Brian Greasy, who was a Pro Bowler, led the Broncos to the playoffs.
Would you be happy if he turned into Brian Greasy?
Yeah, because again, Brian Greasy was better than people remembered. Okay, now eventually, what happened with Greasy was, stories I've been told, Shanahan, would get around the Pro Bowls. This happened with Cutler too, where he was around a Pro Bowl and he decided it happened to Jake Plummer, where he went and coached the Pro Bowl, was around Peyton Manning, wanted a guy that was a little more addicted and could run a little more of his offense. So he wanted that, and he went and drafted Cutler. Now, did Cutler turn into that? Not under Shanahan. Would he have? We'll never know. But Brian Greasy knew where he was going at all times with the football. He was incredibly accurate with the short pass. He was really good in the middle game. Now, look, sometimes his very first play as a Denver Bronco, people forget, but I won't forget it. He faked to Terrell Davis and threw a bomb to Ed McCaffrey against the Dolphins. And it was a great big play to start his career. Look, his shoulder got hurt, and it took something a little bit off of some of his fastball, if you will, or his deep throws. But he was a very good quarterback, very accurate, knew the system well. He and Shanahan were dialed in together. But after a while, the injury it was too much. They went and they got Plummer. Brian went on to continue to play. He was with the Dolphins. He was with the Bucs. It's not like the guy stunk. And people do get, I know what you're dealing with, because people do get very angry if you don't put a comp up there of one of the all-time greats. But I'm telling you, with what I saw in minicamp, I like Bo's demeanor. I like the personality. The kid, everybody knows I'm not going to act like I was in on trying to draft a guy that high a year ago. I wasn't. He's really grown on me. He really has. And there's a ton of stuff I saw at minicamp that I like. This is going to be his team. This is going to be his offense. And I think you brought up a great point. There's a lot of young quarterbacks that get completely submerged by the play caller. Sean ain't going anywhere.
Right.
Okay? The offense isn't changing. I know Tyler mentioned to you, I've said it to Nate before. This is the first time since 2013, 2014 that we get to watch a quarterback and offensive coordinator actually build on their offense.
Huge.
Because it was Kubiak and Manning, then it was Kubiak and Simeon, then it was McCoy, it was Musgrave, and they kept changing the quarterbacks too.
Shermer
Was in there. Names. Drew Lock got 2 years in a row. He had the same coordinator. It was crazy. And frankly, he wasn't the starter. Flacco was. And that was with, who was the young guy?
Scangarello.
I mean, it is nuts what this has been.
Speaking of first plays, I remember Scangarello's first play.
Oh God, don't bring it up.
Yeah, but I'm
tight
just,
end around.
Look,
Tight
man,
end
I'm
jet
just
sweep,
saying.
baby.
Now, can maybe Bo unlocks something even more? Maybe he does. He's so young. There's still stuff that's in there. I know he had 1,000 starts in college, but
61.
He was taking chances. He was taking chances in camp. He wasn't taking a year ago. I'm so excited to watch what this thing can be. I don't know what I'm more excited
mostly
for
the
right
same
now. The Nuggets or
personnel
the Broncos.
too. Mostly the same personnel too. Similar receivers, good, same offensive
Same
line.
routes.
Yeah.
This is the first. I tell people all the time, you want to know why it's so hard to take down Kansas City? All they've done is add layers to their fancy cake because it's been Andy Reid. It's been Patrick Mahomes. We all know Reid's the main play caller. Bieniemy shuffled in there. The guy that went to the Bears went.
Matt Nagy.
Matt Nagy's been in there. I mean, I think didn't who was the Philly coach that went to Jacksonville that just got fired?
Doug Peterson.
I think he was in there for a minute before Nagy, but Reid has been the stabilizer. That's what Sean Payton will be for Bo Nix. And I mean, it's going to be so much fun to watch them actually add layers to the offense this year. He doesn't need to be John Elway. He doesn't need to be Manning. He might be Brady. We don't look, man. Tom Brady wasn't a physical specimen. He could be that. With his processor, who knows?
The highest tier name I found objectionable was Alex Smith. And Tyler said he would be happy if he turned into Alex Smith.
Alex Smith's pretty good.
He's
pretty good.
But if he loses in the first round of the playoffs, I mean, even the Chiefs said this isn't good enough. We're going to draft a guy, replace you, and sell you.
I suppose you could do a hell of a lot worse. I was trying to. By the way, as we were having this conversation, I'm trying to figure out in my head, like, who is the current NFL quarterback that is I love the way you put that, the worst good quarterback in the NFL right now. Who is it?
They've talked about it, Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott's never.
Geno Smith?
I wrote down Baker Mayfield and Geno Smith were the
Geno
two names
Smith is
I wrote
interesting.
down.
You're right about Baker, too. I mean, both guys, look, they'll get you places.
Geno's
win.
pretty good.
Geno's 2-0 against the Broncos since he left the Jets.
But look where it lands you. I mean, Seattle, you're not high enough to draft another quarterback. If you want to reset, you got to trade the guy away and try to find another QB.
Here's what I think is different. Now, look, man, Geno's now got Brock Bowers and Ashton Genty to work with. That's pretty good complementary pieces. He may unlock something because of what they got to worry about.
Stop. He had DK Metcalf, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Tyler Lockett, who's the running back out of Michigan State whose name I'm forgetting right now. Kenneth Walker.
Yep.
Like, he had weapons. It's not like he didn't have weapons in Seattle.
But he was in a pretty rough division. Now, again, he's back in a pretty rough division.
I was gonna say.
Look, I'm just telling you. I'm telling you. I feel like Sean and Bo together. That's the thing.
I agree.
That's the deal.
I do agree, and I think it prevents you from hitting a floor.
Elevate the skill set that you have in place. Accentuate what the guy has. Again, he's never going to have an elite arm or anything like that. I think there's improvements that he can make. Like talked about it ad nauseum. I want to see him get better at throwing the ball on the move. Instead of always just scrambling, it's like hang on to the ball a little bit, make a play down the field, but stay behind the line of scrimmage once trouble hits you. Like, I think that's something that he needs to work on right now in his game. But I think he's a really high floor player.
Look, I don't need them to change the quarterback. I need them. What I would prefer. I'm good with the quarterback. Find me the elite playmaker. That's still the one thing I'm worried they don't have. Get the guy an elite playmaker, whatever position.
Sure.
I don't care. And Evan Ingram, I think he'll be a playmaker. But I'm talking about now go try to find me a Justin Jefferson. Now go try to pick your favorite back out of the backfield. That's a problem. Okay? Pair him with that. You really have something.
Yeah,
Again,
you hope one of them becomes that, whether it's a Mims or a Harvey or...
Even the great John Elway did not win a Super Bowl till he got Terrell Davis and Shannon Sharp and guys like that.
Well, and I think that's the answer to the question of if this team is going to be a Super Bowl contender, something has to get better. The defense isn't going to get better. It's already really good.
It's pretty good.
The offensive line isn't going to get much better. It's already pretty good. So the two things that can get better are your weapons and your quarterback. And I think that's why people bring up the greats like Drew Brees and John Elway. Can he be those kind of guys? Because if they're going to be a Super Bowl contender, especially in this AFC, he's got to elevate or you got to find Justin Johnson.
Well, and remember, like, in all seriousness, I know they went to the playoffs last year, and we're talking about how good this defense is. This is year 2 of the rebuild. Like,
I know.
This is still a rebuilding team right now. It's going great, but this is year 2 of the rebuild. Sean showed up in year 1, and it was like, what is this?
23 doesn't count.
It was a weird season,
he did not
right?
want to be with Russ.
He got his legs underneath him. Last year was a rebuild, and you won 10 games. This, to me, is still a rebuilding year. That's not to say you can't win a division in a goofy year or something like that. I think this team's improving a lot, but it's like all the pieces aren't there yet. They got youth all over the place that we're waiting to grow into players. Kreckman and Lindahl, it's a Wednesday. That's Big Rob Trigilio doing fantastic work, noon to 3 today. That's Andy. I'm Nate. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
This is Eric Rabbers from El Paso County, the 719. That's what's in, and you're listening to Denver's longest-running afternoon sports talk show, Kreckman and Lindahl. Cool, Carl. On Altitude Sports Radio, KKSE-FM, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
All right, that was a flex on us.
That was good. I like that.
Just showing off that we don't know the legal ID. Showing off that we, the radio
really
professionals, don't know how to be FCC compliant.
Do our job and stuff.
Just because we're idiots. It's
That's
Kreckman
awesome.
and Lindahl.
That was really good. That makes me giggle. That's all I care about. Make me giggle.
Thanks for playing Godzilla, Spring. We appreciate it. Kreckman and Lindahl, hell yes. Getting our BOC on today with you until 5:30, 5:30.
Oh, I forgot
today. Yeah, they kick us off at 5:30 today to get the holiday started up. Andy, Rock's still pursuing win number 20. Weren't able to get it done.
Would it have been amazing though? No, it wouldn't have been.
No,
what's
it wouldn't
today?
have been.
The second.
Nothing would have been.
Well, my point was going to be they would have accrued 10 wins in June, which they did not.
They
do
did
in
not
May.
do.
I think they did accrue 10 wins in June, though, right? If they're at 19, June was a 10-win month, wasn't it? I think it was.
Were they okay?
They were 9-50 when we got to June.
Check ye old schedule.
Unless 9, because yeah.
Oh no, you're right about that. They did win 10 games in June. Way to go, Rocks.
One better than the first 2-month output.
Because they had the sweep of the Marlins. That was 3.
Yeah.
They got 1 against the Giants. Then they had the 4-game win streak. That's 8. They beat Arizona on the Sunday game. And then they had the 11-inning win in Milwaukee. And that was technically June the 29th. Yes, 10 wins in the month. Now, the little 4-3 stretch that they put together against Atlanta and Washington.
Everybody thought, hey, they're playing better.
2-8 since that against Arizona.
You had the numbers that said, no, they're not really playing better.
The Dodgers, the Brewers, and now
Remember
Houston.
that?
I did.
You had numbers.
I did, yes. The underlying numbers are not good. They're not good. Last night, down 6-1 last night, they chipped away. Now, granted, that's all they did was chip away, but they chipped away nonetheless.
What is the Astros record? Are they any good?
Houston is very good. Okay. Yes, yeah. Houston's a good club, although they're dealing with some injury stuff right now between Alvarez and Jeremy Pena. But the Houston Astros are very, very good. That's a good ball club. Last night it was Victor Caratini with a grand slam in the top of the third.
That's a
to
good
put
name.
Houston up 6-1. It's Bugs Bunny's favorite cocktail. Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Thank you.
Do you think about that all day? Yeah, thank you.
He used to play for the Cubs, so I used to make that joke to anybody that was within earshot.
It was written.
I was
already
watching
written
the
for
Cubs. Yes, I'd already done that bit before. The weird moment of the game last night was Kyle Farmer hitting it off the wall in the 5th, and Myers, the center fielder for Houston, jumped up and trapped the thing. Off the wall, but it kind of looked like it could have been a catch, only it wasn't. And Brenton Doyle was on first, and then he just got stuck because he was was that caught or not? And so he just goes back to first, and then they throw it in, and just Altuve stepped on second, and this stupid moment kind of killed a rally a little bit for the Rocks. But
how many times does that happen? Just a stupid moment kills all momentum.
Yeah,
that's sort of the story of the year, right?
Yeah, with this club, it's not uncommon. Hunter Goodman did play, though, last night. He hit a couple of bombs. He had one off Hader.
What? I thought about that. We had a report yesterday he's going on the IL, and now he's playing. So what happened?
He said after the game, because he had missed 4 games, he said after the game he can hit and he can catch. He just can't run.
Okay.
So I guess it was good that he homered twice last night.
I was going to say,
keep it to a slow jog.
Doing that.
You can just Kirk Gibson it around the bases when you need to.
All right. So are they doing this so that he does get his All-Star nod, and maybe he's just the injury sub out?
I did click on Ken Rosenthal's All-Star selections. He's got Hunter Goodman going and Jake Bird on the outside looking in. So Hunter Goodman and his numbers they're All-Star. He's got 16 home runs. He's got an OPS over 850. He's an all-star. He's having a fantastic season. He's a little bit of a good story amidst, 19 and 66. No, I wouldn't. He's on the
he's on the or whatever.
Yeah, he's on the list of guys I want to keep.
Who's the other catcher? Fulford?
Braxton Fulford.
Braxton Fulford.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. When they do sports radio, like 40 years from now, they'll be able to remember some Braxtons.
Yeah. Tyrone Braxton, I could give you that.
That's very strong. Yeah, you can't really do it as much right now.
You have any other Braxtons?
The NHL's got to have a dozen of them, right?
We got a lot of Braxtons there.
I'm assuming there's got to be NHL Braxtons,
looking
right?
Sharp. Spring, what are the plans? Spring's got plans.
It's the summer of spring out there.
He's got like a really nice shirt on. Look at that thing.
Actually, according to Hockey
That's
Reference,
fancy.
No NHL Braxtons.
What?
I may have been. I'm guilty of profiling. I am sorry, white people.
You're sorry to all those in the suburbs.
Very much so.
We apologize to Highlands Ranch.
Maybe I'll just look up college football quarterbacks. Okay, there's got to be some Braxtons.
A Southern name then? Famous Braxtons.
Famous Braxtons.
Tony Braxton.
That's too strong.
That's That's the first.
It.
Matter of fact, there was a whole family: Tony, Tracy, Tawanda, Trina, and Tamar.
Of all the Braxtons.
Famous Braxton.
Oh, yeah. If you go to Sports Reference, the college football page, there's a lot of Braxtons.
Braxton Freeman. Braxton Wallace is a YouTube star.
Braxton Berrios.
Ooh, yeah. Why do I remember him?
Played for the Patriots. Who else did Braxton Berrios play for?
Oh, that's right.
Uh-huh.
He's also had some famous girlfriends. Braxton Smith is a TikTok star.
Of course he is.
Let me read you a few Braxtons. You tell me who
are they all YouTubers or TikTok stars?
Who is Braxton Keith? Fifth famous Braxton.
Country music.
They're good, very good.
Thank you.
How about Braxton Bjorken?
Speed skater.
Movie actor.
Ah, damn.
Braxton Picue.
Braxton Picue. I'm gonna say celebrity chef.
TikTok.
Ah.
Braxton Miller. Should get this one.
Baseball player, right? Football.
Ohio State is the helmet shown in. Braxton Wallace. What does he do?
I remember Braxton Miller.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Braxton Berrios is number 2.
Okay, Braxton Wallace. Again, I'm going to go country music.
YouTube. Braxton Comer. Number 1 famous Braxton on this list of famous birthdays. Braxton Comer.
Famous Braxtons. Braxton Comer is number 1. Oh, the name like Comer, you got to be a hairstylist.
He's TikTok.
Ah. Cool, Carl. Does he do haircuts on TikTok?
He could.
Okay.
How about Braxton Beckham?
Soccer player.
Movie actor.
Ah.
And I think he's been in a couple of the Sandler ones.
Okay.
And then finally, Braxton Pierce. Do you know him?
Braxton Pierce. Artist.
Esports player. Are you not in on esports?
He's a gamer.
The other 2, Braxton Alexander, Braxton Smith, movie actor, TikTok star.
What is the video game he's good at?
I don't know.
Because
I don't know who he is.
If
We're
it's
on Twitch,
NHL 94, then I'm interested. All right?
I'm going to make him bleed for Superfan number 99 over here.
If this guy was awesome at NBA Jam, now
you're in.
Now we're talking.
Now you want a piece of Braxton.
Now I want to know what team he picks and why is it Gary Payton and Detlef Schrempf as the Supersonics.
That was the pairing?
It was. Yeah, I believe
Who was the Nuggets in 94?
Sean Kemp eventually came along. 94. I'm going to say Dikembe and Fonz.
That would be sweet.
That would be my guess.
Was it Chris Jackson or Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf in 94? Either way, that would be your guy. I need the 3-point shooter. I'd consider Mahmoud and Fonz.
Okay, TSN gives you the original NBA Jam duos. Denver's I was right, Deke and LaFonz. Okay.
Who's doing the outside shooting?
Nobody apparently, although it's NBA Jam.
They're both post players. Who's feeding the post?
Okay, here were your bottom. You don't feed the post in NBA Jam.
That's why I'm saying this is flawed. I don't like it. They had Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf who could rain threes. Why ain't he in there?
You don't run a lot of...
You're screwing me, NBA Jam.
Also, the three-point shooting, if your opponent is on fire, then goaltending is allowed. Three-point shooting then is a liability. So you got to be careful.
Well, let me ask you this, too. Did I have subs? Were there subs? I didn't really play
So
NBA
eventually, Tournament Edition, they made it every team had 3, and you could pick 2 to put on the court. Eventually with Tournament Edition. But the original pairings, though, was just 2. According to TSN, who did the ranking, the bottom team was Milwaukee, going with Theodore Blue Edwards and Brad Lowhouse.
I remember some Blue Edwards.
I do remember Blue Edwards.
Remember the Lowhouse. That sounds like a restaurant.
I remember only because he was on NBA Jam. Clippers at 26, Ron Harper, Danny Manning. Tad Boyle's assistant, by the way.
Okay. You could probably get something done with them, though.
Those are some bad Clipper teams.
Harper could shoot a bit.
Celtics, Kevin McHale, the late Reggie Lewis on there.
Is McHale moving slow?
The Washington Bullets hit you with Tom Gugliotta and Harvey Grant.
How could you forget Tom Gugliotta?
Harvey Grant's Jeremy's dad, right?
Yes,
Spring?
good call.
Yes. He was the lesser of the Grant brothers with Horace. Timberwolves brought you Chuck Person and Christian Laettner. Dallas, Derek Harper and Mike Iuzzolino.
I know a Mike Ruzioni. I don't know me no Iuzzolino or whatever.
So, Hockman and I used to go to 1UP and play NBA Jam a couple of nights a week. We were really cool when we were 28.
Were the
let me tell you.
ladies stopping by the game?
they were, and then they were
They
leaving.
came to you.
Yeah, they were there, and then they left.
Yeah, like we got to go
because we were like we're in the middle of it.
We're in the middle of this.
We're doing a thing.
Don't talk to me
here right now.
I'm thinking.
So we were fascinated by Mike Iuzzolino because Hockman and I were both 90s kids who loved the NBA. Neither of us knew who the hell he was. So the story then devolves to this. Hockman is at an airport. He's, the beat writer for the Nuggets at the time. He's sitting in an airport. It's probably 5 o'clock in the morning, and he's flying home the morning after filing a story at 2 a.m. or whatever. He's bleary-eyed as hell, and he sees, I believe it was the New Mexico State basketball team in the airport. Whatever destination in the WAC that New Mexico State was playing that night, Hockman must have been there. Could have been Phoenix. Who knows? All right? So he Googles the New Mexico State basketball team, I wonder if anyone of note is on that team. He finds out Mike Iuzzolino is an assistant coach on New Mexico State, does the Google image search, figures out what he looks like, goes right up to Iuzzolino, chats him up for an hour waiting for the plane, telling him me and my buddy are NBA Jam dorks. Why the hell were you on that game? And that was the conversation, basically.
Did he have an answer?
He was just like, hey, we didn't really have any stars.
And I could shoot, pal.
They had to put somebody on there, so thus Mike Iuzzolino. The Dallas Mavericks of the early 90s were crud. And actually, their best player would have been Rolando Blackman at that time. I don't not know why he wasn't on the game. Rolando Blackman, not to be confused with Ronaldo Balkman.
Okay, hold on. Who was the pair for Dallas? And wasn't Jim Jackson a part of those?
Derek Harper and Mike Iuzzolino.
Oh, that's right. Where was Jim Jackson?
Great question. Don't know.
Am I wrong about that?
You're not
was
wrong.
He gone already?
You're not wrong. Bad team, though. Bad team.
Because this is the ultimate summer radio.
Okay.
Ultimate Nuggets pairing. Jokic and who?
Jamal.
For Jam?
Best two-man game in the NBA.
You can pick everybody from around every player they've ever had.
Oh, ever had.
Ever had.
Oh, ever had.
Yeah. I mean, of the current team, that's the one. What about you?
Oh, Nicole and the Skywalker, David Thompson. Yeah, that's what I would take. For an NBA Jam, I mean, Alex English wants to elbow his way into the conversation.
He's got something to say.
Carmelo Anthony would like to talk as well, but wasn't DT the greatest dunker
Both of them out there
Nuggets
15?
history?
Huh?
Double 15s. Hell yeah. Ooh, the Suns was Chuck
Here would
and
be
Dan
my
Marley.
question, though. Would Melo ever give Joker the ball? It'd be like the Iverson-Melo combo.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Whoever brought it up was the one shooting.
What about Iverson-Joker?
That's why J.R. Smith would bring it up. Oh, I bet AI would have been a good NBA Jam player. Uh-huh. Yeah, kind of fits the profile a little bit.
No manimal for you?
Golden State Warriors, Tim Hardaway, Chris Mullin.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Yeah, guys.
Did Mullin have the bad cut?
The flat top, the Johnny Unitas.
Barely a flat top
haircut. You could set
that was a bald
to.
head with a little something up front.
Yeah, man. Whew. St. John's own Chris Mullen. Hell yeah. He was on the original Dream Team.
That's right.
Mully was.
He was on the cups.
He
I remember that.
He could shoot too.
Do you have the Dream Team cups from McDonald's?
You better believe it. Absolutely. I had so much Dream Team merch. It was disgusting. Including, I had speaking of video games, the USA basketball video game that was like the Dream Team, but they had all the other teams from around the world. I know, and if you ask me like any team that was in the 92 Olympics, I probably remember their best player.
Okay, were any of them any good?
Like Oscar Schmidt played for Brazil. He's
a
Hall of Famer. Arvydas Sabonis was on Lithuania. Sabonis would come over to play in the NBA, arguably the greatest European player, probably up until Jokic or Dirk Nowitzki. Tony Kukoc obviously played for Team Croatia. Sarunas Marciulionis was on Lithuania as well. There were other eventual NBA dudes.
But you ain't beating the Dream Team.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
no.
why put the video game out? Is that just like
because it's fun?
No, I get
it.
But there were no need.
Because Andy, the Dream Team moved merch, okay, and a kid like me was like, I need the Dream Team video game.
You get mad and you restart the game. You never had to do that in that game.
No,
you were always winning. All right, we got a little breaking news there, Spring.
Break it for me, Spring.
I don't know. Let's ask if this counts. It finally happened.
Mike Brown.
DeAndre Ayton is a Laker. They finally did something.
They got their tall guy.
They
missed out on Brook Lopez.
Finally agreed to it.
Yes. So they got their tall guy.
This kind of feels like, I hate when they give me the breaking news about a game that was just won. And I'm like, is that really breaking news? We knew somebody. Like, the Chiefs just won the Super Bowl. No, they were playing in it. We had a pretty good idea it was going to happen. Right? Is that breaking? This feels like that. All they talked about all week was Ayton going to the Lakers, and so it's finally happened. What do you think about that? You like that?
They needed a big.
Okay.
He fits the role, okay? Now, we've gotten reports about DeAndre at Portland, not always engaged, not always trying.
Phoenix apparently didn't love him.
Not always showing up on time. All those items on a
somebody
DeAndre
tweeted out, remember DeAndre Ayton missed a game because it was icy in his neighborhood.
Couldn't get out of his neighborhood.
I
remember that story. I remember that. Great call. Great call.
What?
Yeah. Has Mike Brown, by the way, accepted the Knicks offer? I assume he's going to.
Yes, he's the new coach.
Okay, he's officially the coach.
That happened, I think, a couple hours ago.
Okay, saw he was offered, was waiting to see if he was going to get that gig. Yeah.
So there you go.
James Borrego. Is he going to be their lead assistant? They want James Borrego, but New Orleans doesn't want to let him leave their bench. Why would they?
In L.A.?
No, in New Orleans.
No, who wants Borrego?
The Knicks do.
Oh, they do?
They were interviewing him. They want him to be Brown's lead assistant.
No.
But he's on another team right now. Now Borrego could go to the Pelicans and be like, come on, we're the Pelicans. Can I please go?
Can I go to New
Work
York?
for the Knicks? Can I? I mean, the Smoothie King Center is nice and everything.
Okay, but do they have it down at Pat O'Brien's? They have the meeting. They get Borrego there.
Get everybody boozed up
the
hard enough.
The hurricanes start flowing, and it's like, I love you. I'm sorry. I don't want to leave.
That would be, I feel like that'd be unprofessional to schedule a high-level NBA meeting at the Pat O'Brien's.
Yeah, you know what? I promise you, sometime, somewhere, it's happening.
You might as well.
I feel like Sean Payton maybe scheduled a meeting before that draft day. Where was it the draft where he made the rounds? Or the count? No. What was that in New Orleans? The Super Bowl.
The Super Bowl.
Or we need a joker.
They probably, I bet he doesn't have to go down to Pat O'Brien's. I bet they bring the Hurricanes to him. I bet they have like a mobile hurricane truck. They just drive it over to wherever Sean is.
All right, so like the Fat Tuesdays deal in Vegas?
Totally, yeah.
By the way, Andrew wants you to think about Jokic and Bull for your MVPs.
Very tall.
And Bull cash some three, although Jokic can hit some. This Bull, I'll tell you what, is Jokic so great, does he even need a teammate?
Yeah.
No, he doesn't. He's used to three guys coming at him.
So are you saying like no teammate?
Just Jokic.
Or are you saying like
literally Jokic against two?
Or put him with
I'm going
Sonny
Ditka.
Weems.
I'm going Ditka from the Saturday Night Live skit. Jokic versus God. in NBA Jam, I got Jokic.
So Jokic solo,
Jokic
not
against God and Jesus. I still got Jokic in the basketball.
What about Jokic and Francisco Elson? Jokic and Yakuba Diawara. You know that was the name I was going to go to.
Jokic and Mamadou Ndiaye, who never even played here. How about that?
Jokic and Skeeta, all right?
Skeeta. Well, now, boy, Skeeta was bad.
Ooh, number 5 overall pick. Number 5. That's a miss.
Would it be Jokic and Nene or Nene Hilario? Because remember, he wasn't Nene.
He wasn't at
It
first.
was like 2 years, and then he went with the Nene.
And then he dropped Hilario.
And then, yeah.
He was just Nene.
Nene.
Yeah. Nene was good.
I like Nene.
And he was a nice guy, man.
I think we all like Nene.
Yeah.
That's a fun nugget.
Yeah, fun, well said. Fun
I won't say
nugget.
great. I'll say fun.
You would be incorrect to say great. Yeah.
Hey, if we ever got him on the show, he wouldn't get the legend treatment like Preston Wilson once did.
If Nene came on the show, he would be Nuggets
Now
legend.
you're a legend?
Nene.
All right, now I know where the line is.
They're very different between being great and being a legend on this show. There's a different line of demarcation there.
Yes.
Yes. Preston Wilson, Rockies legend. That was a good 2 years, though. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Ooh, Nahara.
Yeah, Eddie Nahara.
Welcome back to Kreckman and Andy. Their opinion is right. Yours is wrong. Just shut up and listen. Altitude 92.5.
That was a fun one. I like that one. It's the Star Stripes and Big Pipes contest. That's right. You can be the big voice guy today here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And just for entering, you could win a Traeger grill. How do I enter, you ask? Well, you go to the Altitude Sports Radio app, you tap on the Voice of the People icon, and boom. You start recording, you hit stop, you send, you're in. Be creative, have fun, keep it short. You might hear your rejoin on the air. Again, say, hey, this is Tony, and I am from Aurora. Really creative, huh? You're listening to Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and you can add to it. Be creative, have fun, keep it short. You might hear your rejoin. All valid entries are entered for the prize, whether they make it on air or not. Entries only count if they are sent for the show during the show. So head over to the Altitude Sports Radio app, tap the mic, and you could win a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. Andy, David Adelman has got himself a roster now, and it looks pretty good. On paper, this is the best Nuggets roster since they won a championship. Each of the subsequent years post-title have given us disappointing off seasons. No such thing this time around. The Nuggets, I again would argue it's just upgrades across the board, which is exactly what you need to do. We talked about how Oklahoma City needed to address their weaknesses. They get Caruso, they get Hartenstein. Again, if you're Denver, what do you need? You need more switchiness, versatility, and defensive reliability in your starting lineup. Boom, Cam Johnson, who, by the way, can also shoot the rock pretty damn well. You need a reliable veteran point guard, somebody that is going to tie the room together like a rug in the Big Lebowski. Bruce Brown can do just that. You need a backup big that isn't DeAndre Jordan. And that's not to say, look, Andy, just real quick, I don't know if I'll call this a mea culpa, whatever you want to call it. I know I said some things about DeAndre Jordan, okay? About how I cringed every time that he came into the game. And yes, he was slow, and yes, he wasn't great. But, like, he played a little bit in the playoffs. It wasn't automatic death when DJ got in there. It was a better matchup against the Clippers than it was against OKC. But DeAndre Jordan, I think, was a good locker room guy, good Nugget, part of the Veterans Council, won himself a championship, one of the old guys. There you go. And now you upgrade to Jonas Valanciunas.
I also think he was a guy that tried to work to balance out the Malone factor because of the grumpiness of whatever led to that this year. So
yeah,
I think he tried to keep guys' heads up.
There's
when
a lot
they
of
were getting
grumpiness.
ripped a bit. So
Tim Hardaway Jr. You need a backup wing, and boom, he fits that perfectly. And you have a sense of what his offensive game is, plus he's durable. He played 77 games last year. I'd call that an upgrade over what you had. The combination of Watson and Strother. That's not to say that Watson and Strother couldn't be higher ceiling players right now and could surpass Tim Hardaway Jr. in the lineup. That very well could happen, but for right now, you go into the season knowing we've got a dependable veteran right here. Like, the Nuggets took a roster that frustrated the hell out of everybody that I would argue declined every year since they won an NBA championship, and suddenly it is right back there in the conversation.
No, I would agree. And what I think is great about it is nothing feels like a high-risk move. You know, even Cam Johnson. You gave up, you get Cam Johnson, and yes, you know.
Like Bo Nix, high-floor player.
High-floor player,
yeah.
But again, you needed, Cam Johnson or not, you needed to make that trade to get this kind of versatility, this maneuverability that we're seeing the Nuggets enjoy in these first 3 days of free agency. Save some money. You're able to make some other moves. You're able to go acquire real veterans you'd like to play, not hoping one guy on the minimum can make your 6-man bench a 7-man bench.
Mm-hmm. Got a good player.
Yep. You know, and so even like, let's say for some reason, Tim Hardaway Jr. doesn't play a ton, although I don't think that'll be the case. Now, look, maybe Strother actually finds his game and keeps him off the court, and you know what? Good news for everybody if that's the scenario too. But he's a vet minimum guy. Bruce Brown, vet minimum guy. You've made a bunch of moves. You got rid of Saric for Jonas Valanciunas, and you were going to play him anyway. That was painfully obvious last year.
Yeah.
So all you did was add like $5 more million of money to $5 million you weren't using anyway because Saric was never going to play.
It's a great example. Like Bruce Brown, Valanciunas, and Hardaway, like the three veterans that you brought in, two on the vet minimum, one in Valanciunas, he's not making a disgusting amount of money at $10 million this year. But like, unless something goes horribly wrong, you can actually play all those dudes.
Exactly.
Saric was unplayable.
$5 million just getting soaked up for nothing.
That's bad.
Yeah.
When the margins are that thin because you have three max contracts, you've got to hit every one of those spots. And whether it was Reggie or Dario Saric, like that, those 2 for 2 on the misses, man. And Malone and Booth, I think, both deserve their blame for the way that all went south. But I think one of the biggest things was that they couldn't get on the same page, and there were hearty disagreements from the moment Booth stepped into the role as GM once Connolly left about the fundamental issues with the team and what needed to be addressed. Like there appears to be right now from Josh Kroenke down through the Tenslis or Walzer or Ben Wallace front office down to David Adelman, a shared vision and a recognition of this is exactly what was wrong with our basketball team.
Yeah, there's no depth. There were too many wasted seats on that. Too many guys getting free courtside season tickets that never went in the game any more than the fans that sat behind them did. You know? So there's way too much of that. That got blown out. You know what's funny? Because we keep saying, I'm going to borrow your information. We keep saying there were 3 max contracts, and by the book, that's true.
Yeah.
But you've pointed it out. Aaron Gordon really is a max contract
pretty close
now, and it's not affecting things yet.
Yeah, but it's a
affects
large
things
contract
next year.
Yeah,
but
and you'll have to pay Christian Brown.
But again, could there be more moves coming in season? We'll see.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see. I want to bring up another point when it comes to this Nuggets roster construction. Just something, and I'm not trying to stir with it. I'm not trying to stir up anything with this, but there's another question I have about how this is all going to go for the Nuggets here in the 25-26 season. Let's take a break. When we come back, we'll talk about a potential issue that I think is grown of something good that the Nuggets might have to deal with. That's next.
This is Kreckman and Lindahl or something. I don't know. I'm just trying to enter for a grill.
You didn't say your name or your town,
Or
man.
your city. Your county.
But we do respect that you're simply here so you don't get fined or so you can win a grill. Nice job, guy.
You should want the grill.
You should want the grill. It's a good prize. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Oh, we're living in the Cam Johnson, Bruce Brown, Jonas Valanciunas, and Tim Hardaway Jr. world right now. It's fun to talk about all these new Nuggets. Andy, is this the best offseason a Denver team has had since 2014 Broncos?
Wow, because that would be what I thought about. Because for those that don't remember, that was the offseason that brought Aqib Talib, TJ Ward, and DeMarcus Ware. Now
and Emmanuel Sanders.
I always forget about that.
There was one on offense, too.
Did not bear fruit necessarily until 2015 as far as championship.
But then it bared.
And you don't forget, 2015 is when Mr. Wade Phillips showed up.
That helps, too.
And I had a countless number of defensive players tell me, man, he's simplified this defense so much. We love it.
Yeah.
I remember Brandon Marshall explained to me, I asked him, I go, okay, break that down for me. What do you mean? I've not played defense. What do you mean it's complicated? And he goes, all right, you got a guy running this way and I got a guy running behind me, and I've got to figure out in a moment's notice which guy is mine. I don't like that. He said that basically he's taking it out to where I know exactly who I got as soon as they snap the ball.
Yes.
So
that
it was stuff like that where they and I remember Malik Jackson told me he just talked about how he's just free to go do what he needed to do when he wanted to rush the passer. Yes, I think it is.
Texter says best since bringing AG, and that was
a trade deadline deal.
In-season deal. Yes.
Okay. So my question to you is this, because you're a semantics guy. You're my semantics guy. You're my you make sure you've got the proper punctuation in your sentences. You're
punctuation is more for the written word, but I see what you're saying.
Yeah, well, you like the details.
I do.
Can this be a better offseason than the one you drafted Nikola Jokic?
Ooh.
That's my question.
They also drafted Gary Harris and Yusuf Nurkic in that same draft.
Which ended up being pretty good.
Those were both good picks. Nurk's a good NBA player. Like the Nuggets made the right call, obviously, to move on to Jokic. Hot take, I think the Nuggets were better when they went to Jokic instead of staying with Nurkic. I know that's, again, scorching hot take, but somebody had to say it. And but yeah, that was pretty good offseason. Yeah.
But you didn't know what you were getting at the time.
No.
I mean, so this is my question.
No, when Jameer Nelson and Wilson Chandler are like, hey, that big European guy's good.
Yeah. Should we keep playing him?
We don't really know his name, but we like him.
Does it count because this is stuff you did purposefully, at least thinking you know what you're going to get? At the end of the day, we don't know what we're going to get.
These were all moves that were made for a specific roster that you're putting together. The Nuggets were a floating island of nothing when they drafted Jokic.
Yeah, they were just hoping to figure something out.
They really were. It was the transitioning from Brian Shaw to Michael Malone. Connolly was brand new there. They had nothing. Okay, they had no. They were just trying to find anything. Right around then. They were hoping Emmanuel Mudiay was going to turn into a dependable NBA point guard. Didn't really work out. That was a mishmash. It was just a messy roster. It was, you still had the Wilson Chandlers and Kenneth Farieds and Darrell Arthurs of the world around. Like they didn't have a direction. Right now, like what you're trying to do is make the proper moves to reload a working weapon.
Again, the 2014 comp is, I think, the perfect comp for the Broncos because what they did was retool.
Yeah, they were already good.
They changed their personality, became a defensive team.
I think in some ways these moves do also kind of trade. They can change the Nuggets' personality.
Well, you're not. Somebody wrote in yesterday. You're not probably when they got was Valanciunas. That was yesterday. It's Tuesday. I don't even know what date it is.
Yeah, yesterday morning was the Saric for Valanciunas news.
With Valanciunas, you're not looking to run and gun, something David Adelman had promised us, right? He wants to be more a half-court sound offensive team
right
in his era because he thinks that's what wins in the playoffs, and I wouldn't disagree with him.
Right. Yeah, Valanciunas, I mean, he can Well, we'll see how good of an outlet passer he is once we watch Valanciunas up close a little bit more. So one thing that I do wonder about a little bit, and this is just NBA reality. I'm not crapping on anybody when I bring this up. But when you look at this rotation right now, Andy, and yesterday we were kind of digging through it and ticking off sort of where everybody stands on the depth chart. And for the sake of this discussion, let's say Tim Hardaway Jr. is 8, okay? You have a starting 5 where you replace MPJ with Cam Johnson, Bruce Brown, Jonas Valanciunas, Tim Hardaway. I'm basically power ranking the roster. That puts P. Watt and Strother 9 and 10, Jalen Pickett probably 11, and then you got your Hunter Tysons and Zeke Naji. Okay. Trey Alexander, I suppose, is in there somewhere. Tamar Bates, their two-way guy. I digress. We know what 1 through 8 looks like. We don't know what the minutes in the role are going to look like once you kind of get below that, right? Now, in the regular season, guys are going to have more minutes and all those sorts of things. But one thing that I do kind of wonder about is especially with a couple of the guys that I think are showing as legit NBA players, but they're young and they need the development, particularly guys like Strother or Watson or Pickett. Ironically, all of them were Booth boys. They were Calvin Booth guys. Is it possible there could be a frustration? Because is it possible there could be a call from an agent that says, hey, I need to know what my client's role is on this team. I need to know where my client fits in all of this because, like, my guy's got to get paid.
Sure.
And he's got to play to be able to get paid. And could something like that, like you kind of brought up, could the Nuggets be looking to make a trade to recoup draft picks? And the more I thought about it, I thought they may make a trade, but it kind of could get suggested to them by some young guys that could look at it and say, I could get minutes and shots on a lesser team, but know my role and get myself paid.
They all need to have a Christian Brown season. And Christian Brown, with KCP gone last year, got to be a starter, played great, and now is in line to get a $30 million a year extension. Right? That's what we think the neighborhood of extension is going to be.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, if I'm Julian Strother's agent, if I'm Peyton Watson's agent.
Those two in particular are the ones
They're
I
the
wonder
ones
about.
that have the crack at the nice deal.
Yeah.
Right? Kenny Pickett was a two-way player that I think right now is just hoping to be a full-time NBA player next year.
Jalen Pickett, too.
Good old Kenny Pickett there. Kenny Pickett may be looking to be a G League player if he gets cut in Cleveland. But
Texter, by the way, brings up Deron Holmes. Yeah, I'd probably put Deron somewhere below Jalen Pickett, and that's no diss to Deron. He hasn't played a second of NBA basketball.
We just don't know what he is, guys. We're not trying to purposely leave him. I feel like everybody brings up Deron Holmes, and it's fair, but we have no idea what he's going to be.
I'm eager to see him play, absolutely.
I can't wait.
But I also have to see him play. His grade is a big old incomplete right
and what
now.
did we see? One half of basketball in the summer league last year?
Right.
That's it.
Yeah.
And granted, it looked good, but Hunter Tyson's been a stud in the summer league 2 years in a row.
Coming off an Achilles rupture, by the way.
Right, to see how this goes.
That's a little tough.
I hope he factors in. It would be fantastic. Yes. Now again, I do think there's still a heavy commitment to Strother. How about we do this game? Who are you more? I still feel like I like Peyton Watson's athleticism, but Peyton Watson's inconsistent offensive game. You talk about frustrations, that's the only word I can come up with that. He had a little of the Russell Westbrook to his game where one time he's hitting everything he throws up, he's grabbing rebounds, he's hitting and then other times he couldn't even hold on to the ball sometimes.
There have been points where he's found some footing and found some consistency. He's knocked down some corner threes. He's been okay as a slasher. Like that has happened at times. And then, God, especially like offensive end of the floor in these last playoffs, he was just it was a struggle. And I don't think he was terribly confident. And I don't think a lot of guys are super confident when they don't get a mass amount of NBA minutes, and then they're being guarded by first the LA Clippers and dealing with their front court. Hey, Kawhi Leonard, have fun with that. And then you got to deal with the Thunder and every single one of those dudes ripping at your arms and swiping at every last little thing that you do. It's going to that bothered the top of the roster players. Of course, that's going to bother a Peyton Watson. How does he get better at dealing with all of that stuff? Well, he's got to play. He has to play to be able to do it, and he also has to play to be able to get paid.
Yeah, and he needs to. But again, I think you bring up a key point there. There were some offensive games in the playoffs in particular where it's almost like, well, we got to play him, but I don't really want you to.
Right.
If you're going to keep just fumbling the ball out of bounds or grab a rebound, but then blow the layup, I mean, and look, Russ had his moments of doing that too. I'm not just trying to pick on Peyton Watson.
Yeah.
But it's got to get to, I think David Adelman, if he probably talked to Josh and the front office and said, look, guys, I don't want to have to play a guy. Can we get a bench where if nothing else, a guy doesn't have it, I can play somebody else? But you were stuck with Watson and Westbrook as the two main guys off the bench in the playoffs, and then Julian Strawther chipped in a couple of games, or at least game 6. But you can't be stuck with, well, I got to play him because it's my only option. Everybody else is a non-starter. And that's what they had.
Being a 10th man on a contender.
Tough work.
It's a tough place to be. It is, and especially if you're a young guy. This is an interesting text from the 831. Texter says, let's be clear, Strawther is option A and Hardaway is option B. We had this conversation a couple of days ago. I don't know if the texter's wrong.
Yeah, I hope you're right. The younger player is Strawther.
I really don't know if that's the case. We kind of looked at Tim Hardaway and said, all right, he's an NBA player. You can depend on him no matter what. If there's a game where you have like like Christian Brown is out or Cam Johnson is out, I think Hardaway probably profiles as the guy you plug right into the starting lineup. Like, I can play this guy 31 minutes tonight, and he's going to give me nothing but dependability and professionalism and know the system and knock down some shots. Not an elite defender, but again, like a guy that has been a 35% plus three-point shooter for most of his basketball life. So exactly what you're going to get out of him, and then you don't completely mess up your rotation. Texter could be right about that. Like, that's just it. I don't know who takes that role, if it's going to be Strawther or it's going to be Hardaway.
You brought up a good comp where Hardaway could be the new Holiday, where maybe in the early going, unless they need it, you don't necessarily see him.
Yeah.
If Strawther's going, they keep playing Strawther. But again, in the playoffs 2 years ago, you got where you got because Holiday showed up and started giving you minutes after not getting anything from anybody else at that point.
You're going to trust Hardaway to be a better team defender. Strawther still has huge strides to make right there. Strawther's ceiling as a shooter is higher than Hardaway's, but this is why you make this move. Tim Hardaway is a dependable pro veteran basketball player, the exact profile of what this team so desperately needed.
All right, I'll tell you what. Why don't we take a break? Got an interesting rumor sent to us by Mark Springer.
Okay.
Does Nate still have a taste for one more fantastic move? Because apparently there's some disgruntlement.
Oh.
You like getting nailed by the king?
Huh?
Andy,
can you get some gruntlement back in your life?
Once I get a taste for trade, I can't be stopped.
Okay. Could it still be a possibility?
We'll talk about this next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey guys, it's Nate Kreckman for Roller Auction. The website is roller.bid. The email list, which you want to be on, roller.bid/altitude. Go right there and sign up to be able to bid on any of Roller Auction's available auctions. These things, first off, you always bid via their website. It's all online. You don't got to go down there and yell at some guy talking really fast or anything else like that, even though that is kind of fun. But at Roller Auction, you're working online, and they have got a great selection of auctions that are available for you to be able to bid right now. For example, this City of Loveland Vehicles and Equipment Auction. Just saw it in my email inbox today that this auction is open and available to bid. We're talking well-maintained vehicles and equipment from the City of Loveland, selling at public online auction for almost 50 years. Roller Auction has been the leader in city and county vehicle auctions. These are well-maintained vehicles. Guys, they got a bunch of police cruisers right now, these 2014 Chevy Caprice Classics V8. These things can go. They're available for less than $2,000, and many of these have fewer than 100,000 miles on them. These are good, dependable cars. Go ahead, go to Roller Auction right now. That's roller.bid. Check out the City of Loveland Vehicles and Equipment Auction. Get a great deal on a 6 sedan and spend your summer in style.
Hey, Denver, how you doing? This is Leo from the Vatican. Up next on your 92.5 altitude radio dial is a couple of guys more responsible for crushed beers than the White Sox and Malort. May the Ditka be with you, always.
Is that Pope Bob?
Wow. Brought up the God Jesus pairing and NBA Jam and the Pope weighed in. I didn't know.
Leo in the VC.
Hey, the app takes us anywhere. You could take us anywhere on the app.
By the way, the Pope's Ball Club will be in starting on Friday. Got the Pale Hose coming to town to take on the Rocks. Got 2 more against the Stros tonight and tomorrow, and then it's the White Sox in this weekend. I think the Rockies can win that series, Andy. The White Sox are really bad.
You know what? I find out, to me, in most sports, you put 2 bad teams together, you can get a good game.
You sure could.
Will we get a good game?
Yeah, but We might get like a Coors Field special.
I hope.
I hope
would be
so
a good
too.
game? What would be a good game? If you're you know what? If you're a Rockies fan right now, 303-504-0925. Obviously, you go out to the park and you want to win. But what would be a good game? Do you want the good 5-3? Do you want some runs scored? Do you want the pitching duel? What do you want?
Oh, at that park, I want 20-plus runs scored.
You want a softball game, right?
Yes.
Let's have some fun.
I want
each team rallying against each other's bad pitching.
13-11. One of those stupid Coors Field games. I love those things.
I will say this,
we don't get
though.
enough of those.
They did break down the numbers last night. I think Chelsea was doing it on the Players Cast. I thought that was kind of like what you had to say about that. You can share it if you want to, but
the Players Cast, a.k.a. Drew Goodman's night off.
Right, and we're not going to pay a play-by-play guy, but the Rockies bullpen actually, you pointed it out earlier. Their bullpen has been good. It continues to be good.
Herget, Shivi, Bird, Mejia, and Vodnik scoreless 6 1/3 last night after Dolander
didn't have a good night.
He
but he's
served
been
up
good.
One meatball, but yeah, he's generally been pretty good.
So what is a good game? Because I'm with you. Here's my thing. Say what you want to about the Bombers. You always saw a wild night at Coors Field. Now, sometimes it took 4 hours because they
was pretty humidor,
my
too.
My God, were they hitting away.
Yeah.
But at least there was some action. Like, at least get back to... I wish the Rockies at least had the bats again that stressed an opposing pitching staff. They do not.
They also don't have a pitching staff that can stress an opposing lineup.
Well, other than that, things are going great.
They kind of don't have anything right now. Do you realize they've been outscored 305 to 168 at home this year?
What? At home?
At home. They are 8-33 at Coors Field.
That doesn't necessarily surprise me, but the scoring, you got to at least, so that's a thing, at least hit it home.
Andy, in 41 games at Coors Field, they have scored 168 runs. They are averaging fewer than 5 runs a game at home. That, capital S, sucks.
It does.
That's
it's your park.
Terrible.
It is your park.
Yeah.
How does that happen?
Yeah,
anyway.
There's a dearth of Coors Field games this year too. Like the night before the 21-0 loss to the Padres. Let's see, they lost 13-9. That kind of counts. They had one down in Arizona. They had the 14-12 win down in Arizona. That was the Shafe Dogs' first win.
Oh, good call.
Yeah, that was when he got the laundry cart ride. The 14-12. But yeah, we haven't had many Coors Field games so far this year. It's been pretty disappointing. God, last night 6-5 almost sort of counts as one borderline. That's too bad. All right, rumor me.
You like rumors?
I do.
Okay, now again, folks, I'm going to source this because we're responsible. We're not journalists, but we're entertainers. But we're going to be responsible as we entertain.
We're not responsible.
We're not that either. But this time we're going to try to be. This is a rumor, according to Arizona radio host from Arizona Sports 98.7, John Gambadoro. Wonder if he wants to call and do a rejoiner.
Does he know Austin Gomber?
He may.
Okay.
The Gambarino?
Yeah.
Anyway, he claims
he
that
pitches tonight, by the way.
Despite opting into his luxurious contract,
LeBron
James wants out of L.A., and frankly, the Lakers want him gone as well.
Well, Rich Paul's saying he doesn't want out of L.A., so who's telling the truth here, Gombe or Rich Paul?
Well, I'd be curious. Look, I can't – first off, can you imagine that LeBron James is looking at them basically overpaying DeAndre Ayton to get him in there? And now somebody on YouTube had said that maybe they're only picking up $10 million of the $35 million that he's got coming to him. But nonetheless, they've done nothing. The league has been nuts with moves. This has been one of the most active starts to free agency I think we've seen in a while.
Yeah.
And the Lakers sit silent doing nothing. I'm not saying that it's fact. Would not shock me to find out that LeBron's going, all right, we really going to do this again where it's me and Luka and nobody?
Didn't they get Jake LaRavia?
They got your guy LaRavia.
Yeah, they got a little shooting.
Do you think he's happy there? With all the moves in the West.
Yeah, his kid works there. He's thrilled.
Well, his kid's got a guaranteed deal, so there's no change in that.
Gets to bring his kid to work every single day. Great question. I really don't know. I don't know, because this is what's kind of funny about it. Like, LeBron James is he will go down. He wasn't the first to do it, but he will go down as the poster child of the super team era in the NBA. The first to do it was Boston, the KG, Paul Pierce, Ray Allen combination of like, well, let's put the three superstars together. You could even make an argument that, remember when the Lakers took a swing at like late career mailman and Gary Payton, and then they got, their butts handed to them in the finals by Detroit that year, that was kind of an example of that. But I would say the modern era super team really started with Boston. Miami then did it better. Golden State then showed how to even do it better. Granted, they had already built something up that was awesome, and then they added Kevin Durant because the salary cap went way up and the CBA exploded, and there they were. It was the perfect offseason to give a fortune to Kevin Durant, and it all worked for them. But in many ways, Andy LeBron James is the poster child, I would say, for taking his talents to South Beach and the super team era of the NBA.
There's no doubt.
And now he's playing in the post-super team era. So while LeBron James, I don't know if LeBron is saying this or thinking this. I don't know if LeBron's camp, everyone's got a camp, if they're saying this or thinking this. But you're right. It's been an underwhelming offseason for the Lakers. And they're going to run it back with the core of Doncic and LeBron and Austin Reeves. And now they add DeAndre Ayton, which is kind of underwhelming, let's be honest.
And Doncic has not signed an extension.
Not as of yet. And again, if I was Luka, I wouldn't. Could he be unhappy there? Could he look at it and say, if I'm going to come out and play this season at the age of, what is LeBron, 41 now? 40, 41, whatever it may be? That if I'm going to try and do this, and I'm still a second-team All-NBA performer, I would like to do this in a place where I'm maximizing my ability to be able to win a championship, and I don't think that's right here. And I know now where this conversation is going, and so I'll just take it there. Could LeBron James look out at the vast landscape of the NBA and say, my best chance to win an NBA championship would be playing alongside Nikola Jokic in Denver?
That could be it. So let me ask you this again. Because, look, for me right now, first blush, I would tell you, no, I like what they've done. I like this team. I like where they're at. I like the flexibility, all that kind of stuff. That said, LeBron's $52 million. That's a hefty price tag, but it also ends at the end of this year.
Yeah.
Would you be willing? Now, if we were talking about LeBron now, especially with MPJ gone, it would have to be Jamal Murray's contract and then whatever else you throw in there.
It's the only way you could do it. Is you would trade 28-year-old Jamal Murray for 40-year-old LeBron James.
Okay, but would you consider it for this? My gut says no, but let's just play devil's advocate, okay? If you get that money back, remember next year, if you pay Christian Brown the $30 million, are we right back into how much of this team can they afford again? Right now, you're dancing in aprons again. I don't know how much. Everyone says the NBA cap's going up next year. Do we know exactly how much it's going up?
Okay.
Probably not $30 million.
Let's do a little thought exercise here, okay? So in this world, by the way, and you'd have to put other players on the deal. It would probably be like Jamal Murray along with like a Peyton Watson and a Deron Holmes.
Sure.
There's some names for you. Okay, just to get this thing done, to make the money match up, to get to the 52
or
million.
Maybe it's Watson and Strawther that we just talked about.
Could be, yeah, absolutely. It's basically, if you're making this deal, you're asked. The Lakers are going to take their pick. They're going to go shopping with the smaller salaries that are on your roster. Jamal Murray's extension only starts this year, so this is year 1 of 4 on the extension. So the Nuggets would get a year of title chasing with LeBron and Jokic, and LeBron's salary then goes off the books next year. He's probably retiring after this year, I'm assuming. Maybe he wants to keep playing. I have no idea, but
you don't have to let him keep playing here if you don't want to.
Yeah, and you don't do this deal and then re-sign him.
No.
You're doing this to get out of the Jamal Murray contract, basically. Again, while also adding a guy that I cannot reiterate enough made second-team All-NBA. LeBron James, I get it. He's a polarizing figure, but as a basketball player, he's still freaking rules. All right? And you can take a run at a title right now with LeBron James and then have money to spend. How do you get the Lakers to want to do a deal like this? Okay, because they're looking to reshape things around Luka Doncic, Would the Lakers then say, well, we don't know if we want to pair something for 4 years along with Luka and lock ourselves into that? Maybe they could also look at it, Andy, and say, first off, Jamal Murray has murdered us for years. He's great under the bright lights. He's always awesome against us. So it'd be nice to have him on our team. He's another ball handler to play alongside Luka Doncic that isn't 40. And so you know that Jamal could take that load off of Luka Doncic. You know Jamal can get his own shots. Like, Jamal Murray could be really good alongside Luka Doncic. Why? Jamal Murray's really good. So he'd be a great player to put next to him, and it could give the Nuggets an opportunity to reshape things with a new top 2 after next year that is Jokic and fill in the blank.
Well, and look, I would say to the Lakers, I'm not putting Murray in the stratosphere of LeBron and Luka. I'm not. But there's a chance you lose both guys as it is. And at least if you were to do this and trade for Murray, if Luka were to decide, and again, it's been a topic of conversation all week, I'm not saying that Luka Doncic isn't going to sign with the Lakers. As you said, most guys love to be there.
Yeah.
But people seem a little thrown off that he's not agreed to a deal yet with the Lakers. And again, there was some talk on NBA Today on ESPN a couple days ago that this is hindering their ability to sign some free agents because free agents are wondering, is Luka going to stay there? So until that contract's signed and that he's committed long-term, this is kind of the era that we're working in. And I would say to the Lakers, if you were to do this deal, you at least end up with Jamal Murray if all guys decide, if both LeBron and Luka walk away from your squad.
You know what's so funny is as you say that, in my head, I'm like, there's like a 95% chance that Luka Doncic is just going to stay in LA.
You're right.
Like, it's the most iconic franchise in the NBA, most desirable place to
Plenty
live.
of marketing opportunities.
Exactly. Yeah, but I also thought there was a 100% chance that the Mavericks wouldn't trade Luka Doncic.
Right.
And so that's where I wonder, just in his state of mind, if his view of it is like, well, if you guys are going to F with me like this, then I need to take some of this back into my own hands. It's also possible that Luka could just love J.J. Redick and love Rob Pelinka and love the new Dodger ownership group and just say, you know what, this is the place to be for me. This is the place where I turn into a capital B billionaire. I stay here in L.A., and I know that no matter what, the Lakers are always going to be a team that goes for it and contends and all those things.
Sure.
Maybe, but I don't know that for sure.
But you and I talked about Towns and what their focus is, Monday? Luka's now in, and you know, one of my buddies, Anthony Brownlee, used to live in L.A., and he told me how important the Lakers are. Now, I'm sure the Dodgers, you know, it's been a while since Anthony, who, you know, I got to know him through his ownership of Land Rover Denver. But I you know, he used to tell me about how big a deal the Lakers were. It was Lakers and the Dodgers in his mind. Now, with the Dodgers' great success, maybe it's the Dodgers and the Lakers. But the point is,
they're huge.
Luka is, I mean, he came from Dallas, and we know what runs Dallas. It's the Cowboys. It's cowboy football, right? Maybe Luka doesn't want to live where he is the lightning rod of the city, you know? Again, I'm throwing reasons out there why a guy could be hesitant to throw it. I think you and I, if we both had to put our last $5 down, Luka's staying in L.A., and that's just how it's going to be. Now, look, I think if you're a Denver fan, and we know how much Luka and Joker like each other, I leave open a crack in the door that maybe somehow they've had conversations that it would ultimately be fun to play together one day, and neither one of them is from this country.
I mean, again, Andy, like, if you do this deal, it increases that likelihood.
Exactly, because when you lose the LeBron money, then you got your Luka money right there.
Right.
So I'm throwing it out there. Do I think this will happen? I absolutely don't. You know, I think it's done, but it is interesting to think about. There is a little. I mean, look, Bruce Brown's is a 1-year deal. Tim Hardaway Jr. is a 1-year deal, and I'm not quite sure you have to hold on to the money for Valanciunas next year if all this doesn't work out. there's a little bit of a feel of this new thing, as exciting as it is, Nate, that you're not married to it if you don't want to be come next year.
I have at times compared Jokic's career to Dirk Nowitzki's, and Dirk was in Dallas for so long, and in fact went to the NBA Finals with like multiple iterations of the same franchise. And I have said Jokic is going to play with a different core. At some point, he will be number one for a different group of players. When you give Jamal Murray a 4-year extension, you've locked in. You said this two-man combination is sort of what we're sticking with. In this hypothetical, and I love having the hypothetical, you have to go to Jokic. That's one where you go to Nikola Jokic and you say, I want you to really think about what you want this next chapter of your NBA career to look like. The hard thing about it is it's a known versus an unknown, all right? You could, in this hypothetical, you could move on from Jamal Murray and say, we're not doing the 4 years of Jamal and Jokic as the NBA's premier two-man game anymore. We're going to rebuild this thing, and Nikola's going to do this with somebody else. But also, here's the unknown of it all is we don't know who that's going to be, okay? Luka Doncic is an awesome name to bring up, but again, it's dudes at that level don't get to unrestricted free agency all that often. It's really fun when they do, but it just doesn't happen all that often because there's more money to be made signing ahead of time. So what you would need to then basically put in front of them is say, okay, these are your options, but you'd have to be willing to say yes to an unknown. And you'd have to have the blessing of Nikola Jokic to say, do you want to keep doing this without the guy that you have done pretty much all of your winning with?
Right. I'm with you. And look,
And Nikola is smart enough to remember what life was like in those playoff runs. He didn't have Jamal next to him.
No, you're right. I don't think you do the deal. But
I'm not kicking it out of bed.
But look,
like I said, Andy, I got a taste for trade.
Well,
I'm interested.
I'll tell you what I got a taste for. I got a taste for options. I think if you're a Nuggets fan, you don't want to go back to this. We're locked in for a few years life.
Exactly.
Again. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And that again, I'll repeat, that's what I love about a lot of what they've done. They are not married. If this roster does not, if it's a flop, you can get out from under a lot of these guys next year.
Kreckman and Lindahl, Wednesday afternoon. Fun rumor. Fun one to kick around a little bit. Really, because Andy, this isn't just, do you want LeBron on your team? No,
it's a chess move.
There are so many aspects to what a trade such as this does. And then I just go back to the basketball part where, like, you're telling me I could watch Nikola Jokic and LeBron James play together for a year? Cha-ching. I'm in.
With a bench.
Yeah.
And then maybe.
Uh-huh.
I'm
highly interested. You've tickled my trading bone. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Welcome back to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You're listening to Kreckman and Lindahl. It's a perfectly cromulent radio show. Mm-hmm.
The most cromulent. Kreckman and Lindahl. We're going to announce a winner of the Star Stripes and Big Pipes contest today before we're out of here at 5:30. So you still got a few minutes left to enter. You go to the Altitude Sports Radio app, and you send us your best rejoin for the show. You tap on the voice of the people, you record it, boom, it gets sent in. Just like the one we just heard. Be creative, have fun, keep it short, and you might hear your rejoin on air. All valid entries are entered for the prize, whether they make it on air or not. Entries only count if they are sent for the show during the show. So go to the Altitude Sports Radio app, tap the mic, and you can win a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware.
Go, 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 go!
Win the Traeger grill.
Yeah, get it in. Just get it in.
Do yourself a big old favor.
Because they are awesome. We were recording our scramble, me and Tyler.
You scrambled today?
We both got into a little bit of talk about the Traeger. He's got the old app version.
Mm-hmm.
The Y. Do you have one? You don't have one, right?
I don't have a Traeger.
You're
no.
just a gas grill guy, right?
Just straight up the old 2-burner, baby.
Do you not have even like the flat top? Do you have options? You do charcoal, right?
I got a Smoky Joe if I need to go.
Smoky Joe.
Charcoal.
All right.
Yes.
There we go. Yeah, so anyway, I don't do the app. I just have to set my time and look at it like old men from 5 years ago.
Yeah, like when I bought my grill, it's like, you can connect it to Bluetooth. I'm like, I don't need to. Cool, Carl.
I wondered that about the fridge. They've got the fridge. No, I'm not saying I wouldn't take a free fridge, but I don't need the fridge that is connected to my whole. I'm not talking to my fridge. You know what I mean? I don't want to talk to my fridge. By the way, all you AI pushers, have you seen the article continues to circulate about how AI has shown it will kill you to stay alive. That's where we're at with the AI. Can we just do some things the old-fashioned way?
My favorite AI is still Allen Iverson. That's me.
I'm with you.
I'm old guy over
now
here.
I got to think of all the AIs out there.
Andre Iguodala?
Nah, I still am going Allen Iverson.
I would as well.
Seem to show a little more loyalty to the Nuggets.
All right, that's all I got. I got a Wimbledon story for you.
Oh, please.
Did you realize the other day that we got the new fastest serve ever at Wimbledon?
No, what was it?
153 miles per hour. It was hit by the Frenchman Giovanni Pesci Pericard. Spring, am I even in the neighborhood?
That was right there.
Thank you. Okay. Hit a 153 mile an hour serve, Andy. Why am I bringing this up? Because he lost the point.
Who returned it?
American Taylor Fritz was his opponent. 5th ranked on the men's side, Taylor Fritz. And Taylor Fritz won the point. Got the return, managed to win the point. This dude hit a 153 mile an hour serve. I mean, blistered this thing, breaking the previous record of 148. I mean, mashed this sucker, didn't even win the point.
That's insane. What do you think's harder? Hitting a fastball? What's the top fastball pitch we've had? Can you look that up?
Probably like a Aroldis Chapman, Bucko 4,
Bucko
I'm guessing.
4? Okay.
I'm thinking, let's see. Fastest fastball StatCast era. We'll go. I'll type that and see what I get. Aroldis Chapman has the top two. September 24th, 2010, 105.8.
Sheesh.
July 18th, 2016, 105.7. Or actually, Aroldis Chapman's like at the top of the list for basically all of them.
Spring, how far apart are they from the server to the end line where you're receiving it? How far is that? Do you know?
Court's smaller than you think.
Yeah,
like compared to the
give
pitching,
you the
man.
foot
I want
number, feet number.
Yeah, I'm just curious because what is it, 60 feet for a pitcher?
60 feet, 6 inches.
There you go.
It's on top of you.
I mean, yeah, but boy, 150? 150's getting on top of you pretty quick, too.
And you don't even win the point.
Like, would you just stick the? I guess at that point you just get the racket on it and it's returning that thing, right?
Pretty much.
He's done all the work for you.
Fastball comes in at $106. If you make contact and good friggin' luck, it's probably going to go a ways. Isn't that incredible, though? Fastest serve in Wimbledon history. Guy lost the point, lost the match.
Can you imagine even being across from that?
I can't.
I mean, imagine that thing coming at you.
It would just whiz right by me. I would have no chance. I wouldn't even know what to do with it. Spring, you played tennis all your life. What's probably the hottest serve you've ever dealt with?
No, something like that. And then when it hits in this case, grass. I've never played on
so
grass.
So it's only going to go faster.
And any surface, it just rises on you too.
Oh, that's a good call. Yeah.
It's insane.
Incredible.
Have you what do you think the fastest serve you've seen is?
I haven't seen that fast. I don't know. I've never had a radar
gun.
You
faced 100?
I faced some fast serves where I'm like, geez, this is above my level.
This guy's going to win.
Like, you don't want to get hit by that. You know what I mean? I know it's a tennis ball, but I don't want to take a tennis ball at 150.
No, I don't.
You know what I mean?
No, I'll pass.
I mean, my gosh.
Kershaw, probably going to get 3,000 tonight. He's 3 away from 3,000. He didn't get it against the Rocks last week. Kershaw's probably going to get 3,000. How about this for crazy? I did not realize this. Only 19 men in baseball history can lay claim to 3,000 career strikeouts. That is 5 fewer than have won 300 games. The 3,000 strikeout club is smaller than the 300 win club.
Really?
Kershaw would be the 4th left-hander, the 4th southpaw to make the list. Joining only Steve Carlton, Randy Johnson, and CC Sabathia. Crazy. Only Walter Johnson and Bob Gibson got there exclusively with one club. Kershaw can do that for the Dodgers if he strikes out 3 tonight against the White Sox.
Oh, yeah.
Like his chances.
Although, wait, he only got 5 against the Rockies. Hey, the serve's behind you.
Yeah.
Let's watch this.
This thing is hot. Andy, only 2 active pitchers, Chris Sale and Garrett Cole, are within 750 of 3,000, and both of them well north of 30 years of age. Kershaw, there is a chance, could be the last member of the 3,000 strikeout club.
Yeah, no one's going to pitch enough, right?
They don't pitch enough.
Not in a game.
What's so funny about it is strikeouts are up. But last year, there were only 4 guys in all of Major League Baseball that threw 200 innings. And so, guys they do not pitch enough. Kershaw could be the last to be able to do it. Pitching longevity statistics, they don't happen anymore. You know? Guys don't throw complete games anymore. How many complete games do you think we've had in the major leagues this year? I bet you it's less than 5. If it's
Are
even
you sure
that
it's
high.
even that? I was going to say.
Right. I would guess that it's under 5 right now. So Kershaw kind of last of a generation, so to speak, there.
By the way, it's exactly what we called. It was perfectly shown on YouTube over your and Twitch over your shoulder.
Yeah.
The returner just basically
get the racket
stuck
on.
the racket out and got out of the way, and it returned itself back over.
Just get the
nice little. You talked about losing the point. It was just a soft little undercut one right to the opposite court.
Yeah.
And in.
What's the fastest timed slap shot in NHL
Oh, dude,
history?
they got to have 100.
Wasn't it Al?
Someone got 100. Yeah, Al McGinnis.
Al McGinnis always
just a big ripper.
Yeah.
It's yeah. There's no way.
Fastest slap shot in NHL history according to official NHL records, 108.8. Zdeno Chara.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of height to generate some power right there. Achieved the record during the 2012 NHL All-Star Skills Competition. Shea Weber, 108.1. Al Iafrate, 105.2, 93. That's a great name. Tage Thompson, 106.
Now I'm curious, did he skate into it?
Tage did it in a game.
Yeah, man, I want no part of that, man.
No,
I don't
thank
care
you.
if you're wearing pads or not.
No,
You're
thank
gonna
you.
feel that sucker.
See, but now I need to know, did Tage score on his 106-mile-an-hour slap shot?
Does it say?
It does not. At least
Can
whatever.
we find it on YouTube?
Whatever Google just gave me. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day
around the sports world.
Combination of football and basketball. Plus, you still got a few minutes to get into the Star Stripes and Big Pipes competition here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. One listener who enters will win a Traeger grill. So you got a few minutes left to go in. Go to the Altitude Sports Radio app. Tap on the Voice of the People. Send us your best rejoin there. It's we've been getting a lot of them, guys. They're really fun. You're doing great. Head over to the Altitude Sports Radio app. Tap the mic. You can win a Traeger grill from our friends at Ace Hardware.
Welcome back to Kreckman and Lindahl, where they're about to give me a new Traeger grill. I'm going to get out there this weekend, shoot off some fireworks, put some steaks on there, and I'm going to say thank you, fellas. Who made that happen for me was Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Brandon Evans, you're not allowed to win the grill.
I like the pronunciation of fireworks.
I like it.
Fireworks.
Good Southern boy right there.
Good
luck to all. Get him in.
This is the best week for the local news, by the way.
It is.
It's firework accident week. The internet has good videos, and bad decisions are made when people combine alcohol, excessive amounts of alcohol, and fireworks that they purchased across the state line in Wyoming.
Yeah, those.
Careful out there, kids.
We're in a better fire position, right? That's what I always get a little nervous about.
Yeah, don't shoot them at the mountains.
Please.
Yeah, keep them in Aurora. How your dogs do this week, by the way?
My rescue, because she had a hard life before she came to us. She doesn't like. I can't even yell at the TV without her getting a little jittery. She's a little tough. Our two puppies don't care. They're loud as hell anyway, so if they get going, they may not notice at all. My boy Tom that passed last year, the greatest dog ever, he hated him.
Yeah.
So
this week is generally dog hell.
They make these like Mickey Mouse ear. Actually, it looks like a bra. Remember in Weird Science where they put the bras on their head?
Yeah.
They make that for dogs.
Do they work?
I'm half tempted to find out, to be honest with you. But
I feel
it looks like a bra.
Wouldn't that just make a
like
dog
the Madonna
freak out?
bra on their ears?
Yeah.
Nah, it claims they sleep. I don't know, man. Like I said, I may try to find out.
I feel like any dog
It's a
I've
new
ever
product
known.
I've just seen.
You try and put something on their head, and they are not going to stop jamming their head into the ground until it's off.
I found a new way. My already hyper and over enthusiastic boxer. I saw these videos online where you blow on the side of their face, like you'd blow on the cheeks of a baby.
Yeah.
So I tried that. Not a fan. He jumped up. He kept running alongside and looking at me like, just what the hell was that? Why did you do that? Wouldn't leave me alone, ran outside, did the zoomies, came back in, was still mad about it, still giving me the eyes. So I did it again to see if it really was that.
Yeah,
they're not a fan.
Your dog was like, look, man, let's keep it professional here, please.
I'm going to need you to keep your lips off me.
I don't need that much PDA. Let's be cool about all of this. Anyway, it's fireworks week. Fireworks week.
Fireworks.
Right now we got basketball news. Let's test it. Go, Spring.
All right, let's start with Lakers news. They have signed free agent center DeAndre Ayton to a contract. And also rumors on the internet. This is according to Legion Hoops, the actual Legion Hoops account that's fairly popular, not the parody account because Twitter sucks. The Lakers have offered Al Horford a $5 million deal with their biannual exception. Evan Siddery, NBA contributor for Forbes, says that the Lakers remain in strong pursuit of Al Horford.
So the Blazers had enough of DeAndre Ayton. And I'm curious to see how LeBron and Luka are going to deal with this and JJ Redick are going to deal with this. The Athletic reported after Ayton's departure from Portland, tardiness to team flights and practices, the skipping of rehabilitation appointments, fans saw him slam chairs when he was taken out of games, and a team source said there were tantrums in the locker room when he was sidelined for poor effort. So questions about the professionalism of DeAndre Ayton and the Lakers because of their desperation to get anybody that's tall, because they weren't able to get Clint Capella and because they weren't able to get Brook Lopez. So now they had to settle for DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, although do you feel like what you just described there, I feel is like the behavior when a guy wants traded out of town.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I do wonder. My guess is he's happier with the Lakers. It's a more relevant franchise and all
Phoenix
that.
was thrilled to see him go away, and now Portland's
That's true.
psyched
And
to see him
that's
go
a fun
away.
town to run. I don't know. Look,
Yeah.
he's always been I'll just say, Kendrick Perkins said flat out on the opening of free agency Monday, he goes, look, the guy's been a diva. And he said, I believe in the guy's skill set, but he's got to learn. You've done nothing. Quit being a diva.
Number 1 overall pick?
Well, that's not anything. Great that you were a number 1.
Yeah.
Yes, it speaks to the skill set.
Yeah.
But even Kendrick Perkins was like, look, man, nobody wants to put up with your diva attitude when you've not accomplished anything.
The Blazers would have rather had Yang Hansen, so they drafted him at number 16, the 7-footer out of China. Yang, what's with the pictures? It's a parking lot. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. According to a few insiders at The Athletic, teams already known to have interest in signing Damian Lillard when he clears waivers are the Warriors, Celtics, and Lakers.
Isn't everybody going to be interested in signing Damian Lillard once he clears waivers? Like, he's going to get his $113 million no matter what. You're not going to have to pay him a fortune. Like, if you get Dame, even if it's not peak Dame, that's a nice addition to your basketball team.
I would not have a problem with the Nuggets asking, hey, man,
Yeah.
you interested?
To have that conversation.
We'll go ahead and pay you to rehab.
Yeah.
You've got your money coming. Now, again, it's going to have to be a Russell Wilson type deal to the Steelers last year because you're getting the Russell Wilson buyout from the Broncos from the Trailblazers. But
the wave and stretch thing is doing a lot of teams a favor, and he'll basically have the opportunity to pick his next team.
Do you think he signs immediately, or do you think he waits a year? Because he's not going to be able to. I mean, maybe if you're lucky, he's ready to go late season and maybe make a playoff run with you, right?
Yeah, it's a good call right there. Like, what's his hurry?
Yeah, you know what I'd do? I'd wait till after the deadline and be like, all right, who's really in this? Now you can have my services.
Absolutely.
Unless he doesn't want to have to pay to rehab on his own.
Yeah.
But again, he's got $113 million in his pocket.
Yeah, well said. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. The Knicks are expected to hire 2-time NBA Coach of the Year winner Mike Brown as their next head coach.
Yes, not my father-in-law, Mike Brown, but actually Mike Brown, the basketball coach, is going to be the next head coach of the New York Knicks. Mike Brown, Andy, most recently was fired in Sacramento this past season. Plenty of good basketball coaches have that on their resume, by the way, getting fired by Sacramento. Went to the finals with Cleveland, coached the Lakers briefly, and spent many years with Golden State as their associate head coach during the dynastic run with Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, etc. He is now the next head coach of the Knicks. Let's call it whitewashing of history that's happening right now with the Knicks in New York is they're coming out and saying, oh, we targeted Mike Brown all along. No, Mike Brown was not at the very top of your list when you started this. We know this, but now you have to act excited about it. Here's the thing about Mike Brown, Andy. He's a good NBA coach. I don't know if he's a great NBA coach, but he is a good NBA coach. Is he better than Tom Thibodeau? Honestly, I don't think he is.
All right, so here's my question, though. Does Mike Brown decide to call up Michael Malone and add him to the staff?
Great question because
top assistant.
Right. I think they were they on staff together in Cleveland?
Yeah, and they were friends. And remember, it was Malone came out and just blistered Sacramento. Now, again, he had his own history there.
Yeah.
But he blistered Sacramento for not sticking with the guy.
I wonder, is Malone going to do TV for a year?
Well, I don't know. I mean, he could. Again, there's another guy that's getting paid.
Yeah, I thought Malone was good, and obviously he's got a foot in the door at ESPN. Like, they could put him on those broadcasts. Like, you're Malone, you take a year off, you get away from the game a little bit. You
help your daughter get ready for college, right? She's off to college. Didn't we hear that?
We know that Malone has sort of been bummed about the inability to be able to have spent time around his kids the last several years through high school sports and all of that. It could be an opportunity for him. I don't know.
Here's another little...
By the way, I wish nothing but good things for Michael Malone. Michael Malone rules.
We all should. It's kind of like MPJ. You guys want a title. You're always welcome in this town.
Yeah.
Shams Charania has said that...
What was that?
Charania.
Okay.
Frank Vogel is finalizing an agreement to be the top coach, lead assistant for Dallas. So Vogel's going to kind of play this role. It's why I thought, does Malone maybe do the same?
Right.
And there's your championship core. Now, I guess, as you said,
for a year, man.
Did Brown win the championship with Cleveland?
No.
Or was he got him there?
Yeah, he just helped to get him there. Ty Lue won the title with him. Remember,
You're right.
Tyronn Lue replaced David Blatt Remember David Blatt?
I do.
LeBron hated him and then fired him, and then Tyronn Lue took over and they won a title.
And it turns out Lue's turned out to be a pretty good coach.
Yeah, a really good NBA
Seemed
coach.
kind of like a guy just LeBron could push around. Turns out Tyronn Lue's a good coach.
Yeah, really good NBA coach. Also a guy that Allen Iverson once stepped over. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Oh!
Fun.
Switch the sports.
Hell yeah.
Let's get some NFL news in here. Hey, this came down yesterday, and we didn't get to it, but this is big news. This is big news. Tight end Darren Waller will come out of retirement to join the Miami Dolphins. The Dolphins will trade a 2026 sixth-round pick to the Giants, who held his rights, in exchange for Waller and a conditional 2027 seventh-round pick.
You want to talk? Remember, we used to talk sagas with our guy Antonio Brown during the Raider days.
This
has been a saga. He was the top tight end in the league, unstoppable with the Raiders for years.
Really good.
Really good.
Really good.
Was married or was going to get married to Kelsey Plum. Married?
They did get married, and they are no longer
Yeah,
married.
and then it completely unravels.
Remember,
he goes to the Giants, didn't like it there, and retired.
Speaking of the wedding, you remember the controversy there was that Waller got married the same day as Max Crosby.
Who?
Max 6'6".
Thank you.
And what happened was Josh McDaniels told reporters that Waller was getting married. It was not publicly known. And McDaniels, big mouth in it, and probably it's Josh McDaniels, probably a little Machiavellian, was willing to leak to reporters, oh, yeah, by the way, this is kind of awkward for my team. Max Crosby and Darren Waller are getting married on the same day. Kelsey Plum freaked out about it. Rumors that she was extra unhappy with Josh McDaniels. She might have even posted about it.
She did.
Yeah.
She kind of let it know.
Right.
Whoa.
That she was that mad at Josh McDaniels that the news got out, and then it was an awkward thing in the locker room, and it was also like Max 6'6" Crosby is like the most popular guy inside the Raider locker room, and Darren Waller wasn't. Waller did not get along with Derek Carr. There was massive personality conflicts right there. I would say this for the Miami Dolphins. You're betting on if he's engaged and at his peak. Darren Waller's a really, really good player. But he hasn't been that since the COVID year?
Yeah, but he said on a podcast, which again, I think he's got a little, and I'm not trying to besmirch Evan Ingram saying this, but Evan Ingram to me, especially after seeing him in camp, that's a pass-catching tight end.
Yeah.
If I'm the coach, I'm not asking you to block because that's not the body type you're bringing to the table. You are a tough cover for hopefully a linebacker or the fifth corner on the team or whatever it is, and I'm going to get you open. I'm going to throw you a lot of passes, and hopefully you're going to catch them. Darren Waller had said on a podcast recently, one of the reasons why he retired from the New York Giants was because they were using him as an H-back. They were trying to make him block. He was just miserable. Team wasn't winning, and he wondered to himself, what am I even doing here?
Yeah.
So I do think if Mike McDaniel, who's good at bringing the joy of football back to players, he did it for Tua Tagovailoa.
Good point.
So he could get his contract, and you might get yourself a pretty good tight end. But I would not be betting on the guy being, again, I think McDaniel uses him to simply throw the football to, and that's it, and they're probably a pretty good marriage. But to your point, we still don't know if the explosive guy that you can't cover still lives inside that body.
Still got Jalen Waddle. You still got Tyreek Hill. You have a lot of guys that can stretch the field.
And remember, they traded Jonnu Smith to the Steelers
They
earlier
did
this
last week, yeah. And so you would think that opens up a lot of green grass for Darren Waller to be able to get open.
Yeah, look, I could see this working out. This could be one of those interesting comebacks. And again, what do the Dolphins have to lose? Matter of fact,
sixth rounder.
McDaniel is listed as one of the coaches on the hot seat this upcoming season. He's not the top guy. I think that belongs to Brian Daboll. But McDaniel, I think, does probably need to get some stuff done after talking the Dolphins into signing Tua.
And finally on the high five, Spring.
High five.
All right, big NFL news here. So the Chiefs have many men wearing Wolves masks to game. Well, at least two of them. You got Chiefsaholic, and you have their longtime mascot, Casey Wolf. And the man behind the Chiefs mascot, Casey Wolf, is retiring, the Chiefs announced. His name is Dan Mears. He spent 35 years dressing the costume and wearing the size 23 shoes while serving as the director of shenanigans. He missed only 3 games and performed at multiple Super Bowls. In all, Mears attended more than 10,000 total events across 38 states and 12 countries. He told the Chiefs website, quote, "I have countless stories. In one word, it has been so joyful. I've learned a lot about the things we chase in life and that those things aren't that important. Everybody is looking for joy, but they're looking in all the wrong spots. I learned a long time ago that the most important things in life aren't things, but relationships. And those relationships make for a pretty good life. I wouldn't trade it for anything."
Well, he's got a pretty good relationship with air because that's all he does is hump it all the time.
The air humper is what I'll think of with that belly of his.
Yeah, he's
midsection.
He's a legendary air humper.
He is.
I do not like that brand of mascot.
No, I'm with you. The other thing I got to ask you, because I think a lot of us, like, that costume in the Kansas City Septembers doesn't look to be the most fun thing to wear.
Not pleasant.
Still extremely humid and often hot until at least November out there. Would it be a good life to be a mascot and watch all those games if you're watching it through that mask?
Well, he got to bring joy to everybody,
Sure.
Andy.
Would you do it?
No.
Cubs need a mascot. Want you at every game.
They want me to be Clark the Cub?
Sure. Are you being Clark the Cub? That's another kind of... Like, those mascot uniforms don't look particularly... For the outdoor environments, I don't know. There's been times with Chip when we've had, like, some of the hottest games in Folsom history, and we're like, are you going to be okay? That doesn't look comfortable in there.
I'd do it for, like, a one-off.
Sure.
I don't know.
You want to watch however many seasons of games in there?
Yeah, no, not really. No. By the way, I'm looking up right now the Mascot Hall of Fame.
Is KC Wolf in there?
I don't see KC Wolf. Actually, yes, he is. KC Wolf is a Hall of Famer.
Good for him.
The super mascot Rocky is as well.
He should be.
By the way, I got a question. So the Broncos are going to play the Jets this year at Tottenham Hotspur.
Yep.
When they go over there, is Miles the mascot? Did they call him kilometers?
Nice. Yes. There it is.
There it is.
Hey. Education.
Thank you. Thank you.
By the way, I did want to update a story we had earlier.
Okay.
So you told me about the Tage Thompson 106-mile-an-hour shot.
Clapper.
The clapper.
Yeah, he can boom a clapper.
I looked up, first off, I saw a compilation of all his 100-mile-an-hour plus shots.
Cool.
So get this.
Yeah.
He's had a number of them go 103 or above. They didn't score. All his, like, around 100 to 100.3, 100.4, those are the scores. But for some reason, some of his fastest shots have not found twine.
Probably not a lot of accuracy on a buck-06 clapper.
Oh, he's sending it. Well, one of his teammates took the 106.
Oh. Yeah, that's one where you go back to him and you're like, hey, guy.
If you're going to fire it.
Can we talk for a minute?
Can we get a little more? How about you hit the corner?
We're all impressed.
Yes, hit the corner.
Yeah. Do you see this bruise right now?
I can't feel my hand.
I'm bleeding internally. But we're all impressed.
We're all really proud of you.
Uh-huh.
But I'm going to need you to smack that thing away from me.
Andy, speaking of guys we're proud of, we got a winner. We have got a winner of the Stars, Stripes, and Big Pipes contest.
Okay, I promised everyone 25 in a tweet, so we'll have to repeat it then. But no need to hold anyone off.
I would hate to lie to everybody from your tweet.
Well, Twitter's an honest place, Nate.
I'm going to do it right now. Okay? Stars, Stripes, and Big Pipes. This is to win a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. Not a Tager grill. That's a big clapper. But a Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. So we've had all these people entering all week long. Voice of the people. And all of them have been entered in to win the grand prize, a Traeger grill from our friends at Ace Hardware. Spring, do we have any of our rejoins you could play just as a fun, for instance?
Just some taste,
of what we've been doing all week long here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Yesterday.
92.5.
Fanfare. We got some fanfare for this.
How about this one?
Here's a yesterday one.
This is Jeff from Arvada, and I want you to keep smoking just like the Nuggets are. The offseason, baby. Stay right here on 92.5 with Kreckman and Lindahl for all your Nuggets updates.
Well played.
Jeff from Arvada.
Jeff getting it done.
We're smoking with the Nuggets updates.
I liked our guy who was in a meeting and whispered it and sent it to us.
Oh, I forgot about that guy. Spring, can you pull up the Whisperer?
Yeah, do you have the Whisperer?
Yeah, that one. Plus, it had like a, what was it, ASMR kind of vibe to it.
Yeah.
You got that one for us, Spring?
This is Brandon from Denver. This is Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio. I'm in a meeting.
You can hear it going on in the background.
Yeah.
So was he like trying to lean off camera and get right to the mic of the phone and whisper that thing in?
Ducking under the table in the conference room.
Yeah.
This is a waste of my time. I don't need to be here.
This could have been an email.
I have an earbud in and I'm listening to your show.
Nodding along.
This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. So nice job, Brandon. So everyone's been entering all week long the Stars, Stripes, and Big Pipes contest. That one was whispery pipes. You don't get that very often. But we've been asking everybody to send those in, and it's been a lot of fun. But right now, it is time to name a winner of the grand prize, the Traeger Grill. Mark Springer has a name in his hand, or maybe in his email. I have no idea. But Spring, give us a drum roll, please. This is for a Traeger Grill. Sear it. Blacken it. Smoke it.
Thought sear it was the name. I was about to go, oh.
Whatever you need to do with your Traeger. Spring?
Our winner, our station winner, is Matt Poffel.
Matt Poffel?
Matt Poffel.
Oh, good for you.
Of the Flying Poffel Brothers.
That's another guy that regularly listens to the station.
Matt Poffel.
This is why you got to be here every day, guys. You got to be here every day.
Be an everyday guy. Matt Poffel is getting himself a beautiful new Traeger grill from Ace Hardware. Nice job, Matt Poffel.
Matt Poffel is a winner.
Well done.
See what we bribe you with next week on Altitude Sports Radio.
Whatever
92.5.
we can do to get you people listening.
To check in when it's... Although, look, we didn't have to really do it this week. The Nuggets made life easy.
By the way, did you realize Poffo? I mentioned the Flying Poffo brothers. Leapin' Lanny Poffo and his brother Randy, also known as...
No idea.
The Macho Man, Randy Savage.
Oh, really?
That's right.
All right.
Uh-huh. The Macho Man was a Poffo, a member of the Poffo family. That was Matt Poffel. As far as I know, not a.
Philip wrote in and said, nobody even likes Matt.
So, sorry, guys. Sorry to everybody that didn't win, but also you should try harder. So, congratulations, Matt Poffel. Well done. He wins himself a Traeger grill. Andy, we got the Rocks and the Stros tonight.
Is the young guy playing, the young hitter who's been tearing up AAA? Is he in the lineup? Do we know yet? Do we have it?
Fernandez,
Good
I believe.
Yanni? He's going to be Yanni to me.
Yanquiel Fernandez is who you're referring to right there. Let's see. I haven't checked the lineups yet tonight. I probably should have done that. I'm a real professional radio host right now. Matt Poffel is disappointed in me. Your lineup tonight for Colorado does feature Yanquiel Fernandez making his big league debut in right field tonight.
Where's he hitting?
8th, ahead of Ryan Ritter. 8th in the lineup tonight. Tyler Freeman, Hunter Goodman, Jordan Beck. 5-hit game last night for Jordan Beck. Rymack, Tyro Estrada, Mickey Moniak, Michael Tolia, Yanquiel Fernandez, and Ryan Ritter. Your lineup tonight with El Gambarindo, Austin Gomber, toeing the slab against the Houston Astros as the Rocks continue their pursuit for win number 20 on the season here on the 2nd of July. Ouch.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Altitude Summer Scramble. Tomorrow you'll hear me with the Sandman, Andy reuniting with Tyler Polumbus. We have got soccer coming up next, USA, Canada. Enjoy it. Good night, everybody.